GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation 2007.
Some are 800, 860
per session.
Yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even
to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute
This place is called condemned cells. Anything condemned, condemned, it cannot be used. So if you see the Bible with them, there's something behind. Those people who they kill them over here, they also have something in them. Juju in them. The door was actually metal, which has no hole. That was the original door. It's a metal.
No hole.
No hole.
No exit. I mean,
at
no
all.
windows.
No any hole anywhere. They want to kill you and you want exit. And they used it to condemn the slaves.
The stubborn ones.
Yeah, that's how they named them. The stubborn.
Or the rebellious ones.
Yes, that's what they named them. But the reason is, they cannot control them.
Okay.
They brought Bible. Spiritually, they have some spirits aside of them, which they are using on time of the slaves, so that they may be calm and control them. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So if you see the Bible with them, there's something behind. Good. Those people who they kill them over here, they also have something in them. Juju in them. And because of that, they were in chains and shackles, all their necks and then legs. But they fight the soldiers at the courtyard. You can imagine. And when they were anointed and take the gun, when they shoot, the bullets just fall down. It can't enter the body.
You mean the slaves?
Yes! Those they call them stubborns. That's how they are.
So how do they eventually tame them? Because so they keep them there?
Not at all. They cannot control them at all. That's how. And you see, if you touch a tiger, you know that you have been in danger. If you get a chance, he will not spare you. So that's why they see that these people, they have put something in their head to the extent that even when they got to their destination over there and leave the chain stop, they can kill them. There's nothing that they can use, to save their life. Because they shoot them, they try their sword and everything, it doesn't do in them. So that's why they selected them, kept
and
them,
them here, condemned cell.
The door was actually metal, which has no hole. That was the original door. It's a metal.
No hole.
No hole.
No exit.
At
no
all.
windows.
No any hole anywhere.
It was to.
So inside, it's full of heat, darkness, no air, and no food and water for you because they want to kill you. That is why they call this place condemned cells. So you die here, and after they will show you to the other slaves. So would you
they'll bring you here.
No. Why?
Were there instances anybody was brought here but eventually was pardoned and went back?
Not at all.
You come here, it's a final.
Whenever you come here, that is your end. After they will throw you to the sea.
Can we see inside?
Now we are using it as a storeroom.
Okay, but this was it.
So let's get inside there.
Okay. Okay.
So you can see the place.
No exit with a metal.
They want to kill you and you want exit. Let's close the door small and let's check it and see.
Okay, we're going to do that without the cameras and see. Okay, we'll have our cameras in to see how that.
You see this one, there's some part of hose, and you can imagine if I take even my hands, you can see the place.
Yes, extremely dark.
Even this is not dark because you have some hose. And imagine the iron gate.
Wow.
How do you feel your body?
Now I'm already feeling very hot.
Yeah, so that's the condemned cells.
So there was only one in here, right? This was the only place.
Yes, that's the only place.
Are we going upstairs
for the men,
now?
we are going upstairs.
Okay. So we're actually done with the ground floor. I'm just following Kofi upstairs. We want to see what's upstairs now. Okay. This is upstairs, but there's nothing here. Oh, this was where. Okay. Again.
Yeah.
Be patient.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how do you feel your body here?
The weather
is it something from your body?
The weather is cool.
Yeah. And the down there?
Oh, way hotter than this.
So on top of here there was a floor which has also collapsed.
Okay.
And it's a place where they do the butter trade. The white and our people. Our people brought our own people here for them to collect an items like the mirror, salt, sugar, corned beef, sardines, Holland cloth, cigarette, tobacco, a lot of things. Anything that they want. They have to bring our people from the country.
So they bring human beings for all of
exchange for that. At this place. Although the whole slaves were collected from the whole West Africa, they bought them most from Salaga.
Yes, up north.
Right. But in our country, our own kings brought our people here. You know, those days was a tribal war. You didn't ask. That's what I told you. You are not one. You don't have name. So that's how this thing was able to down.
So I want to imagine that even though the chiefs and the traditional leaders at the time were the ones doing this, for instance, here at Abanzi, they were not selling people from this town.
Yes.
For obvious reasons. So
they captured some people around here. I said they captured some people around this village.
Okay.
Do you know have you heard about Comantine Negroes?
Comantine
yes.
Negroes.
Comantine Negroes.
Comantine Negroes.
No. Have you heard about that?
I haven't.
All right. Have you heard about the Jamaicans?
Also from here? Or the Jamaicans from?
The one with the bushy hairs. That's the Rastas.
Okay, yes.
TikToks.
Yes.
They were first captured from here by the Dutch to Maroon, Jamaica. You can imagine that. Why? Because the British first came have the place from the indigenous people here. They are those people. The 80, they call them 80.
80?
Yes. 80 people.
Those are the locals here?
Yeah. So they gave the whole land for the British to put up the fort over here. So they used to pay the yearly tax for them. So when the Dutch take over and they were coming for their tax, that's why they captured them as slaves. That's why most of the slaves, the Jamaica and other places, were saying that they come from Comanche. That time it was the only village on top. You can see it today. You can see it up there. That's the Comanche village. The old village, that is it.
Okay.
They're supposed to put up this fort over there, but they didn't allow it.
That's why they came down here?
That's why they came here.
But the area is not so down, it's up a hill, actually.
Yeah. You see, so this slave trade, when we are talking about, it's very large. We cannot express them all. But look at what goes on over here. So we shouldn't blame only the white people. We should also blame our ancestors, some of our rulers in those days. Because of the big cloth and the wine, whiskey, the schnapps that they want to drink, you have to give your own country people. For these white people, you see, after giving them the gold, you are giving them your people. When we think about this, we may not blame all the whites. Thank you. The down there was the female cells.
So this is where the females were?
Yeah, the down.
Okay.
They kept 150 women also over there. So let's go there and see what also happened there.
Okay. How do we get there? We have to go down?
Yeah, we have to go down and pass the
all right.
entrance. I told you this is a small fort, but what is inside here?
Rich. Rich in history.
I have said to myself that before I will retire from here, then this place is full of people every day, like Kiko's Castle. And the workers are about 10 over here. You can see when we started the tour. It's now about 20 minutes or 25 minutes.
Way long, I'm sure. Maybe we've done longer
just
than
this
that.
small first.
Yes.
So I hope this, your work that you are doing, will let my people, my boss, know that he's supposed to bring more workers over here.
It's one of the intentions, and we really hope it gets that much needed attention. Let's see what the female. So this is. So they had a reason for having the women right underneath their trading area.
Yeah, for that one I don't know actually. Okay. But that's where they kept them.
This is where the women were 150.
Yes, 150.
This is quite large. I think the women had a bigger space.
Of course, they were women. They were like eggs. So they have to handle them very carefully. And that's why they had children with them. You see? Yeah, women. God created women specially. It is them that they are just don't know how to keep their, the queenship. Right. So they kept 150 women over here.
Okay.
Right? And they used to rape them. If you don't allow yourself to be raped, then you are going to receive beatings. After they will push you to this room over there for punishment. And you'll be there until their ship will go to America and come back.
We're talking about months?
Oh yeah. It
or
takes
sometimes
about 7 months from here to America and return back again.
But were they fed?
Oh, they were fed every day once.
Okay.
There you have your toilets. Anything. Let me say that. Anything.
But it was the women's version of maybe a condemned, or just that they got to be fed once.
Yes.
They had even a washroom to use, or they did everything there.
Washroom for what?
Okay, so everything was done there.
Yeah. Even
and nobody goes to
even your menses. If you go to Cape Coast and Elbina, you see it better. You see it better. That's how they punish them. Right. So when I came here, the place was very bad. Honestly bad. I met snakes and bats full of this place. They are about to go.
So there were bats here as well.
Oh, in fact, I tell you, when I came here, you cannot enter this place. This place was bad before I came here. Let's go and see how I've done the place.
Okay, let's see what you've done to the place now.
God. I brought electricity here, so let me put on.
Okay.
Good. I think you can see something different.
You've turned this place into
as a documentary room. I've told you my projector has just spoiled. Maybe when you go, you bring me a new one to use it for documentaries about our fort and castles and other things.
Hopefully. So here you bring people here to...
When they came to tour, they used to come inside here for documentaries about our fort and castles and other tourist places that we have in the country. So that if they have not been there, they can see it and the next time they will move to that place.
Okay.
To help people to know more about our tourists.
This is where you said there were snakes and everything.
Oh yeah, a bag full of here.
There was a similar thing we saw in Sinyabreku. Bats. I think so. Yes, we saw bats in a particular place, and but now the bats here are no longer here.
Why? What are they? So far as every time people were here, I have some kids from the community. Why? Because I wanted these kids from the community to benefit from this sport in their community, actually. Right? That's why I brought them here. I collect some of them, almost more than 40 kids. They used to come for studies after school.
Okay.
I don't collect a penny from them. Anything. I didn't take them anything.
So yours is just to impart the...
So that they may benefit from the fort in their community. And giving them our histories, our culture, and a lot of things that they are not been teaching from the basic school.
Is your headquarters aware these are all the things you're doing?
Of course, I used to send some of the pictures and videos to them.
And they've not still considered even getting you an extra hand? Because maybe...
You see the woman I show you from the office?
Yes.
I'm telling you, from 4 years up to now, every year, before the year will end, Joseph, so what are you doing for the kids? Your Sunday school kids. I say, oh, Mama, today I don't have anything. This woman will tell me that, prepare something and let me know. Brother, if I show you the videos, what the Mama Oye has done for the kids in this community, you'll be shocking. And I'll send you too. That's why I told you this woman is different from. In fact, apart the job that he's doing, this is an example.
Oh, that's a bat.
That's the example.
Yes.
They have to witness for you.
A bat actually just flew past.
Yes, they have to witness for you. What I'm saying.
Wow.
Yes. So that is it. So somebody bought them the whiteboard.
Okay.
Bring them some markers. Somebody bought them some books, exercise books. Look at it.
Okay.
They have got one for the school. About three for the school, use at school. But this one they use it here.
Okay.
For study at here.
So okay, they
whatever they learn from it,
they write in there. That's interesting.
Because you know something, the reason why I'm doing this.
Tell me.
I come from a very rich and poor family.
Okay.
So in my school days, I suffered. I didn't even go to secondary.
You didn't go to secondary school?
Not at all. Only from 4. But I suffered before even I finished from 4. And if I tell you I'm the first boy in the class, it'll be shocking. I sit common entrance 3 times. Distinction. My first choice could grant me in those days. I get no one to help me.
So that's where the education had to stop.
Yes. And later I was doing power at Mankesim and other places, carrying Gary and other things, pushing trucks just to survive. So, if I see these kids now, I remember my past. So I have to do something that these kids can also be supported. That's why I'm doing this, so that somebody should come and help them. Yes, I don't collect anything. You can. I will send you the video. The man who brought them these books, he bought them a lot of some what do we call it? Canvas, some dress. I mean, I'll show you the video in the picture. You will marvel. The same man just last 2 weeks. Yes, last week rather. He has sent them 400 Ghana cedis.
So that's a bat. No, that's not.
That's the bat. It's a bat.
Bat.
It's a bat. It's not a bed. It's a bat.
Okay.
You see, so that is the reason why I say I collected these children, and in Sundays also I used to teach them so that they may take their life in good. Look at what last week, last Sunday, look at what I taught them about life. Without life,
nothing existed.
I want to teach them the life that they are making, so that they should be careful. Thank you.
Joseph, now, where else do we have to go to? We'll be running short of time, but I want us to capture at least some other aspects of this place.
Yeah, we are going to the back there, and after we go up there.
Okay. What's at the back?
The back of the fort actually is, unless you yourself you see it.
Okay.
And imagine what can be done.
So we are going to the back of the
fort
actually now, just to find out. I wanted to know ahead of us going there, but as usual, Joseph wants to give us a surprise. So let's go and find out what's at the back of the fort.
So at this side was their office, where they do all the documents of this news over here. And then we are going to where they punish their own soldiers.
Their own soldiers?
Yes. You see these white people?
Their own soldiers?
Yes.
I didn't imagine there was anything
like
that.
When they failed their laws, they used to punish them. So they have their room at the guard, what do you call it, at the condemned cells. The same thing, but there they have the only wooden door. That door is the only original door. We can see it here.
The only original door?
Yes, which has left in this fort.
Where is it? This?
This is the fort.
You mean this door is from
1664? This door is from 1664, when the Dutch put up the fort.
What? So you see it here, 1664.
Look at the nails, facing the whole sea breeze.
And it's still this way. What kind of metal did they use?
I don't know. I cannot tell you. And you can see the cannons are still there. Yeah, I suppose the same
metal.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that is a door to the guard room where they punish their own soldiers. But the whole place is collapsed by the British.
The guard room?
Yes.
Okay. It no longer exists.
Yes. So the place is open. Let's go and see.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
So this
place was the guard room, which has collapsed, and here is a wall up. So there's no any exit here at all, actually.
This view.
So when I got here, the place was forest, like the other side. But when I got here, I said, no, we can use this place for a better something. That's why I'm able to weed and take out all the roots. And now even I have planted some carpet green grass over there, so that I can turn the whole place as a carpet green grass for some time to come.
Joseph, I think that you need a pay rise or something. You need to be paid way more than you are being paid to do this job. And the view from here, oh my, it's strikingly beautiful. Oh, how high up is this place, by the way? How high up is this?
Well, I can't tell us for that one.
But I think they can see the rest of the world from here.
That's the Atlantic Ocean, right? Yeah, that's the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh.
And imagine, see, even you can see.
All the way.
Far. And even there's a cloudy. If there's not a cloudy, you can see our old oil rig also over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a cloudy. So you cannot see them. I mean, when the whole weather is clear. Hey, you can't imagine the colors of the sea over here. I'm telling you the truth. That's why I'm forcing to make a place, something like what I've designed over there, so that people can just come and relax and have their even some fun over here.
Do people come to rent this place to use for anything?
No, they are not coming to rent because there's nothing here now. Unless something has done over here.
But this place is beautiful regardless. I want to believe that people can use this as outdoor, for the outdoor events, even for
events,
for weddings.
Yeah. And you know, anyone who can take anything over here, that event will rise higher than every event in the world. Why am I saying this? Because of the fort. Because of the name of the fort. So wherever the name of the fort rises to, then
it goes with.
And because of that, people will rush to have events over here.
But let's just take in the beauty of this place, and let's just enjoy how beautiful nature actually is. It's still a Ghana Man series here on GhanaWeb TV. We are in our final lap of this very extensive learning experience at Fort Amsterdam, yet at Abanzi. Joseph, we are going where? Coffee. What are we going to? I know that we have a last lap.
Yeah.
What are we going to?
We are coming up there.
Okay.
And then have the last.
So we're coming up to this side of the fort to see what's up there as well. All these staircases are very steep.
Yes.
Extreme.
Different from Cape Coast castles. How it is.
So this is what? How different?
Yes.
How different is this from?
Because it's too steep.
Oh, this way.
Yes.
Very steep. Okay. All right. So this is another part of the upper floor. Yeah. We couldn't connect from the other side. Is there a reason they didn't have connections?
Not at all. The place has collapsed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
But
did they used to have? Did they used to have a connection?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They used to be.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the peephole. What we saw
from the down, the main entrance. So that is the hole. And look at the thickness of the floor we are standing on it.
That's the entire. Okay, just look at that. It's that thick. This is thick.
No iron rod.
Wow.
No cement. And look at how it is.
Could people still build like this today?
Well, I don't think. I don't think. A floor, just a floor, one floor.
With this?
To be thickness almost about 6 feet.
Yes. That's quite. Yes, that's almost 6 feet. Wow. So this is where the soldiers will be and be watching.
Yeah, at the entrance.
Very smart.
Before they will allow the keeper to open the floor.
And these are what? What openings are these?
These are the gun holes.
Okay.
When the geese just
make
give
their
alarm,
noise.
yeah, and the soldiers out from their door here, quickly they spread their guns in it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the gun holes. Each one looks different direction.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Each one looks different direction.
Okay. They each
Different
face
from this one,
different
from
places.
All of them.
Okay.
So that they can shoot from any angle.
Then what are these holes down here?
This the water
outlets. Oh, okay. All right.
And I told you the shells. Look at the walls. The shells.
So many of them.
So here you can see the shells. They use it. And still these shells are there.
Yeah, there's still a lot
in
of
the
shells.
sea. So far as the sea is still there, the shells are also still there.
And I'm sure there's abundance of that because we have a lot of these shell
even from
animals.
the lakes.
Yes, from the lakes.
Here we come to the place where the soldiers gathered in the evening for fun.
For fun.
Right? And
so this is like their balcony.
Right, and they brought in the mix of the selected beautiful slave girls also among them here to enjoy their lives. You know? And they always check from the sea if there is any warship.
This is something I can also climb.
Yeah, you can climb. The first I've come up, come. Oof. Good. Very good.
Ah.
You can see everywhere.
Everywhere.
So they always used to watch from the sea in case of any warship. And they watch at the same time with the telescope. So you can imagine how distance they will see.
This is an experience, beautiful experience.
That is the Eti Lake. That's Eti Baka. I told you about.
There's a lake there actually.
Yes, that is called Eti Baka.
Eti Baka.
Yes.
That's the lake.
Yes, that's the lake. The Rastas were fishing in it. Those who were captured from here to Jamaica.
Okay.
They own that lake.
That's interesting.
And they have their village there.
There's a village right beside it.
That village is where, from the beginning, the Fantis or the Akans chiefs used to gather there for any problem, even for installation. There, and the umbrellas as trees that they sit under it, all there. Right now, I'm talking to you.
Joseph, I know that we could spend the whole day here just listening to you.
The history about the Fort Amsterdam.
And it's unbelievable what you've done here, and as well as how you have shared and poured out the history of this place with us, and we're truly grateful. Wow. I want to believe that when this goes out, as we mark the month of March as Ghana Month, that I hope that your bosses and all other people who would see this, and maybe people from the diaspora, will get to appreciate more of this place and the history that it conveys. But we've run out of time.
Yeah.
But I must say thank you to you very much. Thank you. You've been an excellent host. Thank you for teaching me, guiding me along, hearing all that there's been in here. So thank you. Joseph Kofi Akofo is the caretaker here at Fort Amsterdam, here at Abanze. You can agree with me that this place has given us way more than even you and I anticipated. That's been our edition of Ghana Month here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atiso. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look for GhanaWeb TV. Click on the like button and click also on the notification button so that when we put up our next video, you are notified. Until another time, bye-bye.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007.
The sad reality is that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us all.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial threat.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
What HIV is, the modes of transmission. Let's now talk about the epidemic in Ghana, and we have some facts and figures projected over here. So with the aid of Mr. Ernest Amwabeng Otson, we are going to delve into these figures. But before that, in the last 9 months, in the first 9 months, I beg your pardon, of 2024, about 34,000 cases of HIV was recorded in Ghana. That's quite alarming.
Yes, Stella. Indeed, it's very, very alarming.
And when I look at what we have here, 2023 HIV population, 334,000.
Yes.
Plus.
Yes. So these are the number of people that are estimated to be living with a virus in Ghana.
As of 2023.
As of 2023. So we are yet to get the 2024 data. The 2024 data will be ready this year. So when the 2024 data comes, then we will know whether the population has increased or it has decreased. But let me address the statistics you just mentioned, that within the first 9 months of 2024, we had 34,000
HIV infections.
Okay, no. So those were newly diagnosed cases.
Okay.
Let me explain. Every year we have new infections and new diagnoses. So new infections are infections that occur within that particular year.
new diagnoses are persons who may have been living with the virus for some time, but getting to know of their status for the very first time.
Oh, okay.
So somebody may have been living with the virus for the past 6 years, but doesn't know. For the past 8 years, but doesn't know. For the past 2 years, but doesn't know.
But are you able to determine when the person got infected?
So there are different types of tests. There is a test called recency test. If you do a recency test, you are able to determine the exact time the person got infected. Unfortunately for us in Ghana, we don't have recency tests yet.
So how are you able to do the new infections and the newly diagnosed?
So the newly diagnosed are persons who are testing for the very first time.
Okay.
They are testing for the very first time.
Yeah.
They test for the first time, and then they get to know that they have the virus. Now, the new infections, these are based on estimates. There is a special software called Spectrum. This special software is the UNAIDS that developed it with WHO and other international organizations. So all countries use that particular software to make projections about new infections and general population of HIV persons in the country. Okay. So the new infections are an estimate, okay, based on the projections that the software gives us. But then the newly diagnosed, those ones we are 100% sure that they have the virus because they come to the clinic and they are tested. And when you interview them, some of them will then reflect and cast their mind back to a certain period.
Yeah.
Most of them, their partners may have died, and then they will recollect. So when you interview them, you see that a lot of them actually may have been living with the virus for some time. Some may also have been suspecting that they have been living with the virus, except that they were too afraid to do the test.
Ignorance is bliss.
Exactly. So, but maybe when it gets to a point that they begin to feel some symptoms, then they feel the need to test. So that 34,000 were persons who were actually living the virus already and got tested for the first time.
Okay, so we're talking about HIV-related deaths.
Yes.
Are there people who die and then after they are dead, that's when they found out that, it's
the post-mortem.
It's HIV that killed them?
Oh, yes. I mean, if you look at the data we have here, as of 2023, 12,505 persons died out of HIV and AIDS-related causes. So these are cases that may be known and then maybe somewhere under treatment, but we're not taking their treatment well. Maybe they stopped along the way because they went to a prayer center or they went for some herbal concoctions and they stopped their medication and all of those situations. Some are also persons who stay at home with their condition until it gets to a very critical stage. So it's for those persons, they may come to hospital and then die, and then just after that, their postmortem will show that maybe they had the virus, before they are dead. But what is sad is that if you look at the 12,505 people who died, 11% of them were children.
Oh.
And that's very sad. So we need to, as a country, recommit ourselves to fighting this HIV and AIDS menace, because we are losing a lot of people. 12,505 is such a lot. Yes. And if you look at the data from, let's say,
and 20... that's in just 2023.
Exactly. So if you look at, let's say, 2013 up to 2023, over a 10-year period, on the average, we lose about 10,000 people every year, on the average.
To HIV?
To HIV and AIDS, on the average. So you see that within 10 years, 100,000 people
have died.
100,000 people. And these 100,000 people may not just be ordinary people. A lot of them may be breadwinners.
Yes.
So you can imagine the effect this may have on families. You can imagine the number of orphans we have in the system as a result of AIDS deaths. And for me, it's a very serious matter, because losing 100,000 people within a 10-year period when you are not at war is clearly unacceptable. Clearly unacceptable. And that is why we need government to commit more resources
to fight.
Yes. Earlier on, before we started the show, you were asking me about why we don't see the campaigns anymore.
Yeah.
We don't see the campaigns anymore because government is not giving the Ghana AIDS Commission the needed resources. And you know, in the past, the Ghana AIDS Commission used to work with NGOs, like my organization, and we were doing the campaigns across the country. But because the commission doesn't have the resources, nobody is getting any funds to do any work. Now, what happened was that in the beginning, when the AIDS Commission was established, the Global Fund was actually the one that was mainly supporting the work of the commission. So the Global Fund was giving us resources for us to do all those campaigns. So the campaigns that you used to see on TV, on radio, in the marketplaces, in schools,
educating people about stigma.
Stigma and all of those things, they were largely sponsored by the Global Fund. But then in the last decade or so, the Global Fund says that we need to buy medication for people who are already infected. Because I mentioned to you earlier that treatment can also be a prevention strategy. So Global Fund said, we will provide the medications. Very expensive. If you leave it to the ordinary Ghanaian, they cannot buy it.
Afford it.
So we will buy all the medications for persons who are on treatment. At the moment, we have more than 150,000 people on treatment. So government of Ghana was then to contribute and then give the commission resources to continue its work. However, that has not been forthcoming.
Why has it not been forthcoming?
It's very difficult to explain, because in 2016, the government amended the Ghana AIDS Commission Act. So we have what we call the Act 938 of 2016. And in that act, a provision was made for a national HIV and AIDS fund. And government was to commit some resources into that fund. But in the last 8 years, advocacy upon advocacy, the previous government, you know, did not put in a single fund, a single dime in the fund.
Not even 1 peso.
Not even 1 peso or half a peso.
Wow.
So there was no money in that fund, and that fund remained redundant to date. So we are hoping that with the new government in place, since the initiative started under them in 2016, they will pick it up from where
they left
off, and then make some resources available for a lot of these campaigns to roll out.
Wow. Is there any other thing striking that we should look at in the data?
Well,
so we're talking about TB clients being 14%.
Yes. So,
and then I can see transgender men study. 2023 MSM.
Okay. So MSM are men who have sex with men. Otherwise called gays.
Homosexuality.
Or gays, yes. So the prevalence of HIV amongst that population is 26.
That's a lot.
A lot. And if you look at the transgender group, the prevalence
is this for Ghana?
Yes, this is for Ghana.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yes, very interesting. And you see, this statistic can be interpreted in different ways. Some may say, well, this is the more reason why we need to have the anti-LGBT bill, because the prevalence is high and all of that. But the other interpretation is that from a purely public health approach, it means we need to extend more services to this particular population. And passing laws that ban them will make them go underground.
Okay.
They will not come for treatment. They will not come for services.
Okay.
And when they go underground, they will infect more people. There's a reason why they are called men who have sex with men. Because some of them also have sex
with women.
So with such high prevalence in that population, if you don't offer them services, but rather you put in place policies that make them go aground, you lose them. And then they fuel the epidemic. Yeah. So that is why we need to be very careful how we go about that particular bill, so that we don't create a situation where this population will go underground and will not have access to them and have
let me put you on the spot. So what do you think government should do concerning the bill?
Well, I think just like it was stated previously, there's still some need for more consultation.
Okay.
The Ghana AIDS Commission was really making a case for the public health considerations, and from my background, I subscribe to that particular view that for public health reasons we need to still interrogate the situation further, so that we don't create a situation where this population will go aground and will not have access to them, to offer services to them, and when they go underground, they now begin to spread the virus.
Because the bill will not mean that they will not do it. People will still do it anyways.
Except that they will not do it in the open, so you don't even know who is doing it and who is not doing it. But then, like I said, some of them keep female partners as well. In fact, in this same study, it was found out that in some of the places, about 50% of the people who are MSM are also married.
To women?
To women.
Wow.
Yes. And some, those who are not married, keep girlfriends. Because now in our society, if you're a man of a certain age and nobody sees women around you, you become a suspect.
Yes, suspect.
So some people keep,
female
partners, as a facade.
So they have intercourse with the female as well?
Yes. Because if they're in a relationship with you, then it's suspected.
Wow.
Yes. So that is why we need to be very careful about that particular
bill. Okay, so for the sake of time, let's now move on to talk about STIs, because looking at the data, it looks like a lot of our percentage is concentrated over there. You mentioned about 80% of the cases that we get come from that side.
Yes.
And these days, in this era that we are in, promiscuity is like the order of the day. If you are not doing it, maybe you are the odd one out. And a lot of people too just use condoms to prevent pregnancy. And if you want to prevent pregnancy, there are other ways you can prevent pregnancy. There are contraceptives, without taking into consideration the fact that there are also STIs, very, very deadly STIs that can actually end your life.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about how it looks these days.
Yeah.
What are people doing when it comes to, abstinence, using protection from STIs and other, sexual related diseases.
Okay, Stella, once again, thank you very much. So if you look at the data, you see that HIV among STI clients is 12.3%.
Okay.
So you see that people who report STIs, about 12% of them have HIV. So you see the correlation.
Okay, people who report
STIs.
Okay.
When you aggregate all of them, let's say if you pick 100 of them, about 12 of them
have HIV.
Have HIV. So it means when people get STI, there's a likelihood that they may be getting infected with HIV as well.
Okay.
And in Ghana, the most popular STIs syphilis,
gonorrhea,
chlamydia, herpes, genital warts, anal warts. You know, these are some of the commonest STIs that we have in our system. You can prevent yourself from getting any of these STIs when you use condoms and you use them effectively. So once again, when I was coming to the studio, I brought some condoms. And Stella, I'm going to give you some condoms when I'm done. Okay. So we need to use condoms. Very good. Very good. We need to use condoms at all times to protect ourselves. What we've observed is that for most people, when they start a new sexual relationship, the first time they might say, oh yeah, let's use a condom, want to be careful. The second time they might use a condom, let's be careful. But the third time it's like,
you're comfortable.
Yes. Don't you trust me? Well, I trust you. Okay. And without any testing to see whether the person has an STI or not, you go ahead and have unprotected sex with a person. Like you said, people are more concerned about pregnancy than STIs, which is also a major source of worry for us in the public health sector. Because the more STIs that we have, the more it affects fertility. STIs affect fertility. And you know, in our social setting, fertility is a major issue. You know, so we need to ensure that people will use protection all the time so that they can prevent themselves from getting infected with some of these STIs.
Okay, so does it mean that condoms are one of the most effective ways to prevent STIs?
Yes.
Okay. Some people don't like condoms for reasons best known to them.
Yes.
Some say that you know, the feeling is not the same.
Exactly.
So there are types of condoms. There are some that can give you the, you know, close to natural experience. And you were telling me a few of them off air, so I'd like you to repeat, you know, some of the types of condoms that we have that you can use.
Yes. So these ones are the very normal condoms. These are the program condoms that we have
for demonstration purposes.
Yes. But then there are different ones.
Let me, you know.
There are the flavored ones.
Okay.
There are ones that are made in such a way that during the act, it will be giving you fragrances, so that, you know, the whole atmosphere is filled with some, you know, nice fragrance and all of that.
Okay.
There are some that even in darkness, you see that you'll be showing some light.
Glow in the dark.
Exactly, glowing in the dark. You have the right word for it. It will be glowing in the dark.
Okay, so that's how it looks like.
Yes, but then,
I see.
But then, and then these days there are some that even behave like vibrators and all of that. So there are different types of condoms. And
so it means that you can use condom and still enjoy.
Yes. You can still use a condom and enjoy the act if you are not comfortable. You know, or if you don't want to, you're not comfortable with the normal condoms that we have on the market. There are some more exotic ones, more expensive ones that you can use to get that pleasure.
Okay.
So now let's look at the one you opened.
Okay.
But that is not how you go about it. So now let me have a quick demonstration. Okay. So if you want to use a condom, the first thing to do is that when you get a condom, you need to check first and foremost for the expiry date.
Oh.
To be sure.
I thought because it is, you know, latex.
No. You always have to check and be sure. So this one will expire in
2028
July. So it means this is a condom that you can use. Normally condoms have a 5-year lifespan. So if you don't see the expiry date, but you see the manufacturing date, you can add 5 years and then you can, you know, calculate. So the first thing you do is to look at the expiry date. Now, if you want to open a condom, you know, most condoms have 4 sizes.
Okay.
There's a zigzag side and then there's a smooth side. If you want to open a condom, Never use your teeth to open a condom. A lot of people use their teeth to open a condom, and it's a very big mistake. It's an error. Some also use scissors to cut. It's also not good, because if you use a sharp object, you may in the process cut a portion of the condom otherwise. So it is not good to
use a sharp object
here. So the best thing is to go for the zigzag side, and then when you go that side, it's so easy to take. Very, very easy. Very, very easy if you go for that side. So when you bring out the condom, you see that it's like this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, before you wear the condom, the man would have to ensure that his manhood is erect and very strong. Because if it is not erect and strong, it will fall off. It will not,
it will not hold.
It will not hold. So you have to make sure that the manhood is very strong, very firm.
Wow.
Now, before you wear it, you need to use your hand like this to hold here, this side, so that you push out any air that may be inside the condom. If you don't push out the air, I'm sure we heard of people who say that, oh, I was using the condom and the condom burst.
Yes.
If you don't push out the air, that air is what can cause the burst.
Wow.
So before you wear a condom, make sure you push out all the air. Then when the manhood is very, very strong, you then put it on. Then you roll this for the size. You roll to the base of the penis.
Okay. It has to cover up to the top.
From the top to the base of the penis. So that's how you do it. And then I'm sorry I didn't come with a dummy.
To demonstrate.
But maybe next time I come with a dummy so we can demonstrate. So when you do that, you don't wear 2 condoms at the same time. Some people say that for extra protection, they want to wear 2. Some people want to wear 3 or 4. No, that is not correct.
Advisable.
Yes, because if you wear more than 1, the extra one will just go off easily. Because of, it's oily.
Yes.
So it will just go off easily. So don't wear more than 1 condom. Just wear 1 condom. And then after every round of sex, you need to change your condom. You don't need to wear the same condom for different rounds of sex. And
so the rounds of sex, is it that when you ejaculate?
Yes. When you ejaculate, at least that's how we understand 1 round. So when you ejaculate, it means you've gone 1 round. And at that point, you need to change the condom and use a fresh one. And don't reuse a condom.
You can't wash it and recycle.
No. So when you use it once, that is it. So if you want to dispose it of, it's not advisable to flush with the WC and all of that, because you can choke the sewage. So you have to just find a nice tissue, tie it, then you dig the ground, then you bury it. That's the best way to dispose of a condom.
So how effective are female condoms as well? Does it serve the same
Yes,
purpose?
female condoms are very effective and they serve the same purpose. Except that in Ghana here, its
I've
popularity...
never seen a female condom.
Next time I'll bring you a female condom. We have them in the system. Except that their popularity is on the lower side. More people use the male condoms than the female condoms.
So just yesterday there was a news flash that one of the most common causes of throat cancer is oral sex. So does oral sex also have a role to play in the transmission of HIV? Because sometimes some people have oral sex and the man ejaculates in the woman's mouth. We talked about semen being a mode of transmission. So if you drink semen, are you likely to?
That's a very interesting question. So all the available research, all the available data shows that when the virus enters your stomach, it dies.
Oh.
It becomes inactive.
Okay.
It becomes inactive. So you are not going to get infected because you took in the virus. If you look at the modes of transmission, there's something we call the QQR. That's the quality, the quantity, and the route.
Okay.
The quality, the quantity, and then the route. So the quality of the virus, how potent is it at the time of infection, the amount of the virus, and then the route through which it is going. The mouth has, going into your system has not been identified as one of the routes. Okay. Normally, it is those abrasions, small cuts on the penis for the men, and then the women as well doing sex. Those abrasions that occur during sex, those are the ones that opens the skin for the virus to pass through. That is the quickest route.
Okay.
But oral sex has not been identified as a major risk factor.
Okay. So on that tangent,
there are other conditions.
Okay.
There are other hygienic, issues with oral sex. But when it comes to HIV, there's very limited evidence to show that's
okay. Now, I want us to do the self-test.
Self-test.
Yes. So whilst we do that, we will talk about what the HIV and AIDS network is doing now. Even though we've already spoken about the fact that there is not enough funding. That's why we've not seen a lot of the things that we used to see being done. But what are your plans? Because we are in a new year.
Yes.
And the numbers are, very scary.
Very scary, yeah.
Yes. So whilst you take me through the self-test,
yes,
we'll talk about what HIV and AIDS network is doing.
Okay, so
or has planned to do this
yes.
year.
So towards the end of last year, we started what we call the end of year safe sex campaign.
Safe sex
campaign.
Okay.
So we decided to pitch our tent at Laboma Beach.
Yeah.
And that was because we realized that a lot of the activities were taking place along the beaches.
Yeah.
During the festivities. And we distributed more than 50,000 condoms at the beach.
Okay.
More than 50,000 condoms were distributed. And more than 500 people came to us to test
for HIV.
These are people who came to us voluntarily to test for free.
Wow.
Yes. So the patronage was so high, we now decided that for this year, we are going to do such activations on festive occasions.
Okay.
So now let me quickly take you
through
the self-test kits. Now there are different types of test kits, self-test kits.
So I think there's one to the expiry date.
Yes, you have to watch out for the expiry date and everything to be sure. So I was mentioning to you that there are two types of tests, self-tests. There is the oral one, and then there's a blood-based.
Okay.
With the oral one, all you need to do is that you need to swab behind your teeth.
Behind your teeth?
Yes, behind your teeth.
Okay.
And then you do the test.
Okay.
But today we are going to talk about the one that uses blood.
Okay.
Which is the check now.
HIV
self-test kits. So when you open the test kits like this, you have the instructions.
Yeah.
Everything in that you need to read to understand. Then you have your test kits, equipment that you're going to need and everything. So you take this, and you tear.
This one.
Then you bring out This is what we're going to use to collect the blood.
Okay.
Good. So you also have your lancets, which you are going to use to prick and take the blood. Then also have your piper.
Okay.
The piper is what you use to draw the blood.
Okay. So because of sensitivity, we are not going to prick. We would have, but
no, if
some
one,
viewers,
if one, okay.
yes, some viewers, for blood, blood, photosensitivity and all that. So we are not going to prick, but
okay. Yeah. So normally you take this. There's a plaster in there as well.
Is this the lancet?
This is a lancet, yes.
So when I press it, it will
yes,
prick?
Yes,
oh,
it will
okay.
prick. So before you start the test, you normally need to wash your hands.
Okay.
Just to make sure that your hands are clean, so you don't pick any particles whilst doing the test.
Okay.
Then when you finish washing and drying your hands, then you massage your palm.
Oh, okay, for blood flow.
Exactly. You need to massage your palm so it will be very easy for the blood to flow. You massage your palm.
Okay.
And then you choose either of these fingers.
Of proceedings. Honorable members, I understand we have in the system the 5th March 2025 edition of the official report. 5th March 2025 edition of the official report. I take it again. I understand that we have in the system 5th March 2025 edition of the official report. Honourable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 5th March 2025 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes. Leadership, are you moving to questions?
Speaker, the ministers are not readily available, partly because we have, in the last couple of days, had difficulty with considering the main business of government, which is the debates. So the plan is that we devote more time to the debates. So we're scaling down on questions in the coming days in order to be able to focus on the debates. It's not fair to MPs to keep them here up to 8 p.m., 9 p.m., debating the budget policy and statement. So the ministers are unavailable this morning to answer those questions. So let's proceed to the debate on the budget.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, I am quite surprised that this posture, I am not aware of this. No member in the front seat is aware of this. This is the first time I'm hearing this. If the ministers are unable to attend, I think the table office should be able to let us know by a copy of a letter indicating that they can't attend. rather than to say that what the majority leader is saying. I'm not aware of this.
But, honorable members, I think, is the minister, do you have the ministers around?
They are unavailable, Mr. Speaker.
Come again.
They are unavailable, Mr. Speaker.
So, minority leadership, once if they are not here,
Mr. Speaker, that shows the kind of attention they pay to this very important or guest house. If they've been directed or instructed to come and respond to answers and questions, to respond to questions and questions emanating from members who are representing respective constituencies, then that means that they don't even respect the people they are leading.
Well. So once the ministers come, we will take them on board. So we will follow the items on the line, which is statement. And even though the leader is indicating that we should straight away move into the debate, I want to acknowledge the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to make an urgent statement before we make we move into the debate.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to address this August House on the eve of the International Day of the Forest, a day globally observed to raise awareness about the importance for all types of forests and trees for current and future generations. Declared by the United Nations General Assembly in 2012, this day encourages countries to organize local, national, and international activities such as tree planting campaigns to promote forest conservation. This year's theme, Forests and Foods, aligns perfectly with our national quest for food security, improved nutrition, and sustainable livelihoods. Forests are vital sources of fruits, nuts, honey, medicinal plants, and non-timber forest products, all of which support livelihoods. Beyond this, forests provide formal and informal employment, rich biodiversity.
The private sector play a critical role. Now, I'm interested in social responsibility back home. Can you share with me any social intervention projects that can attributed to you in your father's homeland in Bremen?
Mr. Chair, currently in our hometown, through efforts lobbying your former colleague, the Minister for Roads, we have our town roads being rehabilitated.
You mean referring to Asensu Boachi or Honorable Amakwata?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Go on.
So our town roads are being rehabilitated. I believe they are probably 95% done.
Town roads in Bremen?
Yes.
Oh, very well.
I've also been able to sponsor a few children to go to school, one of whom is now at Gimpa Law School.
Now, you've only listed two things. One intervention is public intervention. You lobbied the MPP government, the Roads and Highways Minister, and the MPP administration, Honorable Amakwata, to fix your town roads, which you did, 95%. I mean, this is a decent acknowledgement of how bipartisan MPP administration was and how you can reach out to the other side. So though you are an NDC, you reach out to the other side and you get a fair hearing. I want to know from you, the Ishmael Yamson family, if I enter Bremane Sikuma, I want to know what the Ishmael Yamson name is doing for the community. Is there any project in the name of the family? Those are the social interventions I'm referring to, in the name of the family.
Mr. Chair, and these I cannot attribute to myself, but when electricity was first brought to our hometown, it was my father then who single-handedly paid for the poles and the cables that were extended from, I can't remember the name of the town, I think it's Inkum, that brought electricity to our town. He also single-handedly funded the extension of water to our town. And over the years, he has, as I am following in his footsteps, supported several young people to acquire higher education as well. So I guess our investments have been in social infrastructure and in the people. But in terms of buildings, no.
I mean, honored admissions where you made intervention and all that. These are for the Ishmael Yamson as a person, and you were very clear. You have a rich background, successes. Today, you have the chiefs who are behind you, and they come with a certain expectation. You acknowledge that there is no infrastructure standing in your name for your community in Bremen. None from that as well. You may want to consider in future. Now, what about your maternal home, Cape Coast? Is there any single social intervention project that the people of Cape Coast can today say, Harry, born 1973, done so much for himself, upon all the successes in life, he came to provide for those at the lowest ebb of fortune's wheel. Cape Coast is a very poor community. Is there anything you've done in mother's homeland?
Not in my own name, no, thank you.
But in whose name, please?
In my grandmother's name.
Can you share?
My grandmother was for many years a devoted Catholic. And when she passed, she had been living with us for several years. But one of her last wishes was to see that we would renovate her parish in Ola. And so a year after she passed, my siblings and I indeed did honor her wishes and fund the rehabilitation of certain parts of the parish as was requested at the time.
So that is all about it?
Yes.
Very well. Let me also ask you this very important question. Did you do your national service?
No, Mr. Chair.
You know, in your time, after A-level, you do national service for 1 year. And then after university, you also do national service. Today, you are here to administer a public fund, and you are telling the Ghanaian people you never did your national service, you went to Leeds, came back, Unilever gave you a lot of opportunities. All these years, You have not done your national service. I see. I have not cited your tax exemption certificate yet. I have not cited your tax exemption certificate yet. Can you share with us if you have your tax exemption certificate? Oh, sorry for the wrong use of the word. I said tax exemption, tax clearance. I apologize. Tax clearance certificate. Do you have it with you?
Yes, Mr. Chair, a copy has been.
Check the name on it, because the one I have is not the one with your name. So I don't have yours with me. What I have is different. So check, maybe I have a different one. Read the name on that tax clearance certificate.
The name on it says Michael Harry Emisa Yamson.
Is that also Michael Harry Yamson? Is it one and the same person?
Yes. Mr. Chair, if I may clarify, for most of my life, I used Michael Harry Yamson. But at the time, when we were registering for the national identification document, I elected to put the full name as it appeared on my birth certificate, which is Michael Harry Emisa Yamson.
This birth certificate you are referring to, was it a birth certificate that you later acquired, or it was a birth certificate that you acquired before going to school?
It is the original birth certificate, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, pay attention to my questions and remind yourself of answers you are also giving. I'll repeat. This birth certificate you are referring to, was it a birth certificate you acquired after completing O-level, A-level, and university, or it was a birth certificate you acquired prior to going to do your O-level, A-level, and your uni degree. Family members in Central Region say, I think your Nimpano office Central Region na a grilling na dum. I had no more personal. One gets a was some trono and a years can was some. And the infant of our team want to mass. And a Huawei no mass some years before and I years ago. In other words, I'm only relying on his own document to ask my questions. So now, I said, the Fantis will say Afenyo, but my daddies will say Afenyo. That's the proper and law pronunciation. My uncles in Winneba will say Afenyo Marking. But my daddies in Anlo, Chairman Yakonokwe will say Afenyo. Chairman is enough.
Mr. Chair.
By the way, so clarity, all right? My name is Alexander Kwamena Afenyo Marking. All my certificates, I have the Alexander Afenyo Marking without Kwamena. We all have it. So I want you to clarify. I don't use the Kwamena. I use it Sometimes I don't use it all the time. So I want to ask you, on your certificates, which names do you have on your certificate?
On all my certificates, my name is Michael Harry Yamson. As I explained when I was applying for my...
Let's proceed. So now that you have a national ID, Ghana card, and this Ghana card has Michael Ishmael Emisa Yamson.
Michael Harry Emisa
Sorry.
Yamson.
Your Ghana card has Michael Harry Emisa Yamson. The tax man, GRA, knows you also as Michael Harry Emisa Yamson.
That is correct.
Your certificates know you as Michael Harry Yamson. The president knows you to be Michael Harry Yamson. He doesn't know your Emisa. Would you use the law to regularize this? You've already done it.
I have already done so.
So would you want to inform Mr. President that the old name has been changed and that the records at the presidency should be corrected, and for that matter, Parliament? Because we cannot know you and call you Michael Harry Yamson if your actual updated document, legally certified, is Michael Harry Emisa Yamson, as known by GRA. What's your advice?
Yes.
Tell us what your pleasure is now.
My pleasure would be to notify the president's records.
But you have been in possession of this notice of your appointment all these weeks. Chairman, can we proceed with the, or you grant leave? Because the name, these are legal matters, and you are a lawyer. Would you want to grant leave so that that ratification and rectification can be done later? Otherwise, I do not think that we can proceed. It's my suggestion to you, sir.
Honourable Member, let's proceed. The value is the same. He's one and the same person. However, he has indicated that he would communicate the addition to the president.
Chairman, our law students and our seniors and our colleagues at the bar, I'm sure, are watching us, and the judges are watching us. I know you said it on a lighter note, but the value is not the same. In law, the value is not the same. But, I mean, since he's taking notes to get it sorted out, that's fair enough. Now, you are coming from the private sector. Do you think that as a country, we often get social intervention programs aimed at getting some investment into the economy, end up becoming consumption? You think so?
Please, could you clarify that question?
All right. So we introduce some social intervention programs to empower our people to become economically strong, do their businesses and all. These are supposed to be paid back to the state for others to also benefit. Oftentimes, these monies go. They don't come back. So it becomes what we call consumption. You are the economist. I'm not one. So it's not an investment. Are you concerned about this? And if you are, what would be your proposal? And I say this because recently, Daddy expressed a worry in the Economic Forum, which the minority could not secure an invitation to participate. In fact, I, as a leader, was never invited. No letter came to the caucus. We were not invited. But that's a different matter. The old man expressed concern and even suggested that state-owned enterprises must move to the private sector so that they become profitable. Against this background, what is your suggestion to this government regarding social intervention programs for economic empowerment?
Mr. Chair, I want to ask for some clarity from you. Since my role does not make me a policy advisor to the President of the Cabinet, I report to Parliament. So am I advising Parliament here or the Presidency?
Oh, a general opinion. You are a private sector person, so not as an advisor, but we hear, it's a public discourse. This engagement is to express views on national issues.
Okay. The question is just soliciting for your opinion.
Okay. In my opinion, public good and efforts that are aimed at they are to be is that we often introduce social interventions without, shall I say, certainty about how we, from our own resources, will be able to cover. And so when the donor support or whatever help dries out, we are forced to carry on these programs essentially by printing money, and that is unsustainable. So my view is that by all means let us do good, because as the Bible says, the poor will always be among us. But we must make sure that we have adequate resources to fund those programs fully.
Are you a Catholic?
I was baptized a Catholic, but I am now a member of the Methodist Church of Ghana.
At what point did you become a Methodist? As a
Augustine.
the task clearance. Now look at 23. Accountant provided.
Yes.
Have you seen it?
Correct.
So your accountant says that your chargeable income monthly is 11,000 cedis. Consultant, big man, you mean this accountant was accurate with the facts, the 11,000 Ghana cedis? Are you very sure of what your accountant did, or you would want to further, go through this with your accountant?
No, I don't need to.
So he declared faithfully. that you earn 11,000 a month.
He declared faithfully.
And that is all your income. Yes, yes, of course. That is all your chargeable income. Are you sure your accountant did what he was supposed to do correctly? Because I have documents here about other income. So I do not want it to be like I'm splashing. So I may want to give you an opportunity. Sometime when we are in a hurry, to get this certificate, because I note that because we were coming for vetting, he hurriedly put something together. Would you want to cross-check with him to ensure that he gets all the facts regarding your tax obligation? Maybe later on, so that you amend your records, or you insist on that, on what is provided.
I'm happy to cross-check with you.
Very well. Chairman, that will be all for the nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Togbi Osahin Alexander Kwamena Apanyomakin. We'll then proceed to take questions from the subject matter committee members, starting from Alexander Akwesi-Akwa. You have the floor. You are entitled to 3 questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Nominee. In the last budget, which is still before Parliament, there was a proposal to send about 80% of the DACF to MMDAs. How feasible is this? And do you agree to this proposal?
You mean the last budget or the current budget?
No, the current budget, which is still before Parliament, yeah. 2025, the big push budget.
Mr. Chair, in terms of feasibility, as a fund, it is entirely feasible. And as to whether I agree with it, I'm here as a nominee of the President. I respond to the President's policy directives. And I am clear about what the President is trying to achieve. And my task now is to give effect to that policy and then go further to ensure that the appropriate monitoring, the appropriate validation of expenditure in partnership with my brother, the Minister for Local Government, happens so that there is no misuse. I think the issue about whether I agree is born out of a concern as to whether there might be misuse of those funds. But I would suggest that between the Local Government Ministry and the District Assembly's Common Fund, we have enough mechanisms to ensure that there is no misuse.
Okay, so as a follow-up, I asked about the feasibility of it because as a Member of Parliament, I am aware that there are some programs and activities that are currently ongoing. And so if the new policy direction is to shift about 80% of the common fund to the Assembly, how do we cater for these programs that are currently going on?
So, Mr. Chair, what I would say, though, is that the objective as stated by the President through the Finance Minister at this point in time remains the policy objective of the Executive. My task is to prepare a formula, to propose it to to the Parliament of Ghana. And the Parliament of Ghana will have every right to accept it, to amend it, or reject it. I will act upon the final instruction that comes from this House. So I will present the policy objectives of the President, and I will leave it to your good selves to advise me on how to make amendments so that the final formula respects the policy objectives, but also addresses any concerns or advice that this House may have. I am aware that we do pay members of Parliament, we do require of members of Parliament a monitoring role, and so it will be very important to respect what your thoughts are also on how these things might be affected. Thank you.
Okay, another follow-up on that one. I'm sure so far you've had, you're privy to, yes, sir.
Still to one follow-up question. So ask another question.
I will oblige. Thank you so much. My second question has to do with another policy shift. The budget also proposed and allocated about 100 million Ghana cedis to be used as payments to assembly members. I want to ask your thoughts about that. How do you marry this proposal with Article 250, Clause 2, which requires the district assemblies to be in charge of emoluments and all payments to their members? Do you see a conflict there?
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I believe that this matter does not in any way fall within the purview of my work as administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund. And therefore, I would beg your permission not to wade into an area where I have no expertise.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair. How, well, let me rephrase my question. Don't you think this will reduce the motivation of MMDAs and their IGFs? Because I'm sure in the Constitution, the fact that the assemblies are supposed to determine how much they pay to their members will motivate them to increase their IGF, their collections.
Mr. Chair, it is my understanding that this should have, at best, a neutral effect, because the MMDA's share of the common fund actually rises as they increase their internally generated funds. Therefore, irrespective of how much help or grants are received from my office or the central government, it is still in their best interest to pursue IGF. And so I don't think that any such support should dampen the efforts of any MMDA to grow their IGF. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, last question. How do you intend improving on the transparency and the activities of the District Assembly's Common Fund?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The District Assembly's Common Fund has existed since 1994. In my short time at the fund, one of the things that I believe will help us is to improve our own technological capacity, to help us better understand how we're spending, the effectiveness of how we're spending, and the impactfulness of the money that we spend. I also feel that it is important that we make our information more publicly available. First of all, to enable the district assemblies themselves to also fulfill their mandate of the annual town halls. If we make our information available to all members of the public, then the assemblies can also go back and hold their town halls and then explain what benefits citizens can expect from the transfers that they receive from the fund. So I think these two steps will help quite a bit. As I spend more time and as my directors give me further briefing, I am sure that beyond publicizing our information and improving our technological capacity, there'll be other things that we can do to improve the transparency of our work. But these two things I think are most critical.
Mr. Chairman, last follow-up. In the preparation of the formula, who are some of the key players that you intend to consult?
Mr. Chair, my job is to prepare the formula for Parliament. And so my first consultation will be with the leadership, also with the local government committee to which I'm responsible for presenting the draft formula. I will also have to engage with the MMDAs as much as possible. I also, because I'm in a way part of the executive, also consult with my brother, the Minister for Local Government, my brother, the Minister for Finance, and the Chief of Staff.
You are done.
Sir, if you oblige me one more.
Very well. I will give the floor to Honorable John Dako.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So, as the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, are you accountable to Parliament or to the Minister? And what, in your view, do you think this accountability, whether Parliament or Minister, is going to play on your activities?
Mr. Chair, my accountability is wholly to this Parliament. It is to this Parliament that I present my draft formula. It is from this Parliament that I secure approval of the formula. It is to this Parliament that I will render my annual accounts if you give me the nod to assume office. And I think it's only in my fourth area of responsibility, according to the Constitution, that says that I may carry out any other duties as the President may decide. So 75% of my role is entirely to this House. The President may from time to time ask me to do something.
Yeah, by way of follow-up, so you don't think that you are in any way accountable to the Minister in charge of local government?
I believe by the Local Government Act, I do have a relationship with the Minister for Local Government. He presents our budget to Parliament, and to that extent, I am accountable to him to justify my budget and equip him to lay it before Parliament. In respect of the day-to-day activities at the DACF, I believe we are like twin brothers. He's the senior twin brother. But everything has to be done in consultation with him.
Okay. Looking at your CV, I get the impression that you don't have any experience in the local governance sector of our country. Everything you've had or you've done is in the private sector. So with this handicap that you have, how do you intend to make the DACF better to achieve its objective, which mainly, I guess, is to distribute funds? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the first two occupants of this office were also not local governance experts. My immediate predecessor, to a large degree, is. But I would say that fresh blood is good for every organization. I have tremendous experience. I've managed budgets 3 times the size of this fund and done so successfully. I have a wonderful team at the DACF. The ministry, my brother, the minister, assures me of his support. And so I'm extremely confident that in addition to all of this, with the guidance of the House, there is no way I will fail the DACF. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, I have a follow-up.
Honorable member, let me give the opportunity to the questioner to see whether he has a follow-up. Then I can give you the floor. Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, okay, so if we'll follow up.
You don't have the follow-up.
I can give to my senior.
Very well, very well.
No, I'm not done. After that, I can come back to my...
Very well, then you come back to your last question.
But Chairman, by right, he has a follow-up, and after he asks his follow-up, by right, I can also ask a follow-up. So if he doesn't have a follow-up, that's okay.
That is why the practice is that if a member asks a question and he has a follow-up, we give the member the opportunity to exhaust, so that if the leadership has a follow-up on the question asked by the member, it is then that you can come in. That is the point that I'm making. So I'm trying to find out from John Darko whether he has a follow-up on the nominee's experience question that he asked. But if not, I will then give you the floor.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, in your answer to Honorable John Darko's question, you said you have managed a fund that is 3 times the current fund, referring to DACF. Is that what you said?
No, I said I have managed funds, not a fund.
You have managed funds?
Yes.
So can you share with us what funds and what you mean exactly by 3 times the size of DACF?
Well, in my last role,
Please.
Right.
You can answer the question without necessarily disclosing any corporate secret.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, in the private sector, we don't manage, unless you're a fund manager. I worked in FMCG and telecoms. So we manage budgets. In one of my roles, I was responsible for
Let's go ahead.
Okay. So in one of my roles, I was responsible for managing a budget that amounted to €1.5 billion, which in today's terms is about 18 billion cedis. So.
Thank you very much. Honorable John Darko, your last question.
All right. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, are you aware of the drip policy by the previous government, and do you think that it is something that the DACF must continue on and, as it were, push to ensure that our district assemblies have the equipment to fix the roads in their areas?
Mr. Chair, if I may take a step back, I believe that over the years, I think 2002, 2011, 2014, under Presidents Kufuor, Mills, and Mahama, we made efforts as a country to equip our districts. And so the District Road Improvement Program initiated by the last government was one step in the continuation of these efforts. Our districts do deserve to have the equipment. And I believe that under the arrangements that were made, the districts took possession of the equipment. What we have is national coordinator. The program, so I support it.
By way of follow-up, Mr. Chairman? Yeah. So do you subscribe to those who say that the equipment should be taken from the districts and be sent to one central place, that they should be pooled for people to use them as and when they need, and that the equipment should not be at the district and municipal assembly? Do you subscribe to that?
First of all, I'm not aware of that argument. But if I were, what I would say is that it would be in my formula when I present it where the control should lie, where the funds should sit, and it will be your decision as members of Parliament to instruct me accordingly.
Very well. Honorable Habib, you have a follow-up. I think, John Darko, you have exhausted your 3 questions and the follow-ups.
Chairman, thank you. Still on the drips. I think in your answer, you are just explaining and then telling us the position of it. But you know that the former administrator did very well in bringing these drip machines to us. But what is your own view about the drip project?
Mr. Chair, as I stated earlier, it is a project that I believe is a positive continuation of efforts that date back to 2002.
He answered the question. The view, he said that it's a positive project.
So if you say it's a positive project, then you definitely need to, he need to, appreciate and thank the former administrator and the former president for bringing this initiative. So why you just bring your view without saying that the MPP government did well?
Honorable Habib.
Madam Natoshi did excellent.
Honorable Habib, you are out of order. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Alikuli Makurugu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations in advance, my brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have gone through your CV, and I have seen that in the private sector, you are well experienced. So I have no doubt that this mantle that has been given to you, you are going to perform very well. But I have a question. Every year, a number of financial malpractices and losses are reported at the MMDs. With your experience in the private sector, how do you intend to ensure transparency and prevent mismanagement at the District Assembly Common Fund? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I indicated earlier, I do believe that there are modern tools that allow us, applications, AI, that allow us to better interrogate our numbers far more sharply than in the past was available to us. I've been at the DACF a week now, and it's been apparent to me that we cannot run a 7 billion fund essentially off Excel. We need sharper tools. Number one. Number two, when we spend money at the DACF, we look to make an impact on the quality of education, the quality of health, the quality of roads, the quality of access to water, that people in our districts enjoy. In no way a criticism, but as I said, newer tools will give us a sharper view to understand better how much of the money we spend actually translates into a more positive change in the lives of the citizens in our various districts. We have always done monitoring as a DACF. We have increased the amount of monitoring that is being done under my predecessor. I believe monitoring was increased to 6 times a year. And that is good. What we need to do is to improve the ability of the center to interrogate its own activities and the expenditure that takes place at the districts from funds that it supplies. So monitoring will help us always to establish the facts on the ground. But I believe that better technological tools will help us understand better the effectiveness of how we are spending money. In the end, we're able to deliver more and better resources to our districts. And I think that your good selves as representatives would be happy and happier if we spend our money even more efficiently. So thank you.
Any further question?
Yeah, second question. Often at times the disbursement of the common funds to the assemblies delay, sometimes second to even third quarters. How do you plan to deal with a timely disbursement of funds to the assembly? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yesterday I was part of a meeting with the Minister of Finance, and he gave me every assurance that now, as my funds accrue, he will pay. And I also gave him an assurance, and I can give this House the same assurance, that as your funds accrue, however you approve the formula to stand, I will also disburse in a very timeous manner.
No further questions. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you are welcome to the vetting committee. Looking at your employment history, I have no doubt you have a wealth of knowledge and experience up there, not only for yourself, but to many people. And I believe you are going to bring it to bear. Common Fund has been one of the places where we actually rely on, especially for our district assemblies. For now, we know that in disbursement, there is only 5% being sent to the assemblies, and it's woefully, I would say, inadequate. The district assemblies are not worthy in the same length. You cannot take a district assembly in Accra and measure it with a district assembly in Pusiga. But then, we are happy with what we are being given because at least we have that support. Will you, as an officer and administrator who is going to ensure the implementation of government policy, support government to increase that allocation of 5% to 7.5% as envisaged by the current government?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I think my president has already demonstrated a clear willingness through the Finance Minister to increase the funds that are available to our MMDAs. Just roughly speaking, based on 2024 DACF budget, districts were to receive something in the region of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis. Per the policy objective stated in the budget, districts would receive something in the region of 5.7 billion. Billion, 5%. Effectively, this government intends to, with your permission, to double the budget of the assemblies. And I think that is, the president is to be commended for this. That said, there are countries in our region that devote 30% of funds directly to their districts. But I believe that over time, they have built the infrastructure and the architecture to enable the districts manage that portion of the national budget. I think that it is my job now at DACF to begin the process of preparing our districts to also receive and manage larger portions of our fund. Granted, from 2007 to 2017, we stood at 7.5%. Yesterday, I made an entreaty that as soon as it is possible, we raise the level back to 7.5%. And then, you know, we will invest in upskilling MMDAs and the technical people there so that hopefully one day soon, we too can see our districts being entrusted with a third of the national budget. Thank you.
Any further question?
Mr. Chairman, from this response, I would say I'm good to go. And congratulations. You see, this bye-bye, you would have to pay for it too. I'll have to register it. So I would say I'm very grateful. Congratulations and bye-bye.
Yeah. Members, why are you forcing Hajia to say bye-bye? It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yaobama.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question for the administrator. Congratulations. And,
thank you, sir.
I hope you serve your members of parliament well, like your predecessor did. You can ask the local government minister.
Certified.
Do you know of the reserve fund and what it is used for?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am aware of the reserve fund, and I am aware of the purposes to which it is put.
May we know the purpose or the use of the reserve fund?
Firstly, the reserve fund is a contingency. Anything can happen. I think in the last few weeks, or is it days, we've had tidal waves in the Volta region. In 2021, we had COVID. A few months ago, we had cholera. All these are matters unforeseen that require a response from government, a response from local governments. The Reserve Fund serves the purpose of holding funds to support any districts that come into a situation which require resources beyond their allocations. Secondly, the Reserve Fund is also used to fund training, capacity building. I think as I was answering Honorable Akrogu's question, if we are to train our district officers to handle ever larger amounts of the national budget, that training will be funded from the reserve budget. And then also from time to time, there are opportunities for local investments to be made, which again, the assemblies may not be able to fund. And so we take care of that from the reserve fund. So it's really there for the MMDAs as and when it becomes critical.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity, and I'll be keeping an eye on that particular fund and how you intend using it. I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll give the floor to Honorable Alhaji Umar.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable and Mr. Harry Emson.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a question which is of interest to MPs. Now, MPs in managing their 5%. Are you aware of the conflicts between MPs in accessing the 5% and the district chief executives? If you are aware, what plans do you have to solve this or resolve it, mitigate those conflicts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my understanding that from time to time, conflicts do arise. Sometimes it is the Assembly that has to make right, and sometimes it is the Member of Parliament that has to make right. But I think that as in my role, the most important thing is to try to bring both sides together and seek advice, first of all, from leadership, from the local government committee and my brother, local government minister, because I think they hold the primary relationships, first of all, with the members of parliament and second with the MMDAs, and try and bring resolution to the matters. My task will always be to make sure that the disbursements do arrive at the assemblies in a timeous manner, but where issues arise as to the use of the fund or the release of the fund to a particular project, I think once I become aware, I'll try and bring interested parties together to get a quick resolution. At the end of the day, my function is to make sure that money translates into development. Thank you.
Please do.
Thank you. This conflict normally comes between the sitting government, DC, and opposition MP, when the MP is in a different party. And I say this because I want to find, as a victim, that there must be a way when you execute your projects that the district, when the DC even refused to sign it, there should be another channel for it to go through once the project has been executed. I say this because I drill boreholes, more than 20, and they refuse to pay for it. I even went to your your office, and still, the DC refused to pay for it. The community started benefiting, using the water, and yet, because the purpose was to remove him from office. You don't understand the question? Thank you. So how do we make sure we have monies whereby the DC cannot prevent you from paying for your project? Thank you.
The authority is given to the DCE to sign disbursement form, based on which the district finance officer and the coordinating director will also sign check. If the DCE wants to remove you as a member of parliament, you know definitely disbursement form will not get signed. That is what is causing the problem. Yes. Any further question? I'll give the floor to Jerry Ahmed Shai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I've observed that Honorable Irina Toshiado, my very beautiful sister, is here. It tells me that there is solid collaboration between the yes, collaboration. And I pray that you take a cue. Yes, Mr. Chair, my question is, I have observed that the regional coordinating councils do not make any monies. I don't think they have a platform to generate IGFs. Would you, in your current position, would you advocate that they benefit from the DACF releases? And if so, why? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the regional coordinating councils are already supported by the DACF. We resource them to be able to implement their mandate of coordination, monitoring, and evaluation. We also resource them where it's necessary in matters of conflict resolution. And then finally, we also resource them to engage in capacity building as appropriate. And we will continue to do so.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaibu.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mike, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's do public-private sector stuff. You and I come from the Unilever Group, where a purely private corporate with very good systems, internal control systems, and many others. I mean, we're moving into a public sector that is completely different from. I'm very worried for you. But convince us, how would you juxtapose the two and then get into a smooth transition to get this going?
Thank you very much, my senior brother. I think one of the things that a life as a senior executive prepares you for is just to understand that every organization has its own rhythm. And that's the way I look at it. If I'm working in Unilever as a marketing manager, the pace of my life is very different from when I'm sent to South Africa as a regional manager. And so where you find yourself, wherever you find yourself, it's very important to understand how the place ticks. At the DACF, I've only been there a week, but I am learning how the DACF operates. Not only the mandate, but the interpersonal relationships, the procedures, certain arrangements that facilitate the work that we do. And so my job, I believe, as the head of the DACF, if I get the nod today, is first of all to come to a very good understanding of what has been placed in my charge. And once I understand what has been placed in my charge, to ensure that I leverage it to deliver the mandate that the President has given and the authorizations that the Parliament give to me as far as the disbursement of the funds are concerned. I think I've garnered enough experience over the time of my working life to manage what is a fairly large organization, but it's not too complex an organization.
Any further question?
Yeah. Chairman, just a very last one on some social intervention programs that are under the DFAC. Would you consider some other programs that are outside of the DFAC, social intervention programs?
Mr. Chair, I will be consulting with members of this House and the local government committee in preparing the formula. And I think at that point, if there are any social interventions that are critical and require the support of the fund, I'll factor that into the proposal that I bring for consideration. And then if you approve it, we will execute them. So I will depend on you to advise on whatever critical things we ought to do.
Chairman, thank you so much. I have no doubt that you will make a good administrator.
Thank you. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. I realize you are writing plenty questions. Please, you are. Before giving you the floor, let me recognize Honorable Charles Agbeve, Subject Matter Committee member.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm just asking a question, just one question. Honorable Harry, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Good. There's a view that some MMDAs have been heavily relying on the DACF and not maximizing revenue. What's your opinion about this? And just to add and answer your question, will you recommend winning some metropolitan assemblies of DACF? Because some of them, the IGF is even bigger than what you give them as DACF.
Mr. Chair, to the extent that even in large metropolitan areas, you find that there are constituencies and sub-metros that are unevenly developed. I feel that the DACF should continue to support all local assemblies. What may need to happen, and as I said earlier, is for us to get sharper in deciding where to put our money. It may well be that we're spending too much on tarred roads in a place that already has a lot of tarred roads. And so we should redirect some of that money. I noted, for example, 3 sub-metros, Esika Doketan, Odododio, and Swame. They have vastly different levels of support coming from the DACF, and yet they are all sub-metros within metropolitan areas. We need to better understand why those differences occur. That's what I can promise you. We will do a better job at equalizing that. To the point of the IGF, I would encourage every MMDA to do their very best, because the more IGF you collect, the greater your share of the DACF. Some assemblies don't even collect burial fees, and yet others do. And so they are losing an opportunity to raise DACF on a line item that is fairly common across the country. Some assemblies collect parking fees. Most assemblies do not collect parking fees. And yet this is a very easy way of raising your IGF. and a legitimate way of raising your IGF. Beyond that, what I would say is that I see a I see a local government area no different from an Apple store. It is just a market space. What is important is for the committees of the local assembly to apply a little bit more time to defining what market spaces they can create and raise money from. And we will be very happy at the DACF to support them with workshops, training, to help them better define the market spaces that are available. Everybody is building physical markets, but we may have gone past the time of physical markets. Today, e-commerce is probably the fastest growing part of our economy. And I don't think that there are many assemblies that have averted their minds to how they can tap into the e-commerce phenomenon and make money from that as well. So we'll be encouraging them and supporting them as much as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Majority Chief Whip, Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafamekpo.
Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Michael Yamson Jr., you're welcome.
Thank you, my brother.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now, I've had a lot of calls about party people, even government functionaries, that you are not known in NDC, so why are you being given a position that was occupied by a former member of parliament on the ticket of the MPP? So the law is very clear as to the authority of the appointing officer to make appointments. But what's your relationship with the NDC government? Party as in government?
Honorable member, his email address even answered the question.
No. So the people who have called me chairman, the party people who thought that you are a stranger, so to speak. Are you a stranger to the NDC?
Mr. Chairman, I would believe that I'm not a stranger to the NDC. I worked on
any further question?
Yes. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Hampson, you are going to administer a fund that often gets releases delayed. And as a result, you're also unable to release funds to MPs for them to do their work in the various constituencies. And it's a big bother for my people. You've indicated that you've engaged with the finance minister and that some measures will be streamlined regarding timeous releases. The MP's common fund, it's so small. A lot of people don't know. It's so small. And what is worse is that MPs are not signatories to the MP's common fund assembly. The DC, the accountant, and the DFO, or in some cases, the coordinating director, they are signatories. MPs only direct. Now, as the new person in charge, will you consider policy change? Will you consider a policy change to give MPs some leverage, especially in areas where there are obvious, apparent disagreements between a sitting elected member of parliament who is serving for a fixed term and the leadership of the assembly some leverage? Yes and no, just for me, yes and no will be fine.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, DRIP. Questions have come up about DRIP. Will you consider the former administrator advanced some monies or allocated some monies for the operation of the machines between, if I recall, between October to January for about 4-month period? Will you consider auditing how those funds were utilized for the period? Because the funds were specifically located and allocated for specific reasons. Payments to operators, for instance. How much you go for fuel, for instance. How much you go for monitoring, for instance. Will you consider auditing that so that we can have some appreciation of how that was utilized within that 4-month period?
I do believe that the 2024 audit of the DACF will cover that issue, but if the House, if the committee so desires, we can ask for a specific report for you.
As a follow-up, I am asking this because as part of the directive for that disbursement, it was specifically requested that some management committee be set up to manage the DRIP for that period. In most cases, those committees were not formed. So sometimes only the DC managed it. In some cases, the DC with the coordinating director. That committee to manage the fund was not done. That's why I think that a special audit will be required. If you agree with me, yes. If you don't, then I can make progress.
Mr. Chair, I'm in agreement with the Majority Chief Whip.
Okay. Now, again about DRIP, follow-up. The DRIP machines have been acquired. I don't think you'll be acquiring new ones. So, the payment for these machines were also catered for in the last formula that Parliament approved as a result of some outstandings. Can you assure this committee that you, in coming back to Parliament with the new formula, you have some information on the payment in respect of the DRIP machines as acquired?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, Chairman, finally, let me find out from you that as members of Parliament, we often want to have some relationship with the administrator, so the member of Parliament can walk in to do follow-ups, to make inquiries. Where you have emergencies, like I do have in my constituency, rainstorm, ripping off roofs of buildings, flood, communities are in distress. Some MPs, including myself, we haven't had pleasant experiences. Will you consider being fair and open to every member of Parliament, irrespective of partisan colors, to receive them, listen to them, attend to them as elected representatives of their people? Can you assure the committee and Parliament and the people of Ghana that you do that?
Mr. Chair, I can assure this committee, the Parliament and the people of Ghana that the office of the administrator will in no way disfavor certain members of the House. In my first meeting with my staff, I did say we may be political, but we are not partisan. The administrator's office has to be non-partisan because the mandate we have
is to reduce inequities in development for all Ghanaians. That says nothing about political color. So my objective is, and what would be my joy would be to be able to say that at the end of my tenure, I could speak to reductions in the inequities in development across the country. Thank you very much.
Chairman, thank you very much. I wish you well. You can count on me as the Chief Whip, Government Chief Whip, to assist you to deliver on your mandate. Your wife is my classmate, so I have your back. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable George Kweku Ricket Hagan, the Vice Chairman of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Yamson, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
But now I know I'll be coming I see, thank you. I just asked him, so I didn't know that he comes from Cape Coast. Congratulations once again. And I think it's quite refreshing to have, somebody like you coming from the private sector into a public space and bringing, as you rightly said, new blood to look at how we can do things differently and better. Your predecessor, I think, did a fantastic job. She was at some stage was one of us here in Parliament, so she obviously understood how Parliament works. I believe that you will take all those things, you will learn from her and add it to your private sector experience and make the Common Fund Administration work much better. Thank you. Just one more thing, not yet. One more thing is there's something that I think you should fundamentally understand, which is something that you will have to learn to be able to know how much is due the fund. As you know, by constitution, it's 5% of total revenue. But what is your understanding of total government total revenue if you take, tax and stuff in addition to that?
Remember, the constitution says not less than 5%. So it can be more.
Okay. I mean, that is not even the question. It can be more. That's what the constitution says. But for it to be more or less, you have to understand what total revenue is. So what is your understanding when we say government says total revenue?
Mr. Chair, per my understanding, total revenue of government in this context relates to tax revenue, oil revenue, minerals revenue. I think that's in essence, yes. Some elements of the oil revenue, the Heritage Fund, the Stabilization Fund, were excluded from the calculation. But other than that, every revenue of government falls into the definition of total revenue.
That is fine. You did say something earlier on when one of our colleagues asked you whether the size of the portfolio or the size of the fund that you are going to manage is something that you are capable of. And you do say that you have managed funds about 3 times the size of what the common fund is. I don't want you to mention the number of what the size of the common fund is, but I do believe you, and I agree with you, because the whole of Ghana's economy itself is about $70 billion. That's about 200 or so. So if you look at that, if you said you did one, you can do about 3 times it. Then you are talking about even $200 million, which in this day age in the private sector, as far as funds and assets are concerned, there are people who are managing, in excess of 1 trillion. So I have no doubt that you are capable of doing that. I would like to congratulate you, and I hope that you will work with leadership of Parliament closely so that, we will be able to make a success of our work. But as you are a Fanti man, I'll be coming to make sure that we do, we Fantis,
we shall meet and drink tea.
All right. No. What I did say, Fanti, means that we are very disciplined. We are very disciplined people. So when we are doing things, we do it, to the best of our abilities. Mr. Minister, thank you very much and congratulations.
It's now the turn of Deputy Ranking, Honorable Patricia Apiaje, alias Kumasi Rolanda.
I'm even surprised at you. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to congratulate you and welcome you for this few, it's a brief.
Thank you, Ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yes, I know the Common Fund. There are 5 critical factors that has always been considered in the share of the district Common Fund since its inception. And these have been the need, responsive, service pressure, reserve, and equality factor. Honorable nominee, the government has just announced, on the basis of that is what I'm asking this question. The government has just announced free tertiary education for people with disability through the budget paragraph 200. But the question is, how many people with disability are able to be educated to the tertiary level? We have a missing gap. And I am asking you, would you propose a policy whereby the monies allocated for the PWDs at this point in time will be used to construct special schools at least at every region? I think that need is non-existent. Would you critically look at that one and propose as a policy to guide you in your development of, in your distribution of the Common Fund? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I can say yes to that.
Honorable nominee, I know for a fact that this is a House of Records, and I'm going to hold on you to that promise.
I will be consulting the leadership on all things.
My other factor is about the uncompleted infrastructure that exists within the MMDAs. You know, a number of times, I think the Chief Whip was emphasizing on the amounts of money that are distributed, even for the MPs, even in the districts. There are not adequate funds for them to begin the construction of certain structures. I would like to find out for you, what would be your strategy to ensure that you can monitor and insist that projects that cannot be completed will not be undertaken by the use of the Common Fund? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe that the most important, one very critical element in all significant capital project planning is an understanding of future cash flows. For me, sitting at the DACF, I work with the amounts that are allocated on a year-by-year basis. Government's own forecasts may give some indication, and that may help us to also project forward whether or not we can actually execute the projects we start in good time. I think what has really caused delays in the past has been the availability of funds coming into the DACF. But I intend to maintain that relationship with leadership to help me to engage with the Finance Ministry to ensure that funds that are due come quickly. But as I said earlier today, the Finance Minister yesterday in an engagement with some of us leaders, heads of funds, did make clear to us that he intends to make our releases literally automatic. So that means that we can look forward to regular inflows. And I gave an assurance that I will similarly ensure that the districts receive their money just as quickly as we receive it. All we need is finality on the policy objectives from the executive and the approval of this House when I do present the formula for consideration. But we will make sure that we don't start things we cannot finish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to find out from the nominee on an issue of equality. I know that the affirmative action law has been passed. And just a moment ago, Honorable Patrick Boama was asking you about the reserve fund, the application of it. Would you consider in your formula to assign some monies for the implementation of the Affirmative Action Act implementation, the act, in order to facilitate, first to create the awareness and also to be able to achieve the levels that is required within a year or two? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I earlier indicated, we do make funds available for capacity building. We do make funds available for training. I think in the course of preparing the formula, we can look at this particular issue, and with your permission, I will include it in the final document and implement it as you direct.
So, dream coordinators. Anyway, on my final question, Mr. Chairman, it's a matter of interest. What is Dr. Ishmael Evans Yamson to you?
He's my father.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I'm wondering why you would choose your father as a referee on your CV. Is it the case that you've worked so closely with him all these years that's why you have put down his name as one of your referees? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my father, I actually call him chairman. He's been my boss my entire life. In Unilever, he was my chairman. And when I left Unilever, I initially set up my own firm and then decided to join his consultancy. So he's literally, for my entire career, been my boss. And I don't remember when I call him dad. Normally I call him chairman or sir. And so he has a dispassionate view. He can speak to what I'm capable of and not capable of. So
I know for a fact that in an Akan language, we say, one ordinance ben kumbachre nifikwan. So, to wait, who is going to use its left hand to direct people to their house? It is, I think it's an issue of ethical practices. Maybe we should be looking at that one. It's a matter for debate at one point in time. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, it's now my turn to ask the nominee question. Instead of question, I'll ask for clarification. If you look onto your CV, item numbered 5, employment history. A, work history, including national service. What do you mean by that?
Honorable Chair, that's the heading that was on the document that came to me. The A is part of the official document that came to me.
You are just quoting the heading.
Yes, please.
Under the National Service Authority Act, there is a provision for those who have not done their national service to apply for exemption, subject to some payment. Will you want to do that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Well, that is the end of my question. Honourable members, I will proceed to acknowledge the revered guests seated behind the nominee in the following classifications. 1, family members. We have Ishmael Felix Yamson, Lucy Yamson, Gloria Yamson, William Yamson, Annie Judith Agbodo, Mrs. Lucy Yamson. 2, friends, Anita Baini, Nana Yao Baini, Leonard Tosu, Bernard Owusu Chumesi, Mr. Raj Mohan. Clergy, Pastor Albert Apia. National Democratic Congress, Ambassador Edith Hazel, Samuel Adom Bochwe, Esikuma Odoben Brakwa. We have Henrietta Kakra Apia, Alex Kwesi Asari, Mr. Kwefi Kwejiri Kwenu, Emmanuel Kweku Asan, Nana Elda Esi Brempong, Freedom Hini of Akumfi, Esuesha. Okay. Traditional leaders. We have Nana Odum Silfi III, Breman Kuntunasi Hini. Yes. We have Nana Kunti Hini, Brema Asekuma. We have Nana Akosua Yebua, Asantiwa, Queen Mother of Brema, Nuomasu. We have Cape Coast family. We have Abigail, Susanna, Afeji. We have Patience, Damte, Abraham Ibo, Kakraba. And I can see Honorable Neil Ante Vanderpoy,
National Grid Coordinator,
alias Mankani ye kra. We also have Honorable Arena Toshi Ado, the immediate past Common Fund Administrator. You are all welcome.
Friend of Parliament.
The Honorable Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs is also here. Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. You are most welcome. Honorable nominee, thank you so much for attending upon Chief Director Alhaji Amin. You are welcome. Honorable Gansa, I recognize you. The nominee promised not to contest you again. And I think you are happy to hear this. Yes. You are welcome. Honorable nominee, I thank you very much for attending upon the committee and providing, in my opinion, honest answers to questions posed to you. We are most grateful. You will surely hear from the committee. You are accordingly discharged.
Ganza, you see, you were contesting him. Now you go to him. Yes, life, you see.
Okay, leader. Then.
This place is called condemned cells. Anything condemned, condemned, it cannot be used. So if you see the Bible with them, there's something behind. Those people who they kill them over here, they also have something in them. Juju in them. The door was actually metal, which has no hole. That was the door.
Raise that same issue to address it so that we can flow. Because by now we have ended. He was left with, I was time up, by now you have ended. But,
Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board.
So leaders, because I'm coming, leaders, once you rise up, I'm obliged to at least listen to you. But to order that we allow the debate to flow. If there's something that you critically think that it must be addressed, you can put it, because we are going to end up the debate, or you can ask somebody who is going to debate to address it, so that we flow. Other than that, we will be interjecting and we wouldn't get the coherence of the debate. So, Honourable Member, I've already been given the time that you are left with 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker,
so I'll give you 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I am a nation builder, and it is not in my interest to put out figures that discredit Cocoa Board, that will affect Cocoa Board 2025-26. I cannot stand here and discredit an organization
that is trading on behalf of Ghana so that it suffers on the international market. So when we put out some of this information, we are hurting the institution Cocoa Board. I can sit here and throw out propaganda and affect Cocoa Board, and I don't think that as a Ghanaian I should be doing that. Mr. Speaker, and that is all what I seek to do. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board did what we call Cocoa Road rationalization. When I went in as a Greek minister, they had started. They had committed the country to about 20 billion Ghana cedis of cocoa roads. Mr. Speaker, a chunk of these roads had not been paid for. So it was necessary that government, Cocoa Board, rationalize these roads. Those that the contractors are not performing, they kick them out, and then we move on with our lives. Mr. Speaker, if you read the budget line 104 on page 20, Mr. Speaker, it says that outstanding cocoa road contracts reached 21 billion in 2024, of which only 4.4 billion has been accounted for in the financial statements of Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, what does it mean? Where did the 17 billion go to? They are only admitting that the commitments of Cocoa Board, as validated IPCs, are 4 billion. The total road debt sitting at Cocoa Board is about 6 billion. Reporting 21 billion hurts Cocoa Board. Reporting that Cocoa Board is in debt to the tune of 32 billion hurts Cocoa Board, because this 32 billion includes the 495 million, Mr. Speaker, as I wind up.
Thank you.
As I wind up, includes the 495 million.
Thank you.
Which translates to about 8 billion cedis. This information,
so much,
as we put out, hurt Cocoa Board, hurts Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Brian Champo. Honorable members, it is now the turn of Dr. Abed Bandim. Honorable, you have 10 minutes. Are you a chairman?
Yes, I'm the chairman, please.
Chairman,
Mr.
then
Chairman.
15. Then you have 15 minutes.
15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you so very much for the opportunity to contribute on the debate of the 2025 budget ably presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Dr. Atuforson. Mr. Speaker, my ranking member on the other side debated and successfully landed on the rural telephony project, which he indicated that it is very significant and important for rural folks to have connectivity so that the whole nation does not move, leaving them behind. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the performance of that industry in the last 8 years. When the NPP government took over, they had an ambitious plan to build 2,016 rural telephony cell sites. For 8 years, Mr. Speaker, they have only been able to build and operationalize 92. In 2024 budget, they indicated that out of the 2016, they built 1,477. Out of this 1,477, 1,385 are dormant. They are not working. They are white elephants. The minister at the time indicated that in 2017, she inherited 78 cell sites from the then minister, the Honorable Omani Buama. So from 2017 to 2024, the MPP government succeeded in only building 92. When they estimated that they were going to build 2018 for over 4 million Ghanaians who are without connectivity. This industry is very critical to our national growth, Mr. Speaker. We cannot afford, as a country, we cannot afford to leave behind over 4 million Ghanaians not having network connectivity at this time. Mr. Speaker, it is fascinating to note that the 2025 budget is committing 222 million Ghana cedis for that project alone. Mr. Speaker, the rural telephony project that started under the ministership of the Honorable Haruna Idrisu and continued with Omani Buama had a technology that was developed by a Ghanaian. And we would have thought that when they inherited that project, they will work to advance that technology and allow Ghana to expand using this technology and even export it to other countries. What we saw, Mr. Speaker, is that it has been left, and the Huawei, a company in China, has been able to take this technology and improved on it. And we are still here. When we were busy preaching digitalization in this country in just about 8 years ago. Mr. Speaker, let me also indicate that the industry, the communications industry, has also been allocated $3 billion for the creation of 1 million coders. Mr. Speaker, there is a facility that is being built by University of Ghana in partnership with the Ministry of Communications. And we have pledged in this budget to complete it and ensure that these programmers and coders will use that center as a training center. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated $50 million for fintech. That is to grow the fintech industry, to allow indigenous Ghanaian businesses, SMEs, to be able to come out with technologies to partner with the telecom industry to promote jobs and to enhance the Ghanaian economy. These are projects that are sustainable, and when implemented, the youth of this country will not have problems with jobs. We are also coming, Mr. Speaker, to train 1 million coders. 1 million coders. From every constituency, we will select the youth and ensure that they are trained in ICT to be able to be useful to our economy. We will not only preach digitalization, but we will ensure that every Ghanaian youth is involved in the digitalization process and have their hands on deck. Mr. Speaker, in 2011, the NDC government then embarked on SIM card registration exercise. It was done successfully without problems. It was done with the collaboration of all stakeholders in the industry. Mr. Speaker, when the MPP took over, they decided to re-register SIM cards, and I can tell you that as an industry person, we have gotten back to zero. There is nothing that has happened. And I can say that, or give a hint, that we would have to re-register our SIM cards from fresh, because that registration that was done was a sham and has put all of us in danger. Mr. Speaker, we also had to introduce the digital terrestrial television under the leadership of the Honorable Ubani Buama. Today, as we speak, 8 years have gone by and we have not still able to migrate from analog to digital for 8 years. All other countries that signed up to it have migrated except Ghana, even though we were the first to sign in 2016. Mr. Speaker, let me also indicate that in 2024, the minister then came to announce to us that Ghana was going to implement 4G with the collaboration of stakeholder players. But I can say that, Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, we still have no 4G operations in the country. Countries like Nigeria and other countries in the sub-region have all implemented, except Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we give you the promise that we are going to implement it. Under the NDC, we implemented regional information centers and district information centers. As we speak, those centers that were built in our various constituencies have either not been completed or those that have completed are still standing as white elephants. For 8 years, nothing has been done about it, just like the rural telephony project. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have no industry framework for the continuous growth of the industry. For example, AI is with us, and other countries are taking advantage. Ghana cannot even talk about a policy framework for AI and other technologies. Ghana don't have the laws that will enable the implementation of AIs in our country. That is why in this budget, the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization have indicated that it intends to review all our policies and legal frameworks to propel the growth of the industry. So it is very important to note and give support for the industry that the amount of 1.6 billion allocated for the industry should be approved for it to take off so that it can create more jobs and then allow the enabling environment for ICT growth and AIs. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by bringing to your attention that we have facilitated in ensuring that the laws under the cyber security, which is very important in our nation building, are reviewed to meet the current trends of international standard. So, Mr. Speaker, without wasting much time, I would like to thank the Minister for recognizing the industry and ask that previous or next budgets, subsequent budget, should take care of the industry, should be given more allocation to ensure that the Minister for Communications work to enhance the industry and to allow growth of the economy and job creation in the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honorable members. Let's now turn to Honorable Alexander Ajare. Honorable, you are deputy ranking.
Yes.
And therefore you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement made by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, for the past 3 days, there's been a lot of commentary on this budget. We've had people trying to critique this budget and others also defending it. But as lawmakers, it is our responsibility to know the spending of the government, the policy plan of the government vis-a-vis of the income expectation of this government. Mr. Speaker, looking at this, we keep talking about 5% GDP growth we handed over to this current administration. They are finding it difficult to accept that GDP growth means the size of the economy, resilience of the economy, the trust and confidence we can have in an economy. Mr. Speaker, the global economic outlook for 2024 estimated that the world GDP was going to be 3.1% growth. And for Africa, it was 3.7. In the same 2024, the NPP government did 5.7%. This means that globally, we did better. And this is what we handed over to the NDC. We even estimated to do 8% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, these are the areas that gave us all this good credit as a government. Industry sector, we did 7.1%. NDC expected output for 2025 is 3.8%. Mr. Speaker, I can repeat that again. It's 7.1% 2024 and 3.8 in 2025. This is the expected growth in the industrial sector, which includes mining, oil and gas, gold, manufacturing, and construction. Now we consider services. Services within 5.9% in 2024. Expected output for 2025 is 3.8%, Mr. Speaker. This also take care of information and communication, transport and storage, health and social work. In agriculture, within 2.8% 2024, and then the expected output for 2025 is 4.8. This gave us the 5.5% GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, if we should consider the GDP growth for the 2024 against the 2025, then it means that in this budget, the government has no plans of creating employment. This is a government that keeps promising Ghanaian youth that they are going to create more jobs. If they are so confident in the economy that they are going to handle, they should have given us a more promising GDP, especially you consider the industrial sector, they are not going to do anything. No wonder they are not going to continue with the 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, we consider industry. In industry, we also have mining inquiry. Mining inquiry with it 9.4%. Their expected output for 2025 is 3.0. Mr. Speaker, then I will take you to page 71 of the budget statement. That's the allocation of key policy initiatives and interventions. Mr. Speaker, I read. Mr. Speaker, we will provide, I think it's provision here, but I think it's supposed to be, we'll provide a CD equivalent of 279 million as a revolving fund for the Ghana Gold Board to be able to purchase and export at least 3 tons of gold per week from small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, if you are going to invest so much in the gold board, and your expectation is also to buy 3 tons a week, now you are not investing anything in the mining sector, yet the expected GDP growth also not increasing, rather sinking. Because we did 9.4, and you are expected to do 3.0. Yet you turn economy as a galamsey economy. So if it is a galamsey economy, why then do you also invest $279 million in an area, yet you are not expecting any growth in the sector? Mr. Speaker, I then take you back to page 47. Page 47, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, supported by the strong reserve position, commercial banks' participation in the gold purchase program for foreign currency, positive sentiments from the progress made in the debt restructuring, and continuing tight liquidity management, the CD regained some value in the past quarter of the year. Mr. Speaker, we had the oil for gold, or gold for oil policy. We had this, it is there. Now this administration is also trying to create another one. If another gold board is also created, it is going to cost the country. It is going to cost the country because we did the gold for oil through the bank. But this is also going to be a separate board that is going to be in charge of the pitches. Mr. Speaker, apart from the fact that they didn't have confidence in the oil for gold, by establishing the only source of gold is going to be small scale. Gold is going to be small scale mining. Small scale mining is going to buy from them. Mr. Speaker, look at the target set by the board. The board is expected to buy 3 tons.
Jerry, you must wind up.
The board is expected to buy 3 tons, 3 tons a week, but yet the gold production is also 2.7. That's a 2023. It was 2.7%, 2.7 tons. This means that it is going to be difficult to achieve the 12 tons expected in a month because the PMMC's record indicates that they can't do more than 10 tons of gold. This means that a lot of people are going to be encouraged to go into galamsey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 122 to interrupt the debate, and I'm fortified of bringing your attention
on an issue that happened yesterday under Standing Order 163. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the minister responsible for finance had laid the energy sector levy, and it was referred to the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, at the time of the referral, I think it was an oversight that the leadership of the energy sector, since the energy sector levy bill will affect the energy sector, the leadership of the energy sector should have been included to the referral. And Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to that pursuant to Order 165, that if we can add the leadership of the Energy Committee to the referral that was done yesterday to the Finance Committee, so that the leadership of the Energy Committee will be included. It is a levy that affects the energy sector, and for that matter, Parliament cannot conclude on the bill without the input from the energy sector. My prayer, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority leadership, any?
We have discussed it. I have no problem with.
You have no problem.
The Energy Committee joining.
Very well. So, honourable members, the consequential order is that Committee on Energy is added to the referral that was made yesterday. So I so direct that the Committee on Energy be added to the order. It is now I was invited to add the leadership, not the entire committee. He said leadership.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my prayer is the leadership of the Energy Committee.
So the leadership, accordingly, is added to the committee. Very well. Thank you so much. So it's now the turn of Honorable John Kwabena Utibres. Oh, you have 15 minutes as the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this great opportunity to contribute to the budget statement ably presented by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I started following budget presentation on the floor of Parliament since 1994, when I completed secondary school. Mr. Speaker, there have never been this level of excitement, jubilation, happiness, and ecstasy amongst the youth of this country after the presentation of any budget. Mr. Speaker, this budget provides hope. This budget gives a clear picture that Ghana is a place to be. Mr. Speaker, the despair and despondency left among Ghanaians by the MPP government has been restored. It has been restored by President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, I heard and watched a video of the minority leader threatening the government, the current government, never to attempt to appoint MC for Efutu constituency, that he will make sure that MC is rejected. Mr. Speaker, what I want to tell the minority leader is that his threat has fallen flat. Mr. Speaker, the reason is that the good people of Efutu, especially the assembly members, John Mama has given them hope. Those of us who have been assembly members in this house before will attest to the facts. Mr. Speaker, those of us who have been assembly members in this before will attest to the fact that payment for assembly members has been one of the topical issues in every district assembly over the years. But for a president to come and promise that he's going to prioritize a payment on assembly members, and indeed added it into the 2025 budget, is a great achievement. So the assembly members across the country, especially in the minority leaders constituency, are jubilating, and will never listen to the minority leader to reject the appointment or appointee or nominee of the president. Mr. Speaker, the government, President John Dramani Mahama has promised during his campaign. He made a promise to the people of this country during his campaign, Mr. Speaker, to decap Get Fund. He also promised to decap Road Fund, Mr. Speaker, and it has come to pass. We all know the challenges facing our education sector. We still have schools under trees because Get Fund is not able to get enough funds to build more schools. So now that President Mahama has promised to decap Get Fund and has implemented it, Mr. Speaker, a lot more schools are going to be constructed and built for our poor young ones, more schools under trees for our young ones to get schools. Mr. Speaker, this is not only going to benefit the majority side or NDC side. Our colleagues on the minority side are going to be great beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, my colleague and former chairman of the Roads and Transport Committee, when he took his turn to speak, I was disappointed and surprised as to why a whole chairman, Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament, I was a member on the Roads and Transport Committee. We have had cause to complain, argue bitterly about capping of road fund. And today, President Mahama, being a man of his word, has a promise to decap road fund. And it has happened. So I was expecting our former chairman of the committee and now ranking to at least to have applauded President Mahama and NDC for taking that bold step. Mr. Speaker, Road Fund Act 536 was established in 1997. The purpose for Road Fund was to help in road maintenance, especially pothole patching and grass cutting. Mr. Speaker, under 8 years of MPP, even common contractors who went to grass cutting, they all contracted to the tune of even 2,000 Ghana cedis grass cutting. They couldn't pay. You go to Road Fund, they will tell you that contractors are owed to the tune of a peanut of 2,000 Ghana cedis grass cutting. They couldn't pay. So, Mr. Speaker, now that President Mahama in the 2025 budget has promised to decap Road Fund, it will go a very long way to help our contractors get their payment. A lot more roads, a lot more, especially those of us who are from rural areas and the deprived constituencies, are going to benefit immensely from this initiative. Mr. Speaker, yes, especially our colleagues on the minority side. I know most of them, they have started throwing questions to the roads minister, so when their roads be constructed. So this initiative, this bold step by President Mahama is going to provide a lot for your constituents. So you should be happy to support the approval of this budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch briefly on the issue of sanitation. We all know the importance of keeping a healthy nation and a clean environment. We have a couple of companies in this country who are into sanitation business. And as we all know, NDC is the People's Party. During the budget presentation, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 152 of the budget says, provides government's plan and intention to consolidate energy sector levies, including the sanitation levy. But I've heard comments from the minority side saying that President Mahama and the NDC have planned to collapse Zoom Lion's business. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to those who have track record of collapsing indigenous Ghanaian businesses, it is the MPP. We're all in this country. Over 30 banks owned by Ghanaians were collapsed by Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. I want to assure them that President Mahama has no intention to collapse any indigenous Ghanaian business. Zoom Lion is a Ghanaian, and he has invested heavily in the area of sanitation. The past government, MPP government, awarded a contract to Zoom Lion to build treatment plants across the length and breadth of this country, in all the 16 regions. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the previous government, MPP government, owes Zoom Lion over 700 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with this government. I know President Mahama is a listening president. President Mahama is a president to protect the interests of Ghanaians. President Mahama has every Ghanaian at heart. President Mahama does not discriminate. Every Ghanaian is a Ghanaian, devoid of your political affiliation, devoid of your religious affiliation, no matter where you hail from. President Mahama is a president to protect the interests of all Ghanaians. So I want to ask that our president should try as much as possible to clear these debts. I know the MPP government, they have incurred a lot of debts, huge amount of money, billions of Ghana cedis, especially the road sector, on the NDC government to pay. Because since sanitation is an important area, I want to add that even though the sanitation levy is part of the consolidation, our government should do everything possible to find a way out, at least increase the levy a bit, to be able to at least, I'm not saying that it's only Zoom Lion. I know many other companies, there are many other service providers or many businessmen who are into sanitation, area of sanitation. So we should try as much as possible to prepare and support these businesses to grow. And I know President Mahama is a very committed and listening president. He will do that to help clear or defray these debts. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in 8 years, this budget was devoid of biblical quotations. Yes, the budget was devoid of biblical quotations. The budget was devoid of sloganeering. Mr. Speaker, we all know the word of God. Can Ophoria test word of God? Mr. Speaker, I want to urge our brothers from the other side, the minority side, to stop wasting their time, because we should have the people at heart. We are representatives of the people. Everything is not politics. We cannot play politics in everything. Every Ghanaian, like indicated by our colleague Walanyo, you go out there, every single Ghanaian, whether MPP or NDC, all hails this 2025 budget. I don't see why honorable members who are representatives of the people who come and sit on the floor and pretend not to see the writing and pretend not to see the good things in this budget. So I urge that they should support us, come with us to approve this all-important people's budget, your budget, my budget, for a better Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable Dr. Isaac. Is it Isaac Opoku or Isaac Osei?
I'm here. Oh, so you don't know my name?
No, they've given me Isaac Osei, so that's why I'm a bit. I know you are Isaac Opoku, but they're giving me Isaac Osei. Anyway, Honorable Member, you are deputy ranking.
Ranking?
You are ranking.
Ranking.
Very well. So you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you remember sometime in 2009 in Sunyani, a popular politician was speaking to his members, and Mr. Speaker, he said, "Sewunhunu ojanya kase eyenantwie." Speaker, to wait. If you see a sheep, tell the whole world that what you are seeing is a cow. Speaker, such are the characteristics of the 2025 budget. Speaker, Azankwa. Mr. Speaker, if it is not Azan, why will you, in paragraph 390, allocate 1.5 billion to the agricultural sector, and when you go to the appendix, what has been allocated is 924 million to the same agricultural sector? Mr. Speaker, if it is not Azan, the agricultural sector, the backbone of this country, the sector which employs over 40% of the workforce. Speaker, you allocate only 924 million, and yet you allocate 661 million to pay for judgment debt. Speaker, that is Azan Kwan. Mr. Speaker, the youth of this country, they are looking for hope. They are looking for inspiration. They are looking for encouragement. And above all, Mr. Speaker, they are looking for clarity in the promises that we make. Mr. Speaker, from the days of our campaign days up till today, Mr. Speaker, I have struggled to understand what the 24-hour economy means. Mr. Speaker, I've been fasting and praying that Mr. Speaker, you don't give an assignment to honorable members to write an essay on the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, the day that you give us that assignment, there will be no soul left in this chamber because nobody understands the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, the former Agric Minister has done justice to the cocoa sector. But let me add my voice, Speaker, under the cocoa contract rollovers. Mr. Speaker, there were a lot of lamentations about cocoa rollovers. Mr. Speaker, cocoa rollover contracts, they are standard industry practices. They were creating the impression that cocoa contract rollovers are some misdeeds, something untoward. Mr. Speaker, these are normal, standard industry practices. Yes. Are you sure? Very sure.
Mr. Speaker, we're in this country. 2013, we had SONA and we had budgets. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, we had SONA and we had budgets. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, we had SONA and we had budgets. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we had SONA and we had budgets. Mr. Speaker, between 2013 and 2016, there were contract rollovers, and yet there were no lamentations. Mr. Speaker, when the NPP took over the reins of this country, we inherited contract rollovers of 190,280 tons. Ghana Cocoa Board. 190,208. And if these are classified as revenue loss, multiply that by $3,000 because in 2000. Mr. Speaker, contract rollovers, as I said, are normal industry practices. Mr. Speaker, Côte d'Ivoire, in 2023, 2024, they projected to produce 2.2 million. They ended up producing 1.62 million. They had to roll over 500,000 metric tons. They are not lamenting. They are not. So stop the lamentations and know that contract rollovers are normal industry practice. Mr. Speaker, now let me talk about Cocoa Board debts. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, Cocoa Board owes 32.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, what the government has not told us, what they have not told us are the details of their debt. Mr. Speaker, what they have not also told us is what the money has been used for. Mr. Speaker, and what they have also not told us is that when they were leaving office in 2017, did they leave a clean slate? Mr. Speaker, part of this 32.5 billion was as a result of the AFDB loan Cocoa Board contracted to rehabilitate the cocoa industry. Mr. Speaker, if there's going to be any single factor to collapse the cocoa industry, Mr. Speaker, it is not smuggling. Mr. Speaker, if one single factor is going to destroy the cocoa industry, Mr. Speaker, it is not illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, the single factor which can collapse the cocoa industry is the cocoa swollen shoot virus disease. Mr. Speaker, it may interest you to know that between 2013 and 2016, the control of this important disease was left in the hands of the cocoa farmer. Cocoa Board abandoned farmers and said they should control the swollen shoot disease on their own. Mr. Speaker, by 2017, when the MPP took over, 315,000 hectares of cocoa lands were affected by the swollen shoot virus disease. Mr. Speaker, the Western North alone, Mr. Speaker, the Western North alone, which used to produce over 40% of Ghana's cocoa, had 214,000 hectares affected with this disease. Mr. Speaker, so part of that loan was used to control the cocoa swollen shoot virus disease. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform you that today over 70,000 hectares of the affected area has been treated. And indeed, the 70,000 has started yielding. The 70,000 hectares have started yielding. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, over 500,000 tons, that's the cocoa, have been realized. And ask Bank of Ghana
So far, receipts that have come through BAF of Ghana exceed $2 billion. $2 billion. Speaker, if you multiply the $2 billion by the current exchange rate, you are talking about something in excess of 30 billion Ghana cedis. So even though Cocoa Board is owing 30 billion, they have the capacity to repay the debt. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable, hold on. Honorable members, please, for a good reason, I am not even marking the time. It's the table. Who give in the time?
What you are doing is not fair.
Please allow us to
you in silence.
So please, when there's time, the table will inform me that it is time. For good reason, I just decided to give that option to the table. So they are doing that. Please just allow the system to flow. It will come to your turn. You also do same. Honorable, continue.
Also for Brobe.
He's a ranking. He has 15 minutes. So please allow him.
Mr. Speaker, I asked a third question. When they were leaving office in January 2017, did they leave a clean slate? Mr. Speaker, in 2016-2017 cocoa season, Mr. Speaker, they borrowed $1.8 billion to purchase cocoa. Mr. Speaker, they intended to purchase 850,000 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, when the MPP took over in January 2017, all the $1.8 billion had been utilized. All, Mr. Speaker, all underlined in capital letters. All the $1.8 billion had been utilized. Mr. Speaker, what may surprise you is that they had bought only 611,763 tons, even though the 1.8 billion had been utilized. Mr. Speaker, God so good. That season, Cocoa Board ended up buying 967,245 tons, a difference of 355,482 tons. Where were we going to get the money to finance the purchase of this extra cocoa? So, Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board had to borrow over 3 billion in that season to finance the purchase of the over 355 tons. So that is the genesis of the 32.5 billion that you always talk about. Mr. Speaker, I am an agriculturist, so I was very happy when I read through the 2024 budget under the agri sector.
Honourable member, wind up.
Mr. Speaker, and I also schooled in the northern region. And when I heard that they wanted to revive the cotton industry, and that between the 5 northern regions, they will be producing 100,000 tons of cotton every year. Speaker, I went through the budget from page 1 up to the last page. There's no mention of cotton in the budget. So the 5 northern regions, they are waiting to see what are you going to do about the cotton industry that you intend to revive. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What correction? 5 northern region. It was a generic thing. It's northern region, page northeast, Savannah,
page 43
upper
of your
east,
manifesto.
upper.
Yes, of the northern region. Of the
Very
north,
well.
yes.
5 regions of the north, not 5 northern regions. No, we don't have 5 northern regions. That's all I was saying.
Well, 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 well. Thank you. Honorable members, let's now move to Dominic Napare. Honorable.
Thank you.
Hold on. Kindly indulge me 5 minutes suspension. Okay.
This place is called condemned cells. Anything condemned, condemned, it cannot be used. So if you see the Bible with them, there's something behind. Those people who they kill them over here, they also have something in them. Juju in them. The door was actually metal, which has no hole. That was the original door. It's a metal.
No hole.
No hole.
No exit. I mean,
at
no
all.
windows.
No any hole anywhere. They want to kill you and you want exit.
In part 1, we took you on a deep dive into the fort's historical significance, learning how it was built.
Presented to this House this particular year. It is a budget all Ghanaians, as people have already said, are hailing the budget and expressing hope for the content of the budget. Mr. Speaker, the previous government has dashed all the hopes of Ghanaians by running down most of the institutions. Mr. Speaker, the hope of the people stems from the massive allocations to sectors of the economy that is going to bring improvements and improve on the livelihood of the people. Mr. Speaker, if you take paragraph 391, for example, Mr. Speaker, there's an allocation of 51.3 million Ghana cedis, which is to develop banks for our women. Mr. Speaker, this is a source of hope. We know the ordeal our women go through in accessing credit for their businesses. And so these are some of the areas that, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are expressing hope. Mr. Speaker, I earlier on said the previous government has run down institutions. And one of the institutions we have seen run down is the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, you can't even believe to think that a government will come and will want to cap and restrict the allocations going to the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, in the Constitution, it is entrenched in Article 20 of the Chapter 20 and Article 240 of the Constitution that decentralization and local governance shall be a practice in the country. And Mr. Speaker, the previous government came and had to cut and restrict the resources going to the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the District Assembly Common Fund in Article 252, which indicates that not less than 5% of the Common Fund be allocated to district assemblies. And it is very sad to think of a government who say they are interested in decentralization, and then cutting and capping the resources going to the district assembly. Mr. Speaker, but for the intervention of the majority now, when we were in the minority, to take the government to court to decap the district assembly common fund. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the district assembly common fund was all the only fund that was earmark fund that was capped. Mr. Speaker, the health insurance fund, as we all know, as of today, is still capped, restricting funds that are going to the district to the health for health delivery. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the GET fund, which is also capped, and Honorable President John Dramani Mahama has promised to decap all these statutory funds. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand the allocation of the District Assembly Common Fund formula for 2020 and 2019. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the allocation and the disbursement of the fund to the district assemblies, as low as 47% was what was sent directly to the district assemblies. A lot of the monies were retained at the center. And when you look at the allocation, we have allocations like institutional transfer, which takes about 14.4% of the common fund, which is retained at the center. We have national projects, which also takes about 19.32%, which is also retained at the center. If you look at the reserve fund, about 13.86% also retained at the center. Totaling all this, Mr. Speaker, you have about 49.6% retained at the center, leaving only 50.4%. But even the 50.4%, Mr. Speaker, 3% is earmarked for public people with disabilities. And so, in essence, it is only 47% that goes directly to the district assemblies. So, if you look at a government that is interested in decentralization and then retaining this chunk of money at the center, you realize that they have run down the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, because of this, the functions of the district assemblies that are transferred to them to execute are not able to function and execute these programs. And, Mr. Speaker, the previous government established the Ministry of Sanitation.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, in winding up.
Honourable members, I asked him, he says he's an ordinary member. and his time was 5 minutes. Please, I'm not here to gag anybody. I asked him, he said ordinary member, and per the directive, ordinary member have 5 minutes. If he's a chairman, why didn't you tell me that he was a chairman?
Mr. Speaker, in concluding, another area.
No, if you're a chairman, you go on. I'll give you up to 10 minutes.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, another area we've seen the previous government. Another area we've seen the previous government running down the district assemblies, Mr. Speaker, is the collection of property rate. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, in the 2023 budget, paragraph 452, Mr. Speaker, it was indicated that the then government proposed to re-centralize the collection of property rate from the district assemblies. And Mr. Speaker, that took place denying the district assemblies of the collection of property rate. But we all know, Mr. Speaker, that the collection of property rate is one of the longer-hanging fruits for district assemblies to augment their resources. And Mr. Speaker, some of the district assemblies at the time was allocated as low as 20% of their property rate. And then this collection was given to a private company. And as at now, Mr. Speaker, the monies collected, which were not sent to the district assemblies, are still not been accounted for. Mr. Speaker, I urge that this current government audits the account of that particular private institution to know why they have taken the public money and has not transferred same to the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, another area we have seen, which we think that President John Dramani Mahama has come to give hope to the people, is to include the local stakeholders of the district assembly in decision making. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the president promised to establish an institution that is going to train the local stakeholders. And it is indicated that there is going to be established a Royal Academy of Chiefs and Traditional Authorities, where they will be given the opportunity to have decision-making in the local governance system of the assembly. And Mr. Speaker, that is going to enhance the work of the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, another area of interest is that in the budget, the government has promised, as has been said already, to pay our honorable assembly members some allowances, which in effect, Mr. Speaker, will enhance their performance and improve upon the performance and the delivery of the district assemblies.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Conclude for me.
To conclude, the previous government initiated to complete some markets, to construct and complete some markets. Mr. Speaker, some of the markets is the Kumasi KJTF Phase 2 project. As we speak now, the markets have been abandoned. Mr. Speaker, they went ahead to promise building markets in Koforidua, Takoradi, Tamale, Nkuranza, Asokore Mampong, and all these markets have come to a standstill and have been neglected.
Thank
Mr.
you
Speaker,
so much.
I thank you for the opportunity for contributing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's now turn to Manson Kwanta, Honorable Treneboa Kodria Fukuyo. Honorable, before you speak on behalf of the House, we wish you to be strong as you lost your mother and you buried your mother over the weekend. So, thank you. So you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity so much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about a few of the items described as growth enhancers in the budget statement. These growth enhancers are key because if the budget will achieve the meager GDP growth rates or otherwise will be dependent on these. These programs were listed under the 24-hour economy, like the Big Push, the establishment of the Women Development Bank, the promotion of modernized agriculture, Jumera, and others. Mr. Speaker, just scratching on the surface of these growth enhancers gives an indication that a little tweak and this budget will be off track in meeting its growth target. A key program, Mr. Speaker, that looks shaky under the growth enhancers, Mr. Speaker, is the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, this program has been much talked about. It's been touted as a program that is going to support the women of this country. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, if you look at what has been allocated to this program, then it gives much to be desired. This program was allocated at an amount of 51.2 million Ghana cedis. And one would wonder what sort of financial institution 51.2 million Ghana cedis would form. Probably, it will just form one office and there will be nothing to lend to support the women to even do SME business. So, Mr. Speaker, this is of worry to many Ghanaians, and the women have started complaining. Yes, the women have already started complaining because 51.2 million Ghana cedis cannot run a proper financial institution to support the women of this country. But, Mr. Speaker, one item which is even of a bigger problem is the timing of this program. Mr. Speaker, last year, under the presidency of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and under the SDG 5, Sustainable Development Goal 5, that requires financial inclusion of everyone, including women, to ensure women have access to financing, they have access to banking products. The Bank of Ghana issued a directive last year, and that directive required all commercial banks, all the 23 of them, to ensure that each of their branch has a desk dedicated to women. And this is to take effect just next quarter. So right from April going, this is supposed to take effect. This is the directive that was issued under the presidency of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo by the central bank. So, Mr. Speaker, under this, there should be a dedicated desk, whichever branch that you enter. And we are talking about 23 commercial banks. If you put their branches together, we are talking about 1,221 branches. So the women of this country should take note that this is a package that was being prepared for them. And we expect this government to push this package for it to work. If you have 1,221 branches, the synergy of this across the country is enormous. So, Mr. Speaker, one would ask, should the current government support this directive to have this quantum of capital across 23 banks, to have a network of over 1,000 branches, specifically having desks to provide products and services to women, or it will form Bank Kete with 51 million Ghana cedis. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a big question that is being asked wherever you go. Will the government be bold enough, or it will say that this directive came under the NPP government, so it should be put under the carpet? I believe the majority of Ghanaians, the women of Ghana, will be happy, will be better off if they fell under this colossal amount of money from 23 banks, if they had access to 1,221 branches across the country, where wherever you enter, there's a desk dedicated to women. I believe the women of this country will be better off and they will be happy. So I recommend, Mr. Speaker, that this is promoted, that this is supported by the current government. I tell you, just one bank, GCB, has over 180 branches. So why would you not support this? Have women's desks at each of these branches, but set up just 1 or 2 branches with the 51 million Ghana cedis. Are we interested in this? I urge the government to rethink this, because this will not lead us anywhere. A 51 million Ghana cedis for Women's Development Bank will not lead us anywhere. Mr. Speaker, another growth indicator that was indicated in the budget, which is also shaky, Mr. Speaker, is the promotion of modernized agriculture as enshrined in the budget. Mr. Speaker, as we know, agriculture is the heartbeat of this country. And if we want to modernize it, especially to let the youth have appetite for it, then we have to mean it. We can't just say it and just treat it anyhow. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at agric, the heartbeat of this country, and the fact that we allocated just 1.5 billion cedis to this sector out of the 279 billion budget, just 1.5 billion cedis, culminating to 0.54% to agric, then one will ask, really, did we mean what we put there, that we were making agric the heartbeat of this country? We are going to modernize agric to attract the youth of this country to come to agriculture. If you look at the budget that was done by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the government allocated 5 billion Ghana cedis to agriculture, 5 billion Ghana cedis, culminating 2.2% of GDP, 2.2% of the budget that was made at that point in time, 5 billion Ghana cedis. And in 2023, we had 1.8% of the budget allocated to agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, you look at where the priorities of these two governments lie when it comes to agriculture. 5 billion Ghana cedis versus 1.5 billion Ghana cedis. I believe the difference is clear as to the two governments who is serious about agriculture.
Honourable Member,
what he says.
You must be winding up.
Mr. Speaker, I have 10 minutes because I'm deputy ranking.
That's why I gave you 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, so agric, we have to choose between the two governments who is serious about agric. 1.5 billion cedis versus 5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue that I want to lay to rest here. And this issue, Mr. Speaker, is about the yield curve of this country. The yield curve. If you listen to the budget that was read, Mr. Speaker, the minister touted himself about the fact that money market rates have been coming down. Money market rates have been coming down. The government that has been in place for less than 3 months, you are touting yourself that money market rates have been coming down. What has changed structurally about the economy within this period for you to tout yourself that money market rates have come down?
Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think, in my view, that the rates that we are seeing coming down are artificial, they've been manipulated, and they are not for real.
Thank you.
And, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, but I want to say that the yield curve is happening not because anything special has been done, it is being manipulated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable. Honourable members, let's now give the floor to the oldest and longest serving member of the House. Honorable member, you are chairman of the committee and the longest serving. We have no choice than to give you 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make a few remarks on the statement made by the Minister of Finance on the budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to dwell on one sector of the economy, and that is the water sector in Ghana. I've chosen to dwell on the water sector because water is life. And that if we have water anytime, it reduces stress in homes and in the country. But Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 596 of the budget statement, at page 100, it is said that in 2023, the total urban water production, which was 72.8 billion gallons of water a day, moved to 76.12 billion gallons of water a day in 2024. I am surprised with this abysmal move. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, when the NDC left office, we have moved the supply of urban water from 56% to 72%. And in 2023, it remained 72.8%. What it means is that not even a gallon of water was added up until 2023. It moved to 76.12 in 2012 because of the water project that was constructed in Navrongo to serve that enclave, Navrongo and Bolgatanga. What it also means, in other words, is that in the whole 8-year period of the MPP government under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, we brought in the Accra Rural, the Atma project, and the mega project was the China Gazuba, which we commissioned in 2016. That brought on board 40 million gallons of water a day. So for Greater Accra alone, we added 40 million plus 12 plus 3.3. For Greater Accra alone. Mr. Speaker, we didn't stop there. We moved on to Nsawam, another Press constituency. The water project that was supplying water for the people of Aduajiri and Nsawam was constructed during the days of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. It broke down. Nobody attended to it. But the NDC, very kind-hearted government. We fixed that water treatment plant. We constructed a brand new treatment plant that provided 1.6 million gallons of water a day to serve the people of Nsawam. Until that new project was done, Honorable Nsawam, Honorable Member of Nsawam, Honorable Adodompe, who served in the MPP government as the government chief whip, could not do thing. Could not do anything. I'm not talking about Osoran Ketenkete. Mr. Speaker, also in the eastern region, we did Winneba. What? Central region. Central region. No, let me keep on in eastern. Eastern, beyond Nsawam, we did a 5-town water project. That is Osinase, Apeda, Nkwabin. We constructed brand new water treatment systems. Oh, wow. That's right. You know something, Mr. Speaker? In Chebi, in the hometown of Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, there was no water. Their water system had broken down. That water system was also constructed during the days of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. It broke down. Nana Akufo-Addo got the opportunity to serve in government as Minister of Foreign Affairs and also as the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Could not fix, for 8 years, did not fix a water system in his hometown. But NDC, we fixed that water system. We brought in a water system in Chebi that could treat water of any level of turbidity. Because we brought in that system because of the nature of water in the Biremu River. Polluted.
Today.
So now today, when Nana is going to Chebi, he doesn't go as he used to. In the past when he was broken, Nana was carrying yellow gallons of water from Accra.
Honorable members. Honorable members, as it stands now, he is the available leader. So,
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I'm giving you the Honorable Collins. Please, you resume your seating.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. Oh, this is a house of records. I think everybody's enjoying the history being given by our uncle. But I'm pleading with my uncle, no, to be factual. I'm pleading with my uncle to be factual. It is never true that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former president, traveled to his constituency with gallons. That's not true. It is not true. It is not true. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records, and no. And I am pleading with my uncle to retract that statement. Please, Mr. Speaker. It is not true. It's never true.
Very well. Honorable members, Honorable Collins Zada, I think your delivery is being received by both sides. So please, that portion of the former president holding yellow eye, withdraw that one from me.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be the last person to defy your orders. I'll be the last person to defy your orders. Accordingly, I withdraw. I only need to add, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, the directives was to withdraw, please. Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'll move from...
Yes,
Mr.
Honorable,
Speaker,
be guided. Yes,
Speaker,
let's listen to you.
I'll move from Chebi to Achemda, where Osafumafo comes from, and end in Winneba, where Osahene comes from. The water system in Achemda was also constructed in 1966. Broke down. Nobody attended to it. NDC, water suppliers. We fixed a brand new water system for the people of Achemda. Also did for Akwatia. And made a water system for the minority leader. So today, when minority leader goes to Winneba, he has no issues with water. He has no issues on account of the works of NDC. Mr. Speaker, in Kumasi, in the Ashanti region, we did Konongo, we did Kumau, we did Mampong. In the case of Mampong, Mr. Speaker,
sit down.
In the case of Mampong, Mr. Speaker, the source of raw water was from a river called Chiremfa. When the system broke down, the people, the residents of Mampong, were drawing water from River Chiremfa. We fixed that water system for them.
Honorable Collins, just hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, point of information. Mr. Speaker, I think what my respectable, he's our uncle, we respect him very well. Let's put politics aside. Mampong, what he said was factually inaccurate. Because, no, I'm coming. No, it's not correct. It was under His Excellency, former President Kufuor. Let me give you a background. Central region, Adanta, Mampong, and all those places. In fact, Central region, those who went to Wesley Girls. No, let me finish. No. Let me finish. No. But you don't understand. You won't let me talk.
Honorable Dr. Stevramwa.
No, I want to sit down. This point of view, I want to sit down.
Honorable Dr. Stevramwa.
Those who went to Wesley Girls.
Honorable Dr. Stevramwa.
St. Augustine's.
Honorable Dr. Stevramwa.
Even 3 months in school.
Thank
but there was no water in Central
Honorable Dr. Stevramwa.
It took Kufuor's leadership, MPP's fraternity.
Honorable Dr. Stevramwa.
So what my honorable uncle is saying,
will you listen to me?
It's palpable false, it's concocted. It's never. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, when Honorable Habib was here and the majority leader was here. Honorable, will you listen to me, please? Honorable Habib was here. Honorable majority leader was here. I pleaded with the leaders that as much as I will not turn them down when they get up. If somebody is speaking and they think that the information they are turning up is not correct, what they could do is probably to give it to somebody who is next on the line to speak, so that you address that particular issue, so that we can let this debate flow. Honorable members, I pleaded with the leaders and I presumed they heeded to that request I made to them. So please, I want us to follow. If Honorable Collins Dada is making any information you think is wrong, from Collins Dada we are coming to this side, then the person can address that particular issue. Please, let's allow the debate to flow. I beg of you. Yes, Honorable Collins Dada, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Mampong Water Supply Project was funded by the U.S. Exim Bank.
Yes. Tell them.
And it was for 23.1 million United States dollars. We started in 2014 and completed the project in 2015 and commissioned. Mr. Speaker, I went with President John Dramani Mahama to Mampong to commission the Mampong project. Mr. Speaker, I will end up with the Advocacy project. There was persistent water shortage in KNUST and also Kwamfanochi Teaching Hospital. There was pressure on the NDC government then. So we constructed a 6 million gallons of water treatment plant in Advocacy. Provided a dedicated transmission line from Advocacy to serve KNUST. Wow. Another dedicated line to serve Kwamfanochi Teaching Hospital. Wow. And ever since, Mr. Speaker, we have never heard of any water shortage in Kwamfanochi and KNUST.
Tell them.
Mr. Speaker,
we want to know the truth.
The MPP has proven to Ghanaians that in terms of water, they are zero. I have a lot of... Mr. Speaker, they have proven to this country that in terms of water supply, they are zero. And it is the reason. It is the reason.
Honorable, I can interject. But when you started, you said MPP has just added 4%. Did I hear you say that? So if it is that, how do you reconcile with your nothing?
Mr. Speaker, what I said was an expression that has a meaning. It means that their performance is very abysmally low. But there is hope.
But you have to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, but there is hope for Ghanaians. At paragraph 598, page 100. The last sentence. All these projects, it lists out a number of projects that are uncompleted. And that last sentence says, that is the sentence of hope. Yes. It says that all these projects will be continued in 2025. The lesson I draw from this is that we are not going to abandon projects started by the MPP like they did. It also shows that the NDC tradition is different from the MPP tradition.
Thank you.
On this note, Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
I'm grateful.
Yes, let me now turn to Honorable. Come again.
Leader, respectfully, our colleague wants to make some intervention with regards.
No,
please.
No,
please.
Available leader.
No.
Available leader. Whatever. No, I haven't called you. Whatever intervention, if so he has debated, so he will get his time. He will get his time. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you want somebody to come in a form of a rebuttal, does it mean you are going to increase that person's time for a debate? We need to add some more time to the person's slot.
No, that's not the tradition.
So how will the person make the rebuttal?
Honorable available leader, that is the way you leadership gave me. If the person is a leader, is a ranking, is a minister, his time is 15 minutes. If the person is a deputy chairman or deputy ranking, his time or her time is 10 minutes. Any other person, 5 minutes. So if you have any information or any rebuttal, it should be within that time allotted. So, Honorable Patrick, I think that's what we've been doing throughout.
No, Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to Order 122? And this is a debate, properly so called. But you rule that.
Order 122.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a statement that was made by the Minister of Finance.
Yes.
There are provisions under the rules for interruptions during debate.
Yes.
And also rules properly defined for points of information.
Yes.
So if this is a house of record,
yes,
and some misleading information is being put out,
yes,
and you say that, oh, the person seated 4 rows behind me,
yes,
must prepare to rebut,
yes,
without giving the person ample time to even add to what the person is going to say, then I don't know what debate we are having on the floor.
Well, notwithstanding Standing Orders 122, I think the rules gathering this commentary or debate were turned up by your own people. I mean the leadership. So the entire leadership of both majority and minority. So whatever I am sitting here to do is to carry out the directives you have given me. So I'm not doing anything different. I'm not doing anything by my own. I'm doing what you have directed me to do. So, Honorable Patrick Boam, as much as I appreciate where you are coming from, I think that's what we've been doing so far, and I will plead with you to allow us to move on.
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make the debate or comments interesting. It doesn't. Because my good friend Dafia Boko is on his feet. You will say something that is misleading. Yeah. By the rules, you are not supposed to participate in a debate. Even though you said, oh, now you interject, because you realize that some facts were not accurate. You see where you sit.
So the point is, some facts are not accurate. So the next person will be given the opportunity to address that inaccuracies. That is how other than that, Patrick, we cannot move on. Because everybody will obviously have something against whoever.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, you gave the available leader before my brother Yabuama the opportunity to interrupt the debate.
in pursuance of Order 1221C. And he came in strongly and provided some information in respect of the matters relating to the provision of potable water in the Mampong area. And even added more. That was when you attempted to check him, that the point of information was in respect of correcting whatever misinformation he thought was given in respect of the Mampong water provision. Now, they are back. The Honorable Collins Adumanko is back on his feet, praying you that the member for Techiman South, I believe, Techiman South has some information to give. And Mr. Speaker, that is not provided for by our rules. Order 122 is very specific. It's about interruption of debate. When the debate is ended, there's no place for you to make any more intervention, because the debate, the time provided for the debate is gone. So it cannot come under 122. That is why you were providing a clue that leadership is guiding, is assisting you to guide the debate. And the general agreement is that you can offload concerns to the next debater to speak to as part of his general comments. So if they will listen to you, the next debater who will come from their side can articulate and amplify the matters that they feel strongly about. Mr. Speaker, they should take a clue so we can make progress. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I think we should.
Mr. Speaker, so how would Honorable Martin J. Mensah Kosa be able to rebut and place on record that the Upper East Water Supply Project, funded by the African Development Bank, the sum of $40 million from Navrongo to Bolga to all those communities, he's run away, Collins Dowda, to be on his feet to say that we did zero, it's okay.
So, Honorable Member, I think we are speaking on the same way. Honorable Martin will be given the opportunity at the time that will be allotted to him to speak. I know there's a ranking, you will have 15 minutes. So you should arrange his thought in such a way that he will address that issue. No, but I don't think there's any...
He's not debating today.
Whether he will speak today or tomorrow, he will get the opportunity to speak. Because I've observed today when Honorable Isaac Opoku was speaking, in a way he was addressing some of the issues Honorable Eric Opoku raised at that time. He was addressing it. Because we cannot say Eric Opoku is speaking and Honorable Isaac Opoku, who also happens to know a lot in the cocoa industry, will be interjecting. We can't go anywhere. So Honorable Eric Opoku spoke, I think, yesterday or the first day, but today I observed that he was addressing some of the issues. So let's move in that way. Other than that, you can't make any headway.
Speaker, I yield to you.
Very well, I'm grateful that you. Yes. So now it is the turn of Honorable Reverend. Has he gone out? Okay, if Reverend is not ready, let's move to Honorable Bafo Weje.
The Speaker, Reverend is here. Reverend is here. Reverend is here. It's not like our members.
Well. Honorable Ahmed, it's now the turn of Honorable Reverend Intim Fodjo. He is a ranking, and therefore he has 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to comment on the budget statement and economic policy ending the year ending 2025, and to state at the outset that the attainment of the macroeconomic targets set out in this budget shall be meaningless if we do not have a stable economy, if we do not have priority to public safety sector, if we do not have internal peace, security, and stability of our economy. Mr. Speaker, at the time when the global community faces threats of terrorism, threats of cybersecurity attacks, and significant security threats, where many economies in every country is prioritizing funding to their public safety sector, ensuring that priority funding is given to defense ministries, given to interior ministries and national security apparatus. As set out in this budget, President Mahama and Finance Minister Atuforsen have clearly demonstrated that they have rather chosen to prioritize funding to the Office of Government Machinery to funding to the critical sectors of defense and interior. Mr. Speaker, one solid profit President Mahama, if he allocates billions of cedis to the Office of Government Machinery to the detriment of Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Interior, and critical national security apparatus. Mr. Speaker, this is the time that this country should be investing in building more forward operating bases. This is the time this country should be investing more in buying state-of-the-art fire tender for the fire service. This is the time that this country should be investing into retooling our fire service sector. This is the time that we should be allocating sufficient budgetary allocation to the prison sector to ensure that we reform and retool our prison sector, improve the dignity of our correctional facilities. This is the time that we have to ensure that more than ever before, we sustain investment into our defense sector. This is the time that the budgetary allocation to the defense ministry should be increased. But what do we see? Rather, we see increase in allocation to the Office of Government Machinery from 327 million in 2024 to 2.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, we have seen changes occurring at various security agencies. And for once, NDC and President Mahama have kept their promise. They promised during their campaign, championed by Sami Jamfi, their communication officer, that when they won power, they will sweep out, politically motivated, they will sweep out all heads of security agencies. And true to their words, for once, they have kept their promise. They have swept out the chief fire officer. The Director General of Prison Service has been cleared. The IGP has been cleared. Controller General of Immigration has been cleared. The Chief of Defense Staff has been cleared. Chief of Army Staff has been cleared. Chief of Naval Staff has been cleared. Chief of Air Staff has been cleared. Chief of Staff in the Ghana Armed Forces has been cleared. Mr. Speaker, they have kept to their promise. They said that they will have political cleansing at the leadership of our security agencies. A rather dangerous precedent. A rather dangerous precedent that has been set. That has never been done in any democratic dispensation. There has never been any elected president in our Fourth Republic who has come to sweep out the top brass of 15 generals, senior-most generals within the rank of 2-star generals, major general equivalent, and above in the Ghana Armed Forces. Well, Mr. Speaker, you can clear all the heads of security agencies and appoint new ones. But if you fail to allocate to them commensurate budgetary funding, they cannot undertake any transformation. They cannot be able to build a resilient security system befitting of the status of this country. Mr. Speaker, the past medium term has seen significant investment into our public safety sector. For instance, in the Ghana Armed Forces alone, owing to colossal investment put in there, we saw an expansion drive, an upgrade of key units and corps, the Armored Corps, the Artillery Corps, the 48th Engineers Corps, and the Signals Corps have all been upgraded to full brigade status. Mr. Speaker, because of the heavy investment, the transformation and modernization of our armed forces, we have been able to attain the status of 4-star in the leadership and the command of Ghana's armed forces, and now the Chief of Defense Staff has attained 4-star general status, a rare feat that few African countries have attained. At a time when the military was and regression analysis I have run indicates that the financial implication associated with this decision alone, if we had given same to the Ghana Armed Forces to build housing units, they could have built 200 housing units for the men and women in uniform. Mr. Speaker, today, when you visit our prisons, they need help. You visit our fire service stations, they need help. You visit our immigration facilities, they need help. You visit the headquarters of the Ghana Police Service, they need help. Now, at the time when we're supposed to be allocating, pushing priority allocation to these critical sectors to ensure the public safety of our citizens, consistent with the investment we have put in the medium term, which investment translated into Ghana consistently in 2023, 2024, and even 2025, as per Global Peace Index and Altiza organization and many notable organizations, having ranked Ghana as the second most peaceful country in Africa in terms of crime rates, and even globally, having ranked Ghana more favorably ahead of Australia and Canada. This is the time that we are seeing the least of allocation to these sectors in the past 3 years. Mr. Speaker, this is the time that we want to see state-of-the-art equipment purchased for our Ghana National Fire Service to promptly respond to incidents of fire outbreaks and contain same. This is the time we're hoping to see that there's going to be procurement of rapid intervention vehicles. This is the time we're hoping to see that we're going to have procurement of state-of-the-art quantum fire tender. But they have decided to prioritize funding to the Office of Government Machinery. The Office of Government, 2.7 billion. Even government communications alone got an allocation far more in excess of what is to go to some of these critical security agencies. Mr. Speaker, where lies the priority of Mr. Mahama? Where lies the priority of Mr. Atuforsen? Where lies the priority of NDC? We live in this country. You must ensure the safety of your home before you buy the most expensive tie rim for your Land Cruiser. You must ensure that you secure the presence of your home for your wife and children and your spouse before you buy the most expensive tie rim for your Land Cruiser. Clearly, that's misalignment of priority. Mr. Speaker, but having said this, I heard my respected colleagues, Honorable Collins Dauda and Honorable Harun Idrisu, trying to create the impression that the erstwhile government, the Kufuor-led government, abandoned projects they inherited from their previous government. Mr. Speaker, it is factually inaccurate. In the education sector alone, this government has many projects that we inherited in the education sector alone. Between 2017, just 2017 and 2023, we completed 1,001 old projects that were left by previous administrations, including e-blocks. Mr. Speaker, e-blocks, NDC, who started it in their 8 years, could complete only 24. We came and completed 31. Now they have the opportunity. Whatever else that is left, let them timeously complete it, and let them be minded that any other project at various stages of completion, no excuse, they must allocate funding to it and complete it. Agenda 111, Mr. Speaker, is an ongoing project they have inherited. Let them, in their own principle, demonstrate priority. There is nowhere in this budget that allocation can be pointed to, that they are indeed going to complete any of the existing projects that they have come to inherit in respect of Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, we are submitting to the NDC that in the mid-year budget that is coming, this House is expecting to see realignment of budgetary allocations and prioritizing public safety sector and not government machinery. We want to see President Mahama, we want to see Finance Minister Atuforsen. We want to see them ensuring that this country continues to be safe for everybody who lives in it.
Honorable Member,
this
wind up.
Country continues to maintain the enviable status that we have attained. Mr. Speaker, today you visit our barracks, morale is down because of egoistic, because of politically motivated decision to sweep the command, as if President Mahama came into office by way of coup d'etat. Even Mali, even Burkina Faso, even Niger, you will not see this kind of politically motivated political cleansing of all army generals, senior by Major General Twister and above.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, what shall it profit President Mahama and Arthur Forson when they prioritize great loot and share over public safety? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable leadership, once again I prayed with you. It's true you might have observed certain inaccuracies. Allow the next speaker to address it, please, so that we can flow and finish early enough. So let me come to Honorable Minister for Local Government. Honorable, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion to make few comments on the budget statement presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, as a long-standing member of this House who have been here since 2009, I have copies of the previous budget statement presented in this House. And this is the last budget statement of His Excellency the President, John Agyekum Kufuor, with his economic growth and where he took Ghana to, and how the rating agencies rated Ghana. The Ghana that was given to him and the Ghana that he left. Mr. Speaker, I have the 2012 budget of the Ghana that was given to President Mahama. And I have the 2020 budget and the 2016 budget of the Ghana that was given to His Excellency the President, the former President Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, clearly, Ghanaians did not make mistake at all. They did not make mistake at all. Mr. Speaker, when Ghana was handed over by President Kufuor to President Mills, Ghana was accepted by the international community. And we had access to take international loans, concessional loans, and bilateral loans. Mr. Speaker, inflation was manageable. And Mr. Speaker, from President Rawlings to President Kufuor to President Mills to President Mahama, almost all successive governments governed so well that the inflationary figures that were given to them, before they handed over the baton to their successor, they reduced the figures. Mr. Speaker, the economy was groomed to the point that successive governments could have the opportunity and access the international capital market. Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate aspect is when Ghana was given to His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we grew Ghana to the point that the first thing he did was to come to this House for us to approve an Eurobond of $2.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, Ghana was acclaimed as the fastest growing country economy in Africa at that time. Inflation was reduced to 15.4. Mr. Speaker, all the economic indicators were so creditworthy to the point that the rating agencies rated Ghana with B. Mr. Speaker, from Kufuor B, Atambos B, President Mahama B, handed over to President Akufo-Addo. But Mr. Speaker, there was a relay video where children were learning how to do baton relay. And when it was given to one, he started going reverse. And they were using that one to exemplify President Akufo-Addo's governance. I thought it was a joke. Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, all the economic indicators started going reverse. The inflation of 15.4% that was given to him, he grew it to 54.1 and brought it to 23.8, and he said that a man to new friend. Mr. Speaker, we handed over a very good economy to him, that wherever he went, AFD, they were giving loans. This House Finance Committee was so busy every day with loan approvals. Mr. Speaker, you yourself tell me, when was the last time that they brought a loan facility here that this House should approve? Nana Seho. We are no longer credit worthy. That the House Finance Committee could not even consider any financial transaction, international financial transaction. Mr. Speaker, going forward, I was so hurt when Standard & Poor downgraded Nanado's government, Ghana as a country. Fish Solutions downgraded us. Mr. Speaker, Moody's downgraded us to the point that the president of Ghana at that time said, we must set our own marking scheme. Mr. Speaker, which student will go to school, the same marking scheme that your predecessors passed, President Mills passed, President Kufuor passed, President Mama passed, because Nana Akufo-Addo has failed, we should change. Yes, we handed over B to you. Then you reduce the B to a junk economy. A junk economy that you yourself could not go to the international community to borrow again. Who closed the door? How did the international community turn their back from Ghana? It tells you that you failed. Mr. Speaker, going forward, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, hold on. Let me thank you and cede the seat to the first Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you are on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian economy was so attractive to the point that even Nigeria banks were all running to Ghana. Then we handed over to you. Mr. Speaker, when this country was handed over to the MPP government, Mr. Speaker, 9 universal banks were collapsed. Unibank collapsed. Sovereign Bank collapsed. Heritage Bank collapsed. Mr. Speaker, 463 microfinances, 367 of them collapsed. Mr. Speaker, from the 33 universal banks that we have, they reduced them to 23. And tell me why Ghanaians should not be justified in reducing your number from 169 to 88. Tell me. 87. Even the 88 self, you see. Ghanaians gave you 169 and gave you a very good economy. And you collapsed 9 universal banks. You collapsed 367 microfinances. You collapsed about 50 insurance. Who will vote for you? So Ghanaians are justified in reducing your number from 169 to 87. And Mr. Speaker, which student, you go to school and you fail, Then you come and tell your father that he should give you a marking scheme. You want to set your own marking scheme. For the where? You can have your marking scheme, but you will be repeated. Mr. Speaker, to continue, I heard my respected, lovely brother and friend asking that what are the priorities of Atuforsen and John Mahama. Mr. Speaker, as a country in governance, we have principles and values. Mr. Speaker, when we accepted the 1992 Constitution as our respected and highest law of the land, we created a district assembly common fund to protect our democracy. Mr. Speaker, when we had crisis in our educational sector, we created the GET fund to solve our educational problems. Mr. Speaker, when we had problems on our road sector, we created the road fund to help solve our road problems. Mr. Speaker, when we suffered from energy sector, we created energy sector savings levy to help solve the energy problems. Governance must be guided by principles and values. If you cannot go by them, you don't qualify to govern. And that is why Ghanaians could justify to rate you as Ghana's misgovernors. Yes, you were not governing right. And that's why they reduced you from 169 to 87. Mr. Speaker, to continue, when we awarded the 123, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to say Ghana's misleaders. That's why I say misgovernors. Then to substitute it, Ghana's misleaders. Even the president, he was misled. But Mr. Speaker, seriously, the reason why the 123 community day schools, blocks, we completed 56 of them as at 31st December, as at 6th January 2017, when we were exiting power. Mr. Speaker, the first Minister of Education, Honorable Dr. Metiopoku Prempe, was quoted on Asempa FM and came to repeat it here. That is what we handed over to you. And Mr. Speaker, the 123 schools, 50 of them were financed, 23 of them were financed by the World Bank. The remaining were financed by the Ghana Educational Trust Fund. You came. The dedicated fund that was used to complete the 123 blocks, you came and went for Dachi bond. And you collateralized it. And therefore contractors could not complete them. Do you blame us? The priority of Dr. Kessel Atuforsen and President Mahama is that the blocks must be completed. And therefore your Dachi bond, the facility you went for, he has taken it over and he has uncapped the GET fund. GET fund should be used for all educational activities. GET fund has been uncapped. Then you who capped GET fund, knowing very well that you erred, then you went and said that, oh, when you vote for us again, we will uncap the GET fund. What made you cap it in the first place? Yes. Ghanaians will not listen to that story. And that's why they voted against you and pushed you there. Mr. Speaker, look at the nature of our roads. The road fund was meant to be used for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Osu Aduomi, when the Honorable Osu Aduomi, who was then the ranking member on Roads and Highway Committee, who assisted this House in most of our roads activities, when he became the Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways, Mr. Speaker, he advised them, and they said he was NDC, even though he was MPP MP. He gave them good counsel that capping the road fund and using the road fund for other things. When it rains, all Ghanaian roads will be impassable. Mr. Speaker, which of our roads are motorable as we speak? The priority of John Mahama and Atuforsen is that we are uncapping all the road fund and we are using the road fund purposely for road maintenance going forward. Honorable Patrick Boama, your road will be motorable. Honorable Intinfojo, your roads will be motorable. Mr. Speaker, your roads will be motorable. My brother Ajay Mensah Techima, your roads will be motorable. Because the road fund is being uncapped and we will use it to do the roads. Mr. Speaker, seriously speaking, another dangerous error that was committed was the District Assembly Common Fund. You created 46 District Assembly in addition to the 260 you inherited. Mr. Speaker, and you capped the District Assembly Common Fund. It took a member of this house to take you to Supreme Court. The venerable Kodo took you to Supreme Court for Supreme Court to tell you that what you were doing is wrong. The priority of Atufosi and John Mama is that the common fund that you capped, they are uncapping it. The earmark fund and realignment fund collapse. And therefore, 80% of the District Assembly Common Fund is going to your districts. And therefore, you are not going to be under pressure. And the district assemblies, the decentralized structures are not going to be operating with that nothing. So now, when you go to Akati, the community will be lively. Economic activities will be going on. Contractors will be working. District assembly project will be taken by contractors. We are going to bring life, just as we have in Accra, in almost all the district capitals. That is the priority of Atufosi and John Mama. Mr. Speaker, you come to a district assembly, National Health Insurance Levy. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minister,
we created that one purposely for our health needs.
Honorable Minister,
so
you should have used Banda as an example.
Mr. Speaker,
you should have used Banda as an example instead of Akati.
The true leaders of this country have come back. We are coming to reset, and our prayer is that we should not go there for them to come and destabilize. May God bless us all, and I thank you and call honorable colleagues to support the position that you are taking. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I pray you to seek your leave to vary order of business so that we'll go to item number 9 before we return to item number 7 where we are. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Available Leader. And then the Chairman for Subsidiary Legislation Committee. This is an instrument. What do you say to the application?
Mr. Speaker, it's listed. I can't even see the... Yes. Yes. It's isn't on my for subsidiary legislation.
Exactly.
Honorable Available Leader, let me hear you.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we worked on this instrument this morning as a committee. And I haven't seen the minister here. I don't know if he's seeking leave for somebody else to lay the instrument or what. Because I just signed the report.
Very well. So what we can do is that by agreement, I will vary the order of business to take item numbered 9. And when the item is about to be taken, then we can take application from the Majority Chief Whip as to whether the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs should lay it instead of the Minister responsible for environment. So, honorable members, we then vary the order of business, and at commencement of public business, item numbered 9. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the Honorable Minister is unavoidably absent, but we have the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs available to do that on his behalf, if I may seek your leave for that to be done.
Honorable Available Leader, this is the application.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not opposed, but I'll come in again. I'm not opposed to him.
Very well. Honorable members, item numbered 9, presentation of instruments.
Environmental Protections, Mining and Forest Reserves, Amendment Regulations 2025.
Yes, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, let me ask for leave of use to ask the Minister for Local Government to give some explanatory statement on the instrument laid.
Well, he's exercising his authority under Order 163 to request a short explanation to the instrument being laid.
Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that even civil society organizations have been calling on us to make sure that we help protect the environment. And we, as a House, were highly concerned when the matter came out that this particular House went ahead to pass that law. We were under serious critique by the public. And as legislators, when we are here making laws, regulatory impact assessment shows that you must open the window to see the impact of the laws you are passing here on the people. If Ghanaians are saying that the law that we pass here is negatively impacting on our forests, and I could see the crying of the Honorable Minister for Lands and Forestry, Honorable Amako Feboa, that 44 of the 44 forest reserves that we have, even none of them were almost gone. That's because we wouldn't want it to be said that it's because of, excuse me, the contribution of this House, the law that we passed, that's why our forest reserves are all going. We always take part in the tree planting exercise. The Green Ghana Day, we all take part. But you cannot be passing law for destruction of forests and taking part in tree planting. So I think that this amendment will go a long way to help the image. The revocation will go a long way to help the image of this House. And I believe my brother, the Honorable Patrick Yabuama, knowing who he is trying to let me throw light on this so that we'll carry Ghanaians along. With that statement, I know he will agree. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable available leader, my good friend Patrick Yabuama.
This side of the House is not opposed to the revocation of this instrument.
Very well.
It's a consensus report that will be presenting to the House. So I want that to be on record. That is why I needed him to give some explanatory statement to this. Because by the new rules, under 93, the sub-rule 4, if an instrument is laid, gone are the days where a minister will just come knowing nothing about an instrument and will bow. So it's a warning to ministers of state that will be invoking those rules. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Environmental Protection, Mining in Forest Reserves, Amendment Regulation 2025 is duly laid and it is referred to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee for consideration and report. Yes, Honorable.
The strong suggestion is that the leadership of the Lands and Natural Resources Committee be added to.
Very well. Chairman of the committee, the application is that leadership of the Lands and Natural Resources should join you in giving consideration to the instrument.
Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed, except that Honorable Collins Dowda should attend the meeting on time. We meet very early. You know, Mr. Speaker, you're a very diligent member of that committee, and my senior brother should be diligent. He has to be at the meeting on time. 8:30 a.m. is 8:30 a.m. Professor Bayo will attest to that. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't do this to my brother, but to suggest that the very venerable Collins Dowda is not a diligent leader of this House. Mr. Speaker, he's here, but I need to defend him. He's always a diligent man. That is why he's an 8th timer in this House. So he will attend upon the committee diligently and deliver his duties diligently, on time. Diligence is part of being timelessly available. Speaker, we defer to in this matter. If the referral be made so that we may progress.
Honorable Wiseman, we all know that you are a very diligent person, and some of us have taken after you.
But
so
Mr. Speaker,
your level of diligence is not
in doubt.
In doubt.
Thank you very much. But Mr. Speaker, I never knew until this afternoon that Patrick Boama, Honorable, had become a timekeeper in Parliament.
Honorable members, I thank you very much for the opportunity. I recall that this instrument was about to be laid, and I ruled that until and unless a pre-laying consideration is carried out, the way is not clear for the instrument to be laid. And by confirmation, they have done the pre-laying consideration, hence the instrument is due to be laid. So I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I thank the committee for also doing the pre-laying consideration as a matter of urgency. Yes?
Speaker, just to confirm that the leadership of the Lands and Natural Resources Committee.
Yes, the leadership of Lands and Natural Resources Committee should join the subsidiary legislation committee in considering the instrument. Yes, honorable members, we will move back to item number 7.
Speaker, the list of names of proposed debaters are still before you. So we still have 2 on this side, and if I may, if available leaders on the others can confirm the number of. You have 3 outstanding.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, by the list that I have here, the minority side has 4, and the majority side has 6. No, 5.
Speaker, regarding the 4, Speaker, I defer to you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I told you earlier on that the committee met by your instructions or directive that we needed to meet within 48 hours to present the report on the airline. We did so this morning. So I want my colleague to know that we've met and done the pre-laying, but I don't know where you want the leadership of the Lands and Forestry Committee to come in.
Well, officially, the instrument is being referred to you for consideration and report. So it is that consideration that the leadership of Lands and Natural Resources will be part. So this is an internal problem, and you can handle it internally.
Speaker, the further clarification is that the meeting that they had was in respect of your directive. So this referral now is what they will consider pending reports. If they are able to return with a report before the expiration of the 21 sitting days, then we have business. So,
one member, I have been the vice chairman of the subsidiary legislation committee, so I know exactly what Honorable Patrick Yaoboma is talking about.
Very well, Speaker.
So it's now, so we are back to item number 7, statement on the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Continuation of the comment. It's now the turn of Honorable Bafo Ewua Ajay.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this invitation. Again,
Honorable Bafo Ewua, are you a chairman, ranking member, vice chairman?
Vice chair.
Okay, so then you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this invitation. I do not take it for granted at all. Mr. Speaker, I don't take it for granted because, firstly, 10 years prior to the 1992 Constitution being promulgated in 1993, there was never such an opportunity to comment on a budget statement. And so, Mr. Speaker, when it gets to such a moment, we need to celebrate our past. And so, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to celebrate how far we have come in terms of our democracy. That gives us the opportunity to comment on budget statements. It is important so that, Mr. Speaker, our brothers and sisters who these days sometimes take our democracy for granted, Mr. Speaker, will take an important cue from it. Mr. Speaker, I do not take it for granted also because out of the over 30 million Ghanaians, I am one of the 276 privileged people who have been mandated by the Constitution to comment on the budget statement. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not take this for granted, and for this reason, I thank you for the opportunity, and I thank the people of Menchia South for giving me the opportunity to also represent them and have a say on this budget statement. Mr. Speaker, it is important we do not forget that prior to the year 2017, specifically 7th of January, government policy lacked credibility. There was lack of policy credibility, for which reason the government at the time, that is the NDC government, sought refuge in the IMF. Mr. Speaker, when the MPP took over, that policy credibility was restored. And so, Mr. Speaker, if for nothing, we need to celebrate that feat by the MPP for giving government policy credibility. Mr. Speaker, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I would want to take you to paragraph 368 of the policy of the budget at page 69. Mr. Speaker, with your liberty, I would read. Mr. Speaker, it starts by saying, Mr. Speaker, the key policy intervention to support the economic transformation and job creation agenda include the following. Roll out the equivalent of a $10 billion big push policy for strategic infrastructural development to open up the country and drive sustainable economic growth and transformation. Mr. Speaker, our job as a House, our duty, very respectfully, is to consider this statement and approve it. Mr. Speaker, how do you consider something that does not have details? Mr. Speaker, the big push does not have details as to the nature of infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we all know that when it comes to infrastructure, it's a nebulous word. It spans various physical infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. You can have hard infrastructure, you can have soft infrastructure. So what infrastructure is the budget referring to? Mr. Speaker, we do not know. Where would the infrastructure be located? Mr. Speaker, we do not know. Mr. Speaker, what has informed or what will inform the choices of the kind of infrastructure? Mr. Speaker, we do not know because details have not been provided. Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, we have been invited to approve this policy. Mr. Speaker, who in this House will sign a blank check to a builder who tells him that, give me $10 billion to build you a house, without knowing the location of the house, without knowing the type of house to be built? Mr. Speaker, who in this House? Mr. Speaker, at least the National Cathedral, the location was known. Not that I approve of it, but the location was known. Mr. Speaker, we knew where it was being sited. We knew where what the plan was. We knew it. But Mr. Speaker, here we are we are being asked to approve of a policy, the details of which is not known. And so, Mr. Speaker, even in considering it, what are we considering? What are we considering? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we are guided by history. Mr. Speaker, I am very apprehensive. I am very apprehensive with the figure $10 billion. Because, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, allow me, Mr. Speaker, grant me the liberty to use the word sexy. It appears our brothers on the other side find the figure $10 billion very sexy. And it's curious. Anytime you are in government, you have a $10 billion project. Anytime you are in government, Mr. Speaker, between the first term of the NDC, in the year between 2013 to 2016, Mr. Speaker, that was the Hope City, $10 billion Hope City facility. Mr. Speaker, and it became hopeless. Mr. Speaker, between the year 2009 and 2012, Mr. Speaker, was the $10 billion STS deal. And so anytime the NDC is in power, they seem fascinated by the figure $10 billion. If it is not the 10 billion STS deal, it is the 10 billion Hope City deal. And today we are being given 10 billion big push. Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate why there are no details. Mr. Speaker, you know why? Because they are afraid of accountability. They know that if they give us details, there will be something to hold them to. They are afraid of accountability. Mr. Speaker, when the STS deal failed, when the 10 billion STS deal failed, because they had told us it was a housing project, it was very easy to verify whether or not a house has been built. Mr. Speaker, it was easy to hold them accountable and determine that indeed it has failed. Mr. Speaker, it is not strange that, Mr. Speaker, that because it failed, Professor Mills, the good man, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, in 2012, January 2012, in an interview to Reuters, Mr. Speaker stated as follows: "We have some difficulties with the STS project, and as a president, I am eating a humble pie to say that we are looking for alternatives." Mr. Speaker, the $10 billion STS deal, the 10 billion STS deal failed. It failed. Mr. Speaker, the Hope City also failed. Mr. Speaker, today they are telling us 10 billion push. Whether it is a crab, Mr. Speaker, it will fail. Mr. Speaker, we need details for the big push. We need details for the big push. Mr. Speaker, unless we have details, we would have failed in our job, Mr. Speaker, as legislators. Mr. Speaker, we would have failed. Well, Mr. Speaker, clearly, Mr. Speaker, that said, after raising the hopes
Honourable member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, after raising the hopes of this country, Mr. Speaker, the second point is JIDA. Mr. Speaker, we have been told of certain programs in here. We have been told of certain programs, coding, Ejumera, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, the only difference between this, what has been enumerated here, Mr. Speaker, and JIDA, is that it's not being implemented by an agency called JIDA. Mr. Speaker, that's the only difference. Mr. Speaker, is the same
member,
JIDA
your time is up.
Mr. Speaker,
I'll
even
proceed to
time,
give the floor
Mr. Speaker,
to Honorable Frank Afriye.
Mr. Speaker, my time is not
Honorable
up.
Frank Afriye, you have the floor. Yes,
Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is a very important debate, and looking behind the Majority Chief Whip, I cannot even find the Minister of Finance or his deputy in the chamber to take notes and comments from members. Neither do I find officials from the Ministry of Finance. Honorable Whip, this is a very important. We are not going to stop the debate, but we want to bring it to your attention. Mr. Speaker, you can call on Honorable Afriye. Thank you. I just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Honorable Afriye. Yes.
Speaker, let not the impression be created that finance, representatives of the Ministry of Finance or the deputy was not here. Speaker, he just stepped out. I suspect that for very brief reasons. He will be back. He was here sitting here taking notes. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the available leader that Finance Ministry is well represented and they are taking notes of some of the issues that you are raising. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Majority Leader, I noticed that. Well, Honorable Ntim Fojo, I think yesterday we came into an agreement. Your people are ready to criticize the budget. We are concluding tomorrow. So if you don't want the opportunity to be given to them, you can raise the issue and accordingly would adjourn till tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House is a house of rules. And just when one would have expected that the government, having a majority they claim to be over 183, would have taken interest in the comments arising out of the budget statement and economic policy of the first year of their government. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the Finance Minister is not here. Deputy Finance Minister is not here. No Cabinet Minister is present. As we speak, even among their leadership, only one is present. Among their backbench, only 22 are present. Clearly, they have demonstrated that this budget we are debating that they themselves presented is not even a priority to them. They have abandoned their own budgets. They are not showing any interest in their own budgets. And so, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, turn to page 4 and 5 of the order paper. Page 4 and 5 of the order paper. The order paper, turn to page 4 and 5.
So, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a copy here. I'll be glad to have a copy and speak to it. But whilst I'm waiting for it, Mr. Speaker, this is a clear advice to the government.
Is that not
they
order
cannot
paper?
only boast. They
Honorable
cannot only
Fojo,
boast.
is that
I'm
not
waiting for the
order
hard
paper?
copy. I'm waiting for the hard copy. When it comes, I will speak to it.
But is that not the hard copy?
For some reason, mine is not scrolling up, Mr. Speaker. I'll be grateful when I get a hard copy. But whilst waiting, Mr. Speaker, this House must be reminded that we have 276 members of Parliament in this House. 183 are majority. And out of that 183, only 22 are present. No Cabinet Minister is present. Only one leader on their side is present, clearly abandoning their economic policy. How do you expect Ghanaians to take interest in your budget when you yourself have abandoned your budget? Mr. Speaker, that must be corrected.
Will you read page 4 and 5?
Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Will you read page 4 and 5? Honorable member, this is a directive from the Speaker. Will you read page 4 and 5 of today's order paper?
Mr. Speaker, I have not put any tangible application before you for your ruling. I made my submission, and when I made it, I ended on the note and stated that I rest my case. And that is why I end.
Well,
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The person presiding will take note of your conduct accordingly. Yes, Honorable Majority
Speaker.
Chief Whip.
Speaker, indeed, the Honorable Intim Fojuo is one of the members, honorable members, I consider as a gentleman, and he's still a gentleman. But I want to plead with him that the issues that he raised, he neither cited an issue of quorum nor otherwise. He just went to town. That is why Speaker says, take guidance so that we make progress. It's very unfortunate that you won't take guidance from Speaker. I think that you should take guidance. Yes, because all that Speaker is trying to alert you is that there are a lot of committees meeting. So if you can take cognizance of that, then issues of numbers on the floor is not what should engage you. Speaker, with this, I believe that we can make progress with my member for Kwajalein South is ready to make his comment. Thank you.
Honorable Franka Friye, you have the floor. Beginning of your time.
Mr. Speaker, let me convey tons of gratitude to you for the opportunity to make brief comments and share modest perspectives on the 2025 budget. To all intents and purposes, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget of hope. It is a budget of credibility. It is a budget of joy. It is an A+ budget, and will surely lead us to the promised land. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely imperative for the House to recognize that whilst we are engaged in formal commentary over the budget, out there are thousands of debates and commentaries going on. Speaker, the people who sent us here, who have given us their power of attorney, I mean the ordinary Ghanaian, Mr. Speaker, they are engaged in ferocious debates in marketplaces, in trotros, in commercial cars, in hospitals, in schools, on their farms, in churches, and all other places. Mr. Speaker, the difference is that whilst we rely on facts, figures, and statistics provided by former institutions to make our comments and debate, these people rely largely on their personal experiences and the realities of the time in which they live. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely surprised that my brethren on the other side, Bafo Honorable, he claims that the NDC government lacks credibility. I don't think he understands the word credibility. Mr. Speaker, we were all in this country when they came with their tail running in between their legs to tell us that the former finance minister was running this nation aground. And they told us that the man lacked credibility. They proceeded by telling us that the man used his personal company as financial advisor for international loan transaction. Mr. Speaker, this we are dealing, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Collins. Very well. Honorable Franka Friye, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. our brethren on the other side, I think, have issues with what I was saying. I particularly refer to OPK, the Honorable David Opoku Ansah. Mr. Speaker, he's a member of this House. On the other side, he used the 3 C's to describe Ken Ofori-Atta. The first C stands for incompetence. Yes. That's what he said. That's what he said. That the first C, Mr. Speaker, that I am quoting him.
Honourable members,
He said, the first C.
I recognize Honourable Patrick Yabuama. Please, you can resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable David Opoku Ansah is not in the chamber. Neither do we have the Honorable Ofori-Atta to hear. The rules are quite clear on that. So if the member will focus on his submission, he will not receive any heckling from here, Mr. Friye. Thank you.
Honorable Franka Friye, take a cue and proceed.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you so much. The reality is that when it comes to credibility, we will not take lesson notes from the other side, because they have come to tell us that they are not credible, that their own finance minister, the only case he specializes in is how to use his own company to borrow, as the loans weigh heavily on our shoulders. Mr. Speaker, he organized KK, he organized KK and Wache party. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I hope to sing the song that he normally dances to, and that's Sydney's song. The song that had to do with our money, our money, Ghana money, Oga de chopper, nyafu. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
let me go on.
Honorable member, the chamber is not a music studio. Honorable member, the chamber is not a music studio. Please proceed without singing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am guided.
Honorable Patrick Yabuama.
Mr. Speaker, if you could direct the Hansa Department to have that portion expunged. It's very, very good.
Honorable member, I can assure you that the singing is not captured by the Hansa Department. So please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm still dwelling on the lamentations of the ordinary Ghanaian and their apprehensions against our brethren on the other side. Mr. Speaker, we are told that the MPP government used over $400 million in their failed attempt to construct 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, after 8 good years, not even one functioning hospital. John Dramani Mahama and the NDC would have used that same money to construct over 30 functioning hospitals. That is the lamentation of the ordinary man out there. Mr. Speaker, we were still in this country when our brethren on the other side used monies that are meant for local development. They use it to organize workshops to train Zongo women in how to cook wache and Hausa cocoa. Mr. Speaker, we all know that if you want the best wache and Hausa cocoa, you cannot go to get it anywhere than our Zongo women. Mr. Speaker, let me come to the substance of the budget as we have now. The budget, as stated, the budget is a budget of hope. Mr. Speaker, I invite you to page 71. Page 71, paragraph 374. Mr. Speaker, the government has allocated close to 500 million Ghana cedis. This amount is to give respite to our people in the villages the young men and women who are hopeless under a Kufuor's regime because after senior high school, they could not progress. Speaker, we are so proud of our brethren seated over there. They are big lawyers, they are doctors, they are engineers, but did they become engineers after senior high school? No. John Dramani Mahama wants every child after senior high school to progress. And that is why the ordinary man is happy. Mr. Speaker, today, provisions have been made in this budget for building of National Women's Bank. That is what we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, I represent the good people of Afajatosa. We do not even have one single bank, not even a rural bank. Mr. Speaker, the only bank we had was built by Dr. Parkwesing Indum, and our people came and they collapsed the bank. How could you collapse a bank with a whopping 25 billion Ghana cedis when these banks were indebted to a tune of 9 billion? Mr. Speaker, the essence of this National Women Development Bank is to equip our women in the villages. These are women who are looking for credit in order to trade. These are women when they are capable, the whole household will be able to eat. This is what we are talking about. This is what John Dramani Mahama is transforming this nation. And it is a budget that offers glorious hope for our people. Mr. Speaker, kindly walk with me to page 73 of the same budget. Mr. Speaker, there is adequate provision for our youth to be trained in artisanship and skills.
Honorable member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, our construction sites are inundated by Togolese and Chinese. The idea is that we need to equip our Ghanaian youth with employable skills and artisanship so that they can take their pride of place.
Your time is
Mr.
up.
Speaker, John Mahama deserves to be celebrated.
Honorable member, your time is up.
This is a groundbreaking budget.
Honorable
this is
member,
a budget that
your
will
time
bring hope.
is up.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you so much.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Shirley Che.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find
Honorable
out.
Shirley Che, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find out if the timekeepers were different. Mr. Speaker, do we have different timekeepers? No, I just wanted to know, with the greatest of respect, whether we had different timekeepers.
Honorable member, I think we know exactly what we are doing. If you watch carefully, you realize that when the clerk turned to me and make his hand like this, it means he's left with 1 minute. His hand like this, it means it's left with 2 minutes. So I operate by the direction from the clerk. So I don't have any other timekeeper apart from the clerks.
Mr. Speaker, I take your guidance.
Honorable Shirley Che. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Well, Honorable Shirley Che, are you a ranking, deputy ranking?
Deputy ranking, please.
Very well. Then you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement made by the Honorable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, a close study at what the NDC promised in opposition and what is delivering today in office can best be described as underwhelming. Mr. Speaker, it's a classic case of promising heaven and delivering proo la proo. More fittingly, Mr. Speaker, promising roses
member,
and delivering
you were
pebbles.
in the chamber. Order. Honorable member, you were in the chamber when we indicated that the chamber is not a music studio. So please don't sing. Comment on the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Or more fittingly, promising roses and delivering pebbles. Mr. Speaker, the NDC promised big in 2024. They promised to give the youth of this country jobs by creating millions of jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, what do we see now? Mr. Speaker, they promised that they were going to implement a 24-hour economy policy. Mr. Speaker, this they tagged as Agenda 133. 1 job, 3 shifts, 3 people. Mr. Speaker, I have been looking at this budget closely, and I'm finding it difficult to see where in this budget that there is a single institution with an increment in their budgetary allocation to implement this Agenda 133. Mr. Speaker, there is zilch in this budget. Mr. Speaker, the disparity between promises and delivery is not new with the NDC. Mr. Speaker, the NDC we are seeing today is the NDC of yesteryears and the NDC of years to come. Mr. Speaker, they are very good at giving promises, giving big promises, and giving little. Mr. Speaker, a classical example is the one-time NHIA premium we were promised. Mr. Speaker, this policy never saw the light of day. Mr. Speaker, would I be wrong in thinking that this Agenda 133 or this 24-hour economy may just be one of their failed promises and may never see the light of day? Mr. Speaker, during the 2025 SONA, the President, Honorable President John Dramani Mahama, stated, and I quote, "One of the biggest crises we face is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment has led to despair and frustration. The latest estimates show that about 2 million of our young people are unemployed. This poses a major security risk for our country and requires urgent attention," end quote. Strangely, Mr. Speaker, a paltry 1 million Ghana cedis was promised for the much-touted Ejumera project. Mr. Speaker, this was aimed at job creation. Mr. Speaker, I ask, is 100 million enough to alleviate the despair and frustration Mr. President talked about? Mr. Speaker, looking at the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment, Mr. Speaker, there is only an allocation of 7.2 million cedis for its capers. Mr. Speaker, would I be wrong in asking if this is enough to positively impact the youth of this country? No. Mr. Speaker, in a sharp contrast, a whopping 4.1 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated to the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, 4.1 billion choppable cedis has been allocated to Office of Government Machinery. The good book says, where your heart is, where your treasure is, that's where your heart is, in Matthew 6:21. Is it the case that the treasure of the President lies in the Office of Government Machinery and that his heart is not with the teeming youth suffering out there? Mr. Speaker, the verdict is out there. Mr. Speaker, now going on to look at other allocations that were made for critical sectors like the road fund. When the local minister was speaking, he was talking about roads being more trouble. Roads being more trouble. Mr. Speaker, would it surprise you to know that the road sector, which is such a critical sector, has only 2.81 billion Ghana cedis allocated for it? The begging question is this fund enough to fix the roads in Achoma Agogo? Is this fund enough to fix the roads in Agboakwa Menchia? Is this funds enough to fix the roads in Korbin Amanchia? Is this funds enough to fix the roads in Achoma Agboakwa? Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. I will not be surprised if we find that Some of these roads are not fixed. Mr. Speaker, considering the huge allocations made to other sectors, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know if the allocation made to the District Assembly's Common Fund of 7.51 billion Ghana cedis is commensurate with the ruling by the Supreme Court. Because, Mr. Speaker, I am willing to hold this government for contempt of court if it is not. Because I'm sure my learned brothers here on this side will be willing to support me on this noble cause. Mr. Speaker, as a woman and a gender advocate, I would like to thank the President,
Honorable
the
Member,
Eswell government, Nana
Honorable
Akufo-Addo,
Member,
for showing the way.
What is contempt of court?
Mr. Speaker, if the money, because there's a law that 5% of the total budget should be allocated for the District Assembly's Common Fund. But as it stands now, we do not know. So I'm just hoping the allocation is commensurate with the ruling by
Honorable Member, be guided accordingly.
Yes.
Contempt is quasi-criminal. And
Thank
the
you,
rules
Mr.
are
Speaker.
clear.
Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable
Speaker.
Patrick Boma, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, as a woman and gender advocate,
Yes.
I would like to
Your
thank
time
the
is
Eswell
preserved.
Akufo-Addo
I
government.
recognize Honorable Patrick Boma.
Mr. Speaker, the chamber was dead silent listening to the erudite submission from the member for Achuma Badiga. And I saw you nodding your head in appreciation, enjoying the debate. So we expect you to protect the ladies in the chamber, Mr. Speaker. So I think you should add some 3 more minutes to her to enable her to conclude. I thank you.
Honorable Member, I just asked a simple question because my responsibility as the chair is to guide using the rules. That is why I asked what is contempt of court. Because specifically, court has been added, not only contempt was used. In this case, contempt of court. And you and I, we know what a contempt of court is. Honourable members, I listen to everybody with rapt attention.
Mr. Speaker, you know she's not a lawyer. And you know the implications of some of this. So these are misnomers
that is why
that can be dealt with, Mr. Speaker.
That is why if you are going to use a legal language, if you are not a lawyer, you must be very careful. Honourable Member, take a cue. Yes, Honourable Richard Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Record. I refer my colleague to page 138 of the budget. You can also refer to Appendix 3C. An amount of 7.576 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated to DACF. So if you don't know the computation of total revenue, let me teach you. Because this is the basis of which she said there will be a contempt of court.
Honorable Richard Achampong, with all due respect, under what order are you coming?
Order 122.
Order 122 specifically, which one allows you to do what you are doing?
3. Mr. Speaker, I may refer the House. Mr. Speaker, Order 122, debate may be interrupted. A, by a point of order being raised. So I was on the point of order and you identify my presence and you called upon me. And I want to provide information to the honorable member. Mr. Speaker, before you do the computation, you need to take off GRA retention. Do you understand? So we are talking about total revenue minus other expenditures. So if you don't know, you can't say that the allocation made here is inadequate.
Honorable.
So the honorable member should be guided. Don't misinform the public.
Honorable
We've
Richard
given
Achampong.
more than 5%. Because if you read
Honorable
Article 252,
Richard Achampong.
the Constitution is clear that we should transfer not less than
Honorable
5%.
Richard Achampong. Honorable Richard Achampong, please take a cue. Honorable member, take a cue. Meanwhile, I direct that the word contempt of court be expunged. So, honorable member, you have the floor. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, as a gender advocate and a woman, I would like to thank the MPP government for paving the way by removing taxes on all sanitary towels that were locally produced. And I would like to thank this government for following this good gesture and now making an allocation for the distribution of free sanitary towels. But the allocation of 292 million Ghana cedis may simply not be enough for this. I would like to call the sector minister to take a good look at the budget and come out with clear guidance on how this is going to be done. How is the distribution going to be done? Is it going to be done on a monthly basis? Is it going to be done on a termly basis? Are these kids going to benefit from these free sanitary towels when they are home on holidays? Mr. Speaker, the sector minister needs to come again. We need more information on this, because if it must be done, it must be done well. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank the 8th Parliament and the erstwhile Akufo-Addo government for passing the affirmative bill into law. Mr. Speaker, this affirmative action bill is by far one of the biggest successes struck by the Akufo-Addo government, and I would like to commend him and this House for it. But Mr. Speaker, in the 2024, the Akufo-Addo Nkunim budget projected an allocation of 4.7 billion as a total funds for the gender ministry. However, the budget that was read by the Honorable Ato Forson made 2.7 million allocation for this ministry. This is a shortfall of over 2 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, one may ask, why this drop? Is it because this government does not believe in issues of women and children? Well, the Ghanaian people deserve to know. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing interesting about Mr. Speaker, there is nothing interesting or exciting about the allocation made for the Women Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, unlike the MPP government, when they decided to set up the development bank, please listen, you would get it. When they decided to set up the development bank, they made funding. They showed how they were clearly going to fund it. I would like the minister to come back and show us how they are going to fund this Women Development Bank, because a seed money of 51.3 million is simply not enough to set up a bank. The women in Dialysis market, the women in Nkaria market, the women in the Buakwa market, who were joyfully looking forward to the establishment of this bank. I don't know how I'm going to go back and tell them a different story. Mr. Finance Minister, please come back again with clear funding lines. In conclusion,
Honorable
Mr.
Member,
Speaker,
your time is
the
up.
youth and women of this country deserve better.
Your
they
time
deserve
is
a
up.
budget that prioritizes their
I proceed
needs.
to give the floor
budget
to
that
Millicent
provides
Yeboah
jobs.
Amankwa.
A budget
You have the
that
floor.
puts the local economy
Millicent
first.
Yeboah Amankwa, you have the floor. Honorable Member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker.
Pastor, sit down. Oh, no.
Honorable Amankwa, hold it.
Thank
Honorable
you, Mr.
Brana
Speaker,
Champon,
for the opportunity given to me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're grateful for how you have moderated the debates so far. But, Mr. Speaker, the leader, Honorable Champon, raised an issue per 1223. It is, Mr. Speaker, we all heard him. He said 1223. And
please address the chair.
The Speaker, he referred to order 1223. And 1223 clearly is a deviation of what he intended to do. And it's because this is a house of record. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to his attention, he can always correct himself. He can always correct himself, but to quote 1223 in reference to a correction, a point of information, I think that it is not good for our debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Richard Achampo.
Mr. Speaker, I can conclude that my good friend was not listening to me. You asked me and I mentioned 122, and I read the A, but the ground was on the C. But since you got an understanding of what I wanted to do, I did not bother myself to read the C, but it was 1221C. For the records. So next time, try to listen to me and listen to me well. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I heard order 122. Then I followed up with a question. Which aspect of order 122? Honorable Millicent Amankwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the debate statement and the economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2025 fiscal year by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Honorable Ato Forson, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the theme for the 2025 budget is resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. Clearly, it shows as all-inclusive. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was seated here in this chamber, and the Honorable MP for Pusiga, Hajia, she was around, and Mr. Speaker, she spoke extensively about the support allocation for women and the youth. Today, I am surprised, Mr. Speaker. Since the Fourth Republic, there has never been a clear allocation to support women. Indeed, this 2025 financial year budget is a clear reflection of the hope, the future as a country we have long awaited. Mr. Speaker, I will not speak much about the women and the youth initiatives, but Mr. Speaker, I would want to take our mind to one thing, that is the lifeblood of every economy. That is the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, I would want to take you to the page 19 of the 2025 budget, which indicates key issues in the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 95, it says, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, the Ministry of Finance supported the energy sector with the payment of about 1.5 billion USD, which is equivalent to 20.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, this amount of money would have been used for any other project like road schools. But I believe in the ministry and the minister of roads with this initiative that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama wants to implement. That is the big push.
Yes.
And so, Mr. Speaker, if we look at this amount of money and we ask ourselves about this recent exercise conducted by the energy sector, the modeling team under the Energy Sector Recovery Program, Mr. Speaker, it has revealed that the energy sector financial shortfall has increased to 35 billion Ghana cedis in 2025.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let us ask ourselves, where are we going as a country? With this whole budget, Mr. Speaker, without the energy sector, we cannot work. And let us go back again, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the current state of the energy sector, there is massive financial shortfall. Mr. Speaker, how did we get here? The independent power producers, we owe them 1.73 billion USD. Hey. Mr. Speaker, which is even more than what the former finance ministry gave as a support to the energy ministry.
The debt is what they gave to us.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, the ECG is owing 68 billion Ghana cedis, which they can't even pay suppliers.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, even when you go to Cocoa Board, they are owing 32 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, which is going to affect power supply to any industry that is dependent on them.
And they come and complain.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of power generation is very costly.
Good.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take you back a little, but before then, I thank God that this particular year we have His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Yes.
Because, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the cost of generating electricity with the hydrant, it's very costly. The history tells us when His Excellency Kwame Nkrumah started with the Akosombo Dam. Yes. He started with 900 megawatts.
Yes.
We give us about 400 megawatts. Yes. And Pond give us 200 megawatts.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is not enough.
Yes.
And it's very costly. Yes. And during the 1983, then we had the drought in this country. The Akosombo got the drainage, Mr. Speaker. That is when His Excellency Rawlings set up a committee to find a way to solve this whole issue, and it came about to the thermal plant.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
go on.
With this dam, these three principal dams in this country, it's 5 cents per kilowatt hour.
Yes. Go on.
Mr. Speaker, when you go to the page 53 of the budget, yes. Mr. Speaker, it clearly shows that the energy sector has given up measures. And that is, they would have to renegotiate with the IPP, that is the independent power producers, so that it can help the country. The ECG metering system, they will monitor it with the private sectors. Yes. Mr. Speaker, it's very important because of an election, we were in this country, then the government subsidized power, electricity. Yes. For what? Yama Minshenkwa. Yes. And at the end, Mr. Speaker, we have supported and made sure that our people, because we are giving things to them for free, they have engaged in illegal connection, which is not helping the country. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want you, Mr. Speaker, I would want you to listen to the point that, Mr. Speaker, this budget, indeed, I believe in the Minister for Finance, the Minister of Energy, and the leadership of the 9th Parliament, led by the Honorable Mahama Yariga, that at the end of the day, with the women in the majority side, that we have recognized the good deeds in this budget. We would entreat every member in this chamber to support this budget, because this budget is a clear reflection of hope and the future. Because every young person, knowing the provision of the energy sector that has been catered for, and yesterday the energy minister was here to come out with so many things, even...
Honourable member, conclude.
Even that we haven't gone to much of the month within a year. Look at what he laid out yesterday. I believe in the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Amankwa Menu. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the budget as presented by His Excellency the President through the Finance Minister to this House. Mr. Speaker, in commenting on the budget, I rely on two materials: the State of the Nation address as presented by His Excellency to this House on Thursday, 27th of February 2025, and the budget as presented by the Finance Minister on March 11, 2025. Mr. Speaker, we are here talking about a man who is so unique in the politics of our nation, and I mean His Excellency President Mahama. This is somebody who has been a vice president, a president, and came back and now a president. Having occupied all these positions, Mr. Speaker, the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, does not have the luxury of excuse. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at the budget, and this is a budget I term the Kosciuszko budget. Kosciuszko in the sense that, Mr. Speaker, we were promised of a lean government. Yes, His Excellency has succeeded in reducing the number of ministers. But, Mr. Speaker, the question I ask is, has he succeeded in saving the public purse? Yes. The answer, Mr. Speaker, is simply no. If we look at the amount of money going to government machinery, Mr. Speaker, this is not an indication of a government that is prepared to save the public purse. And that is my definition of Kosciuszko budget. Yes, the top is slim, but the stomach, where the chop is going to be, is big, Mr. Speaker. And anybody suffering from that kind of disease can only be described as Kosciuszko. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to page 40 of the State of the Nation address as presented by His Excellency, by His Excellency the President.
Mr. President, at page 40 of the SONA address, told this House that Ghana, or a country, was surrendered to him in peace and stable. Mr. Speaker, less than 3 months in office, can we confidently say that Ghana is peace and stable? Mr. Speaker, we live in a country where soldiers are being killed. Just a couple of days ago in Boko, a soldier was killed by an unidentified person. Mr. Speaker, we live in a country where civilians are being emboldened day in and day out to attack our security agents. Mr. Speaker, Obuasi is so fresh on our minds, where a particular party actually emboldened its supporters to have the courage to attack soldiers. Mr. Speaker, this is so foreign in this country. Mr. Speaker, within 3 months of assuming office, Galamsey is on the ascendancy. There is a sharp rise in Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, on 7th of January 2017, on the assumption of power, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was bold enough to tell the Ghanaian people that he was going to deal with the issue of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the first time I heard about the word Galamsey was under the NDC. Galamsey existed before Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo became president. This is somebody who confronted the issue to the extent that he was prepared to put his presidency on the line. Mr. Speaker, today, in our beautiful Ghana, the Minister for Land and Natural Resources told us that forests, certain forests, 9 out of the 44 forests in this country have been taken over by armed thugs, to the extent that the agency clothed with authority to have access to this forest were unable to do that. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, the land minister came to this House to tell us that they have been able to crawl back some of this forest. I will be glad to know which of the forests have been crawled back. Mr. Speaker, to wait, Mr. Speaker, if your mother is dead and you are bold enough to tell us that she's asleep, during dinner time, you'll be the one to go hungry. Mr. Speaker, I am worried about the sharp rise in Galamsey for the simple reason that Galamsey, especially where people have become emboldened and armed, has a direct impact on security of our nation. That is where my problem is. Not too long ago, Mr. Speaker, we had the Brekum boys and the Poku Krom boys engaging in a shootout as to who control an illegal mine site. Mr. Speaker, this resulted in the death of 3 people. Is it not sad? If we are not careful, and this is not nipped in the bud, this country will be the loser at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we deal with this issue. If we don't, soon, and very soon, Mr. Speaker, this site will be infiltrated by insurgent and terrorist elements. Mr. Speaker, who will lure unsuspecting communities into it by way of offering them weapon and training to really go in under the guise of protecting their mining site, only, Mr. Speaker, to end up being recruited for violent and extremist action. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we deal with this issue. It is time that the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and this is why I said that he does not have the luxury of an excuse. He's been a president before, and during his time, Galamsey was there. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency must be bold enough to come up with pragmatic solution for us to deal with the issue of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, what even makes the whole thing laughable is what is happening now, where innocent Ghanaians are being trained as blue water guards. Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency Akufo-Addo decided to use the military to fight Galamsey, our brothers and sisters from the other side of the political aisle chastised him and bastardized the idea of using the military to fight Galamsey. What do we see today? Innocent young Ghanaians are being trained to form what we call blue water guards. Mr. Speaker, the question I ask, to what extent are these innocent Ghanaians going to be trained? Are they going to be armed? Are they going to be in a position to really deal with people or thugs who are armed? Mr. Speaker, the blue water guards cannot be an avenue for providing employment for foot soldiers. No, we are putting the lives of these young ones at risk. They are Ghanaians. We cannot take delight in dressing them up in white t-shirt over Adidas slacks to go there, parade them as blue water guards. Mr. Speaker, we use military. Yes, we did not get the results that we all wanted. Are we saying that these younger ones, are we saying that these younger ones are the ones to give us the results we want? Mr. Speaker, the President, again, in page 42 of SONA, talked about the healthcare needs of the military. And here, Mr. Speaker, I come in with something so dear to my heart. Mr. Speaker, 10 minutes.
Your time is
10
up.
minutes.
Your time is up. I'll proceed to give the floor to Dr. Sebastian Sandari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to join colleagues to make brief comments on the 2025 budget statement and economic policy. And Mr. Speaker, I also agree and say that the budget statement and economic policy 2025 inspires hope for all Ghanaians and indeed serves as the foundation for resetting the economy for the Ghana that we want. Mr. Speaker, this is my 9th year of being in this House, and I can say with all the confidence in me that this 2025 budget is the best among the 8 that I've seen since 2017. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement addresses the fundamental social, economic, and the health needs of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, there's enough evidence, and I'll go to show, that the disease burden of any country reflects the socio-economic status of the country. Mr. Speaker, I'll just use some data on the health sector to demonstrate why I say this budget statement is good and meets the needs of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization has developed data since 2021 that shows the leading causes of death of Ghanaians. The top 10, Mr. Speaker, would show that stroke is number 1, followed by tuberculosis, lower respiratory infection, ischemic heart diseases, malaria, HIV, road injury, preterm birth complications, COVID-19, and kidney diseases. Just to stress the point that non-communicable diseases is among the leading cause of death for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the broad causes, just about 4, you realize that non-communicable diseases represents more than 50% of the causes of death in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this shows that when the economy was not performing well under the NPP administration, it shows that Ghanaians were dying from conditions that they should not be dying from. Mr. Speaker, not only that, it's surprising that the NPP administration did not only hand over a collapsed economy, but it surprises me and everybody that they also handed over cholera in dry season. I mean, it's shocking because we know that cholera is a disease that during the rainy season, we can say that, you know, due to bad water, sanitation and things, you get cholera. In dry season, they handed over cholera. That tells you how they manage the economy. Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago from the Upper East region, they have reported that 143 pregnant women died within 4 years. Mr. Speaker, this is just one region. Within 4 years, meaning from 2020 to 2024, 143 pregnant women lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, I say this to demonstrate a point. Ghana Health Service data from the Upper East region. Mr. Speaker, this is to lay a foundation to demonstrate the kind of economy that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama inherited. And to tell you that His Excellency, the policies that he developed were evidence-based. He looked at the disease burden of this country based on the bad socio-economic status of this country, then informed the NDC manifesto and the policies that we find in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, people are wondering why we have policies like the Big Push, 24-hour economy, Women's Development Bank, Agriculture for Jobs, the LEAP implementation improvement, quality education, rapid infrastructure, free sanitation paths. All these are policies that will help improve the socio-economic status of this country and thereby, by implication, improve the health status of the people of this country. Come to the health sector. You have His Excellency, and the budget statement is talking about uncapping the National Health Insurance Levy, the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, free public health care, Agenda 111. Why so, Mr. Speaker? If you go to paragraph 384 on page 72 of 2025 budget, you see that boldly the minister is stating that NHIL will be uncapped, and that will release funding to the health sector, an amount of 9.93 billion Ghana cedis will be programmed for claim payment, vaccine payment, bridging the USAID funding gap, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Trust Care, known as the Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the ranking member on health made a statement that the Ghana Medical Care Trust Fund, known as Mahama Cares, is to compete with other departments. Mr. Speaker, this demonstrates lack of understanding of what Mahama Care really is about. Mr. Speaker, the Medical Care Trust Fund, Mahama Cares, was launched on the 12th of this month. And there is a task force that is tasked to develop the legal and funding framework for Mahama Cares. Mr. Speaker, why the name Mahama Cares? That is of interest to all of you. It just demonstrates that Mahama has the heart that cares. Mahama has a heart that loves Ghanaians. That while Ghanaians are dying from non-communicable diseases, Mahama is saying that I will not fly in the air, take a shower in the air, while my people are dying of communicable diseases. So Mahama cares. Mahama will never do that. Mahama will never say, cease.
Honorable member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding on Mahama Cares. And to say that not only Mahama Cares, but the fact that he's talking about primary health care is also to ensure that and to demonstrate that the foundation of every healthcare system is built on primary health care, which...
Remember, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mahama Cares. Mahama Cares.
It's now the time of Honorable Asafoje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful. I'm grateful.
Honorable Asafoje, are you a chairperson ranking or you are deputy ranking? Which committee?
Foreign Affairs, deputy ranking Foreign Affairs.
Very well. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful and for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the budget that was presented for the President for the President. Mr. Speaker, I am hearing a lot of cliches, a lot of nomenclature or names being given to the budget. Some are saying it is a whole budget. Some are saying Ghanaians are happy. Some are even giving it an A+ budget. All on the basis and the grounds of some 6 taxes that have been taken off. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hands the budget statement and economic policy 2027 financial year. Theme, sowing the seed for growth. Yes, 2017. Mr. Speaker, the theme, sowing the seed for growth. Mr. Speaker, at page 136, tax incentives. With your leave, I want to read. Mr. Speaker, a number of tax measures has been introduced in recent years in an attempt to deal with revenue shortfall. Some have proven to be nuisance taxes They have low revenue yielding potentials and at the same time impose significant burden on the private sector and average Ghanaians. The following specific measures shall be implemented in the short to medium term. Abolish 1% special import levy. Abolish 17.5% VAT on financial services. Abolish 17% VAT on selected imported medicines that are not produced locally. Initiate the steps to remove import duties on raw materials and machineries for the production of content of ECOWAS tariffs. Abolish 17% VAT on domestic airlines. Abolish 5% on real estates. Abolish excise duty on petroleum. Abolish special petroleum rates from 17.5% to 15%. Abolish the importation on spare parts. Abolish the Kayayo levy. Abolish the imposed levy on the religious institutions by local authorities. Mr. Speaker, abolish the public lighting levy from 5% to 2%. Abolish the tax rate, 17% tax rate for traders, and implement the tax credit and other incentives for businesses who hire young graduates. Mr. Speaker, 17 taxes. These taxes, Mr. Speaker, these taxes affect the core heart of the average Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, what did we see in this budget? Mr. Speaker, this budget goes ahead to abolish 6 taxes, which in normal sense do not affect the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, number 1, emission tax. I dare ask this House, who ever paid the emission tax? No one. I dare ask the House, tax on motor insurance. Mr. Speaker, who paid a tax on motor insurance? Mr. Speaker, this government told Ghanaians that he is coming for them. Yet, even the taxes incentive that he has given do not affect every Ghanaian. No. Mr. Speaker, I watched a TV program where the Makola women were being asked, and although the betting tax on one bet, anti-betting tax no and cano. Mr. Speaker, we don't. So, Mr. Speaker, this is to tell them that when you are describing a budget as a budget of hope, as a budget that is making every Ghanaian happy, you must be measured. Mr. Speaker, again, this government told us that he is going to form a lean government. Yes, indeed. President John Mahama has formed a lean government. Mr. Speaker, but per the budget, the allocation in this budget, in fact, it is a lean government, but with a Koscioko stomach. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the total budget for government machinery was 326.9 million. It's got now, the total budget for government machinery, the Speaker, is 3.8 billion. The Speaker, in 2014, we had only 8 agencies. We had 8 agencies under the Office of the Government Machinery. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have only 4 agencies under the Office of the Government Machinery. Yet they are spending 3.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to the youth programs. When you go to the NDC manifesto, they have listed some few youth programs they want to do, and programs that they seek to do to change and help the youth of this country. One of them, Mr. Speaker, is the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic had the opportunity to speak at his own inauguration. He had the opportunity to speak in Parliament, State of the Nation address. He had the opportunity to speak at the Independence Day celebration. All these 3 opportunities, he never gave any significant roadmap for the 24 hours economy. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister came to this house
and told members of this House that the policy on 24 hours and the budget on 24 hours will come to this House later. Mr. Speaker, the Agri Minister was heard on radio saying that the legislation for the 24 hours economy is not even ready.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, at the post-budget workshop, saw Guzitano, who is the special advisor to the president, come to this House and claim or tried to even explain the 24 hours. That was a confused policy position. Mr. Speaker, this was the basis and the grounds for the creation of Ghanaians to vote for the NDC. Yet they are in power and they cannot even explain, they cannot even find a significant roadmap for the 24 hours economy. Mr. Speaker, they said they want to do the codes, 1 million codes. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 603 and 604.
Tell them.
Mr. Speaker, paragraph 617 and 618 speaks about the codes. Mr. Speaker, they promised Ghanaians they are going to do 1 million codes. Now listen to them. Mr. Speaker, to commence the 1 million coding employment program, we would train 100,000. Mr. Speaker, the 1 million has now moved to 100,000. 1 million coders has now reduced to 100,000. Mr. Speaker, they will claim that the 1 million is for commencement. Mr. Speaker, if you have 4 years to rule and your first year you have 1 million to train and you are training 100,000. Mr. Speaker, if you should do 100,000 every year, you end up training only 400,000. You cannot train the 100,000. Mr. Speaker, but what is interesting is that the training of this 100,000 is going to begin or is going to start at the Youth Digital Village, which is 70% completed by the NPP government, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government. And the government, 70% completed. And the government is earmarking 300 million for the 70% project that is almost completed. As we can, what is scary is that the 1 million coders program is not even under the youth ministry that they claim to create with the CI1 2025. Mr. Speaker, it is under the communication ministry. You know what is scary? It is scary because we have seen John Mahama before using the same JIDA model to hoodwink Ghanaians. We've seen them before, and that is important. Mr. Speaker, I move.
Honourable member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I move to talk about the net freeze on employment. Mr. Speaker, if yes, it is in the budget, page 478, it is clear. The net freeze on employment. The government that is promising to create jobs is now freezing employment on the public sector. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we note that the women's bank,
your time is up. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Titus Bayo. Honorable Professor Titus Bayo, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Sit down and listen to him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement in support of the budget. Mr. Speaker, the budget presented to us under the theme Resetting the Economy for the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, as has been alluded to, is a budget of hope. Not only that, I also see it as a budget of revelation. This budget has revealed to us the true state of our country, the sorry state of our country. Mr. Speaker, when you hand over a country that is lamentable, and you come to repeat and reveal that truth, and you call that lamentation, it's unfortunate. So I see it as a budget of revelation and that of hope. Mr. Speaker, the content of this budget has made us recognize at least two things. One is that one of the cardinal sins committed by the previous administration to this country is the capping of the NHIF. Yes. Mr. Speaker, that for us to contribute money in forms of levies for our health care and someone to place a cap on it, I consider that as a very grave offense to the people of Ghana. In fact, it is wickedness to the sick, to the poor, and the dying, that money they have contributed, you will decide to cap it. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, the second serious thing I see is the domestic debt exchange program. Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, that singular act has left a huge scar on the conscience of the nation, where pensioners had their hard-earned money being taken, being given haircuts, that you cannot access even your own money to buy medications. Thankfully, the savior of the nation has arrived. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the man who promises and delivers, the honest and sincere leader, the empathetic leader, the one who is in sync with the times, the one who lives with the people and feels our pain, has come to undo the sins that these people have committed to this nation. For the first time, we see in this country a budget that is making a significant stride towards the attainment of the Abuja Declaration. Our total health budget for expenditure projected for health is around 9.3%, much higher than what was in the previous budget. Mr. Speaker, we also realize that they had promised us Agenda 111, and it has become like an albatross around the neck of the next government. In this project, per their own estimation, as of 2027, if they had won power, 30% of Agenda 111 project cannot even be completed. Yet they are on the streets shouting that the next administration should complete all Agenda 111 projects. That is a deception that this budget has revealed. But the good news is that this budget of hope is uncapping the NHIF and is making available 9.9 billion Ghana cedis to finance our health sector. This will close the funding gap from the USAID. It will help support the free primary health care and the famous Mahama Care program, which they do not want to hear, but it's going to take care of our chronic conditions that we are worried about. This budget is a budget of hope, Mr. Speaker, because it offers no academic fee, and 499.8 million cedis has been budgeted for that. Mr. Speaker, from today, the young girl in Kocha Primary, the young girl in Sentu Primary, or in Bilo JSS is giving hope that she will no longer miss lessons because she's expecting her menses and cannot get sanitary pad. She is going to get free sanitary pad. The students in our senior high school who otherwise during their menses are worried are going to get free distribution of sanitary pad properly budgeted for, and that is why it's a budget of hope. They were telling us that we will cancel nursing training allowance, and we have budgeted for it, and they are worried. 480 million. So nursing training students are assured that when they go to school, they will get support. So, Mr. Speaker, LEAP, the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, is one significant intervention. This is the group that always asks that what are the social interventions of the NDC. Yet, we have increased LEAP by 30.8%. In real terms, 50,000 more Ghanaian households are going to benefit from LEAP. And I can go back to my constituency and tell those who are suffering in villages in Suke, in Bangor, in Hapa, that 50,000 more, of which some of them were beneficiaries, are going to get benefit from LEAP, including their very constituents. Mr. Speaker, the amount has been enhanced, and people will go home with something that can sustain their household. If you don't want this, what else do you want? Is it a haircut? Certainly not. We want this. Mr. Speaker, the assemblymen, in fact, that is my favorite part, and I'll be concluding on that. My 27 assemblymen in Lambuse today are smiling that their sacrifices has been recognized by a leader who cares, and that he has budgeted 100 million Ghana cedis to take care of the allowances of assemblymen. So when someone knocks on your door at dawn as an assemblyman, that their child has a fever, that somebody is convulsing, and you need to get fuel on your own to take them to the next clinic, these assemblymen are being compensated. If this is not a leader who cares, who else is a leader who cares? Is it the one who flies and basks in the air when we are suffering? Certainly not. So I am very confident that this House is going to support His Excellency to pass this budget. Mr. Speaker, before I will say it, I just want to make reference to the last speaker before me, the Honorable Asafo-Ejei, who, following after his earlier speakers and just like them, decided to be disingenuous by reading portions of our budget and leaving out the rest. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I will just read it full. On page 103, paragraph 618, it reads, commends the coding for employment program to train 100,000 of the targeted 1 million. Mr. Speaker, he left this 1 million out. When we say we are doing it in phases, and that by the end of this year we would have trained about 300,000, he has decided to present it that we have changed our stance and we are only training 100,000 this year. They will all be exposed in due time. And we are grateful for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And I urge all Ghanaians to support the budget of hope. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Whip, any indication?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have the last person from our side to speak. So I have discussed the issue with the front bench of the minority. They've agreed that we can allow the one person to speak so that we'll adjourn the House to tomorrow.
Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, is that the agreement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 5 minutes will be okay.
Very well. I then give the floor to Honorable Bachman. Honorable Bachman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Listen and learn.
Mr. Speaker, may I make this statement in support of the budget of hope. Respectfully, it is said that every good policy is that which all component units contribute to it. And that is what makes this budget a unique one, because to precede the coming out of the budget was the economic dialogue, where all component units were made to contribute to it. And it is that reason why everybody, the trotro drivers, the market women, everybody, lawyers, doctors, are all saying that this budget is a budget of hope. Mr. Speaker, to ensure good governance, 3 things stand out: pragmatism, honesty, and meritocracy. Looking at the budget as was presented, you could see that it is out of honesty. This is what we have as a nation, and this is what we present. This is what we can have as ministries and as agencies. It is not shrouded in flamboyant speeches. The Minister for Finance came and said that we have this money and we have allocated them, same, to the various ministries and departments. Mr. Speaker, this budget is in consonance with the manifesto of the NDC and also the State of the Nation's address as brought before this Honorable House by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Why do I say so? Because, Mr. Speaker, women empowerment is something that is on the hearts of the NDC and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. First, with the appointment of the first ever female vice president for the Republic of Ghana. Aside that, going into the budget, respectfully, you will see that allocations were made for the Women's Development Bank. Allocations were made for our schoolgirls, our ladies, who some of them are lured because they do not even have these sanitary pads. But we have made allocations for them. The apprenticeship that is introduced, the ladies are going to enjoy from it. Everything, if you look at all the facets of the budget as was presented before this Honorable House, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama thinks about women. And respectfully, going by that, looking at the law, the affirmative action, I want to quote it very well. Don't worry. The Affirmative Action Gender Equality Act of 2024. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has complied with the provisions in that act. Going to the schedule, the first schedule of the act. So sometimes when I am in this house and I hear complaints that His Excellency has not appointed 30%, etc., looking at the schedule, the first schedule of the act, it is progressive.
Honorable Bachman, I recognize Honorable Patricia Fiaji.
Honorable Speaker, I don't want our colleague to mislead us. If he wants to quote the law, the affirmative action law, he must quote it rightly. There's nothing about equality in that law. The word is equity. So equity is what the word. So I would like to say I rose on the point of correction. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable member, take note. The bill came to this house with equality, but this house, after deliberation, changed the equality to equity.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mama Pat, for the attention. So I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that looking at the generality of the law, of the budget as was presented, from cover to cover, you have nothing to say than to say that this is a budget of hope. This is a budget where the good people of Kwesimintim constituency buy into rates and are praising His Excellency John Dramani Mahama that they did not make a mistake for voting for NDC for the past 28 years. We appreciate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and we believe that this is a budget that can be actuated. It is practicable. It is something that can be implemented. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Yeah.
Honorable members, after 5 hours of sitting, I stand on Order 56-2 to adjourn the House without a motion. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, the 21st day of March 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation 2007. Now, Ghana Police Service
The sad reality is that today, our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to urge us.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial threat.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign.
Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
This place is called condemned cells. Anything condemned,
condemned, it cannot be used. So if you see the Bible with them, there's something behind. Those people who they kill them over here, they also have something in them. Juju in them. The door was actually metal, which has no hole. That was the original door. It's a metal.
No hole.
No hole.
No exit. I mean,
at
no
all.
windows.
No any hole anywhere. They want to kill you and you want exit.
In part 1, we took you on a deep dive into the fort's historical significance, learning how it was built and its strategic role in both the colonial era and the transatlantic slave trade. We explore the architecture and the stories that echo through these walls, shedding light on the complex history of this powerful landmark. Now, in part 2, we'll delve even further into the fort's legacy and uncover some of the lesser-known stories that have shaped its place in history. Stay with us as we continue to unravel the rich tapestry of Fort Amsterdam's past.
Where are we off to? We are off to the condemned cells. This place is called condemned cells. Anything condemned, condemned, it cannot be used. And they used it to condemn the slaves.
The stubborn ones.
Yeah, that's how they named them. The stubborn.
Or the rebellious ones.
Yes, that's what they named them. But the reason is, they cannot control them.
Okay.
They brought Bible. Spiritually, they have some spirits aside of them, which they are using on time of the slaves, so that they may be calm and control them. You see that? Mm-hmm. So if you see the Bible with them, there's something behind. Good. Those people who they kill them over here, they also have something in them. Juju in them. And because of that, they were in chains and shackles, all their necks and then legs. But they fight the soldiers at the courtyard. You can imagine. And when they were annoyed and take the gun, when they shoot, the bullets just fall down. It can't enter the body.
You mean the slaves?
Yes! Those they call them stubborns. That's how they are.
So how did they eventually tame them? Because so they keep them here?
Not at all. They cannot control them at all. That's how. And you see, if you touch a tiger, you know that you are being in danger. If you get a chance, you will not spare you. So that's why they see that these people, they have put something in their head to the extent that even when they got to their destination over there and leave the chain stone, they can kill them. There's nothing that they can use, to save their life. Because they shoot them, they try their sword and everything, it doesn't do in them. So that's why they selected them,
kept them, placed them here, condemned cell.
The door was actually metal, which has no hole. That was the original door. It's a metal.
No hole.
No hole.
No exit.
At
no
all.
windows.
No any hole anywhere.
It was to.
So inside, it's full of heat, darkness, no air, and no food and water for you because they want to kill you. That is why they call this place condemned cells. So you die here, and after they will show you to the other slaves.
They'll bring you here.
No.
Were there instances anybody was brought here but eventually was pardoned and went back?
Not at all.
You come here, it's a final.
Whenever you come here, that is your end. After they will throw you to the sea.
Can we see inside?
Now we are using it as a storeroom.
Okay. But this was it.
So let's get inside there.
Okay. Okay.
So you can see the place.
No exit with a metal.
They want to kill you and you want exit. Let's close the door small and let's check it and see.
Okay, we're going to do that without the cameras and see. Okay, we'll have our cameras in to see how that.
You see this one, there's some part of food, and you can imagine if I take even my hands, you can see the place.
Yes, extremely dark.
Even this is not dark because you have some holes. And imagine the iron gate.
Wow.
How do you feel your body?
Now I'm already feeling very hot.
Yeah, so that's the condemned cells.
So there was only one in here, right? This was the only place.
Yes, that's the only place.
Are we going upstairs
for the men,
now?
we are going upstairs.
Okay. So we're actually done with the ground floor. I'm just following Kofi upstairs. We want to see what's upstairs now. Okay. This is upstairs, but there's nothing here. Oh, this was where. Okay. Again.
Yeah.
Be patient.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how do you feel your body here?
The weather is,
you see something from your body?
The weather is cool.
Yeah, and the down there?
Oh, way hotter than this.
So, on top of here, there was a floor which has also collapsed.
Okay.
And it's a place where they do the butter trade. The white and our people. Our people brought our own people here for them to collect an items like the mirror, salt, sugar, corned beef, sardines, Holland cloth, cigarette, tobacco, a lot of things. Anything that they want. They have to bring our people from the country.
So they bring human beings for all of
exchange for that at this place. Although the whole slaves were collected from the whole West Africa, they bought them most from Salaga.
Yes, up north.
Right. But in our country, our own kings brought our people here. You know, those days was a tribal war within us. That's what I told you. You are not one. You don't have name. So that's how this thing was able to down.
So I want to imagine that even though the chiefs and the traditional leaders at the time were the ones doing this, for instance, here at Abanzi, they were not selling people from this town.
Yes.
For obvious reasons. So
they captured some people around here. I said they captured some people around this village.
Okay.
Do you know have you heard about Comantine Negroes?
Comantine
yes.
Negroes.
Comantine Negroes.
Comantine Negroes.
Have you heard about that?
I haven't.
All right. Have you heard about the Jamaicans?
Also from here? Or the Jamaicans from?
The one with the bushy hairs. That's the Rastas.
Okay, yes.
TikToks.
Yes.
They were first captured from here by the Dutch to Maroon, Jamaica. You can imagine that. Why? Because the British first came have the place from the indigenous people here. They are those people. The 80, they call them 80.
80?
Yes. 80 people.
Those are the locals here?
Yeah. So they gave the whole land for the British to put up the fort over here. So they used to pay the yearly tax for them. So when the Dutch take over and they were coming for their tax, that's why they captured them as slaves. That's why most of the slaves, the Jamaica and other places, were saying that they come from Comanche. That time it was the only village on top. You can see it. You can see it up there. That's the Kwabanti village. The old village. That is it.
Okay.
They're supposed to put up this fort over there, but they didn't allow.
That's why they came down here.
That's why they came here.
But the area is not so down. It's up a hill, actually.
Yeah. You see, so this slave trade, when we are talking about, it's very large. We cannot express them all. But look at what goes on over here. So we shouldn't blame only the white people. We should also blame our ancestors, some of our rulers in those days. Because of the big cloth and the wine, whiskey, I mean the schnapps that they want to drink, you have to give your own country people. For these white people, you see, after giving them the gold, you are giving them your people. When we think about this, we may not blame all the whites. Thank you. The down there was the female cells.
So this is where the females were?
Yeah, the down.
Okay.
They kept 150 women also over there. So let's go there and see what also happened there.
Okay. How do we get there? We have to go down?
Yeah, we have to go down and pass the
all right.
entrance. I told you this is a small fort, but what is inside here?
Rich. Rich in history.
I have said to myself that before I will retire from here, then this place is full of people every day, like Kiko's Castle. And the workers are about 10 over here. You can see when we started the tour. It's now about 20 minutes or 25 minutes.
Way, way long, I'm sure. Maybe we've done longer
just
than
this
that.
small force.
Yes.
So I hope this, your work that you are doing, will let my people, my boss, know that he's supposed to bring more workers over here.
It's one of the intentions, and we really hope it gets that much needed attention. Let's see what the female. So this is. So they had a reason for having the women right underneath their trading area.
Yeah, but that one I don't know actually. Okay. But that's where they kept them.
This is where the women were 150.
Yes, 150.
This is quite large. I think the women had a bigger space.
Of course, you know they were women. They were like eggs, so they have to handle them very carefully, and that's why they had children with them. You see. Yeah, women. God created women specially. It is them that they are just don't know how to keep their, the queenship. Right. So they kept 150 women over here.
Okay.
Right, and they used to rape them. If you don't allow yourself to be raped, then you are going to receive beatings. After they will push you to this room over there for punishment. And you'll be there until their ship will go to America and come back.
We're talking about months?
Oh yeah. It
or
takes
sometimes
about 7 months from here to America and return back again.
But were they fed?
Oh, they were fed every day once.
Okay.
There you have your toilets. I mean, anything. Let me say that. Anything.
But it was the women's version of maybe a condemned, or just that they got to be fed once.
Yes.
They had even a washroom to use, or they did everything there.
Washroom for what?
Okay, so everything was done there.
Yeah. Even
and nobody goes to.
Even your menses. If you go to Cape Coast and Elbina, you see it better. You see it better. That's how they punish them. Right. So, when I came here, the place was very bad. Honestly bad. I met snakes and bats full of this place. They are about to go.
So there were bats here as well?
Oh! In fact, I tell you, when I came here, you cannot enter this place This place was bad before I came here. Let's go and see how I've done the place.
Okay, let's see what you've done to the place now.
God. I brought electricity here, so let me put on.
Okay.
Good. I think you can see something different.
You've turned this place into
as a documentary room. I've told you my projector has just spoiled. Maybe when you go, you bring me a new one to use it for documentaries about our fort and castles and other things.
Hopefully. So here you bring people here to...
When they came to tour, they used to come inside here for documentaries about our fort and castles and other tourist places that we have in the country. So that if they have not been there, they can see it and the next time they will move to that place.
Okay.
To help people to know more about our tourists.
This is where you said there were snakes and everything.
Oh yeah, a bag full of fear.
There was a similar thing we saw in Senyabreku. Bats. I think so. Yes, we saw bats in a particular place, and but now the bats here are no longer here.
Why? What are they? So far as every time people were here, I have some kids from the community. Why? Because I wanted these kids from the community to benefit from this sport in their community, actually. Right? That's why I brought them here. I collect some of them, almost more than 40 kids. They used to come for studies after school.
Okay.
I don't collect a penny from them. Anything. I didn't take them anything.
So yours is just to impart the...
So that they may benefit from the force in their community. And giving them our histories, our culture, and a lot of things that they are not been teaching from the basic school.
Is your headquarters aware these are all the things you're doing?
Of course, I used to send some of the pictures and videos to them.
And they've not still considered even getting you an extra hand? Because maybe...
You see the woman I showed you from the office?
Yes.
I'm telling you, from 4 years up to now, every year, before the year will end, Joseph, so what are you doing for the kids? Your Sunday school kids. I say, oh, Mama, today I don't have anything. This woman will tell me that, prepare something and let me know. Brother, if I show you the videos, what the Mama Oye has done for the kids in this community, you'll be shocking. And I'll send you too. That's why I told you this woman is different from, in fact, apart the job that he's doing. This is an example.
Oh, that's a bat.
That's the example.
Yes.
They have to witness for you.
A bat actually just flew past.
Yes, they have to witness for you. What I'm saying.
Wow.
Yes. So that is it. So somebody bought them the whiteboard.
Okay.
Bring them some markers. Somebody bought them some books, exercise books. That's it.
Okay.
They have got one for the school. About 3 for the school, use at school. But this one they use it here.
Okay.
For study at here.
So okay, they
whatever they learn from it,
they write in there. That's interesting.
Because you know something, the reason why I'm doing this.
Tell me.
I come from a very rich and poor family.
Okay.
So in my school days, I suffered. I didn't even go to secondary.
You didn't go to secondary school?
Not at all. Only from 4. But I suffered before even I finished from 4. And if I tell you I'm the first boy in the class, you'll be shocking. I set common entrance 3 times. Distinction. My first choice could grant me in those days. I got no one to help me.
So that's why the education had to stop.
Yes. And later I was doing power at Mankesim and other places, carrying Gary and other things, pushing trucks just to survive. So, if I see these kids now, I remember my past. So I have to do something that these kids can be also be supported. That's why I'm doing this, so that somebody should come and help them. Yes, I don't collect anything. You can. I will send you the video. The man who brought them these books, he bought them a lot of some what do we call it? Canvas, some dress. I mean, I'll show you the video in the picture. You will marvel. The same man just last 2 weeks. Yes, last week rather. He has sent them 400 Ghana cedis.
So that's a bat. No, that's not.
That's a bat. It's a bat.
Bat.
It's a bat. It's not a bed. It's a bat.
Okay.
You see, so that is the reason why I say I collected these children, and in Sundays also I used to teach them so that they may take their life in good. Look at what last week, last Sunday, look at what I taught them about life. Without life,
nothing existed.
I want to teach them the life that they are making, so that they should be careful. Thank you.
Joseph, now, where else do we have to go to? We'll be running short of time, but I want us to capture at least some other aspect of this place.
Yeah, we are going the back there, and after we go up there, that's
okay.
finished.
What's at the back?
The back of the fort actually is, unless you yourself you see it,
okay,
and imagine what can be done.
So we are going to the back of the
fort
actually now, just to find out. I wanted to know ahead of us going there, but as usual, Joseph wants to give us a surprise. So let's go and find out what's at the back of the fort.
So at this side was their office, where they do all the documents of this meeting over here. And then we are going to where they punish their own soldiers.
Their own soldiers?
Yes. You see these white people?
Their own soldiers?
Yes.
I didn't imagine there was anything
like
that.
When they failed their laws, they used to punish them. So they have their room at the guard, what do you call it, at the condemned cells. The same thing, but there they have the only wooden door. That door is the only original door. You can see it here.
The only original door?
Yes, which has left in this fort.
Where is it? This?
This is the fort.
You mean this door is from
1664? This door is from 1664, when the Dutch put up the fort.
What? So you see it here, 1664.
Look at the nails, facing the whole sea breeze.
And it's still this way. What kind of metal did they use?
I don't know. I cannot tell you. And you can see the cannons are still there. I suppose the same
metal.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that is a door to the guard room where they punish their own soldiers. But the whole place is collapsed by the British.
The guard room?
Yes.
Okay. It no longer exists.
Yes. So the place is open. Let's go and see.
All right.
Yeah, man.
So this
place was the guard room, which has collapsed, and here is a wall up. So there's no any exit here at all, actually.
This view.
So when I got here, the place was forest, like the other side. But when I got here, I said, no, we can use this place for a better something. That's why I'm able to weed and take out all the roots. And now even I have planted some carpet green grass over there, so that I can turn the whole place as a carpet green grass for some time to come.
Joseph, I think that you need a pay rise or something. You need to be paid way more than you are being paid to do this job. And the view from here, oh my, is strikingly beautiful. Oh, how high up is this place, by the way? How high up is this?
Well, I can't tell that one.
But I think I can see the rest of the world from here.
That's the Atlantic Ocean, right? Yeah, that's the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh.
And imagine, see, even you can see.
All the way.
Far. And even there is a cloudy. If there's not a cloudy, you can see our old oil rig also over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a cloudy. So you cannot see them. I mean, when the whole weather is clear, hey, you can't imagine the colors of the sea over here. I'm telling you the truth. That's why I'm forcing to make a place, something like what I've designed over there, so that people can just come and relax and have their even some fun over here.
Do people come to rent this place to use for anything?
No, they are not coming to rent because there's nothing here now. Unless something has done over here.
But this place is beautiful regardless. I want to believe that people can use this as outdoor, for the outdoor events, even for
events,
for weddings.
Yeah. And you know, anyone who can take anything over here, that event will rise higher than every event in the world. Why am I saying this? Because of the fort. Because of the name of the fort. So wherever the name of the fort rises to,
then it goes with.
And because of that, people will rush to have events over here.
But let's just take in the beauty of this place, and let's just enjoy how beautiful nature actually is. It's still a Ghana Man series here on GhanaWeb TV. We are in our final lap of this very extensive learning experience at Fort Amsterdam, yet at Abanzi. Joseph, we are going where? Coffee. What are we going to? I know that we have a last lap.
Yep.
What are we going to?
We are coming up there.
Okay.
And then have the last.
So we're coming up to this side of the fort to see what's up there as well. All these staircases are very steep.
Yes.
Extreme.
Different from Cape Coast castles. How it is.
So this is what? How different?
Yes.
How different is this one?
Because it's too steep.
Oh, this way.
Yes.
Very steep. Okay. All right. So this is another part of the upper floor. Yeah. We couldn't connect from the other side. Is there a reason they didn't have connections?
Not at all. The place has collapsed.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Please
did they used to have? Did they used to have a connection?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They used to be.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the peephole. What we saw
from the down, the main entrance. So that is the hole. And look at the thickness of the floor we are standing on it.
That's the entire. Okay, just look at that. It's that thick. This is thick.
No iron rod.
Wow.
No cement. And look at how it is.
Could people still build like this today?
Well, I don't think. I don't think. A floor, just a floor, one floor.
With this?
To be taken like almost about 6 feet.
Yes. That's quite. Yes, that's almost 6 feet. Wow. So this is where the soldiers will be and be watching.
Yeah, at the entrance.
Very smart.
Before they will allow the keeper to open the floor.
And these are what? What openings are these?
These are the gun holes.
Okay.
When the geese just
make
give
their
alarm,
noise.
Yeah. Then the soldiers out from their door here, quickly they spread their guns in it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the gun holes. Each one looks different direction.
Yes. Oh yes.
Each one looks different direction.
Okay. They each face
this one,
different places.
All of them.
Okay.
So that they can shoot from any angle.
Then what are these holes down here?
This the water
outlets. Oh, okay. All right.
And I told you the shells. Look at the walls, the shells.
So many of them.
So here you can see the shells, they use it. And still these shells are there.
Yeah, there's still a lot
in
of
the
shells.
sea. So far as the sea is still there, the shells are also still there.
And I'm sure there's abundance of that because we have a lot of these shell
even from
animals.
the lakes.
Yes, from the lakes.
Here we come to the place where the soldiers gathered in the evening for fun.
For fun.
Right? And
So this is like their balcony.
Right, and they brought in the mix of the selected beautiful slave girls also among them here to enjoy their lives. You know? And they always check from the sea if there is any warship.
This is something I can also climb.
Yeah, you can climb. The first I've come up, come. Oof. Good. Very good.
Ah.
You can see everywhere.
Everywhere.
So they always used to watch from the sea in case of any warship. And they watch at the same time with the telescope. So you can imagine how distance they will see.
This is an experience, beautiful experience.
That is the Eti Lake. That's Eti Baka. I told you about.
There's a lake there actually.
Yes, that is called Eti Baka.
Eti Baka.
Yes.
That's the lake.
Yes, that's the lake. The Rastas were fishing in it. Those who were captured from here to Jamaica.
Okay.
They owns that lake.
That's interesting.
And they have their village there.
There's a village right beside it.
That village is where from the beginning the Fantis or the Akans chiefs used to gather there for any problem. Even for installation. There and the umbrellas as trees that they sit under it. All there right now I'm talking to you.
Joseph, I know that we could spend the whole day here just listening to you.
The history about the Fort Amsterdam.
And it's unbelievable what you've done here, and as well as how you have shared and poured out the history of this place with us, and we're truly grateful. Wow. I want to believe that when this goes out, as we mark the month of March as Ghana Month, that I hope that your bosses and all other people who would see this, and maybe people from the diaspora, will get to appreciate more of this place and the history that it conveys. But we've run out of time.
Yeah.
But I must say thank you to you very much. Thank you. You've been an excellent host. Thank you for teaching me, guiding me along, hearing all that there's been in here. So thank you. Joseph Kofi Akofo is the caretaker here at Fort Amsterdam, here at Abanze. You can agree with me that this place has given us way more than even you and I anticipated. That's been our edition of Ghana Month here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look for GhanaWeb TV. Click on the like button and click also on the notification button so that when we put up our next video, you are notified. Until another time, bye-bye.